it's really been all Usu Benny is what it's felt like. So in order to kind of 100-0 that hill after what we saw off the get-go, that's going to feel really good for Inconceivable. But as we say, that Sab goes down, Piggy gets the sniper. You know, Yaxon, he started slaying really hard, and Acid, he's maintained the same momentum all game. He's at 13 now, leading both squads.
Yeah, it's been so surprising. You know, I knew Acid was going to be good, but I didn't expect him to be like this sort of A-S tier type player so far this year, and he's really come into his own. You know, taking, I would say like not necessarily a big risk, but a big change, right? To go and team with North American players. Obviously, he's had all that experience being on those top Mexican squads, but he's really come into his own here, and it feels like he's going to be a player that's going to be well known for these next few years and probably make some big fans.
Oh, absolutely. You can see his name lights up the highlight reels at the end of every one of these games, whether or not it's with sniper rifle or with his bandit as well. He's sitting at 16 now. You know, every time you look at the score, every life, he's just picking up 2 to 3 kills. It's pretty nuts here. And that's going to be a lot of time going over to Usu Benny as well. Looks like it maybe even the hill, as it's going to be tough to get into this one. Sure enough, it does go down. Yaxon with 11. You see 2 people hitting double digits now for Inconceivable as well. There's still a lot of time left on the clock with this hill going towards sniper rifle and the new snipe spawning. You know, I'd like to see Inconceivable get one of these snipes and put it to use a little bit more. You can see them every time they've had it, they've just played middle of the map so hard. They'll grab, you know, 1, maybe 2 kills, but it hasn't really kind of locked down a base for them very well.
I did like the position that we saw for Inconceivable there. They really spread out their numbers, created that big L on the map, got themselves about 50% of this hill to start, and with that, Stellar got away with the sniper. So, I mean, look, Inconceivable, it seems like they're getting what they need, but oh no, Piggy's nade shutting down Stellar, and now this fight for blue spawn is going to be so important as it'll change the sniper position. Penguin versus breaking shot. Penguin not stuttering at all, trying to get himself into this zone, but not going to be enough to stay alive. Breaking shot comes in and evacuates as soon as possible with that quantum translocator, and as Eco gets the fight, he's back out once again. Oh, breaking shot breaking ankles with the quantum translocator.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. You can see the decision to immediately push into 3 players there was to force that QT back and try to guarantee at least 1 kill, but the QT back player, breaking shot there, is able to secure himself a kill, and that's going to put 4 dead now here for Inconceivable. Luckily for them, though, they've still got almost half the hill to work with. 1 or 2 breaks. They need to start with finding a pick and making sure they're not staggered on this push.
Oh, they're splitting out their spawns. They let a couple players spawn at blue. That's going to come at the cost of Acid's life. And looks like Usu Benny gets broken. I don't know if they anticipated the split spawn there. Eco originally got those spawns over at red, and then another 2 players split over at blue, and what looked like a fantastic opportunity for Usu Benny turns into what could be something of a disaster. Inconceivable. They just need a few more seconds on this hill.
Yeah, but as 3 go down, Eco's got nowhere to go. He'll drop in another staggered spawn, and with 10 left to cap, I'm not 100% sure they're going to be able to contest this one the way they wanted to. This one could end up hurting them pretty badly here.
Yeah, 2 go down. Working on the other side of the hill. Oh my, triple Penguin. When you need him the most, the flightless bird takes flight.
That was gross, Penguin. I mean, this is something, you know, when you're looking at this roster as well and what Inconceivable really kind of needed to help fit into their team. Penguin, he's always kind of been like a glue player, a super objective focused player, and then, you know, if you watch him at Birmingham, you know, he's a player that's got, he's almost like a free trip to the finals too, right? And if you're able to get to the finals, that's when you see some of these other guys really kind of step up in like the Jordan sense. So, you know, I really am happy to see this roster back together.
And I mean, right now, the story of this game has been a bit crazy, because look at Usu Benny's stat line, right? Everyone on their team is positive, or at least even. And it's not by a small margin. They are outslaying Inconceivable, but we look at the game state, it's 2-2. With 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and Inconceivable seem to be starting to ride this momentum. So despite, you know, the stats and the general slaying story going so heavily one end to one way, Inconceivable are very much finding themselves in this game.
Yeah, a team that is, has players like Penguin who are extremely selfless and objective focused. Those are the teams where you need to outslam by a lot, and it's just harder to play against them because even if you are outslaying them, the game's still super close. They're still grabbing some of these hills. If you mess up one time, they're going to cap it. So that's where it gets really tough. And you're seeing, even though they are outslaying so heavily, every time Inconceivable has a chance to cap the hill, they are playing it perfectly.
So yeah, the next push for Inconceivable coming here. Brady shot early on this challenge, trying to get some spacing for his team. Biggie keeping in this hill for now. They're going to commit for this gunfight. They know there's 2 players to worry about in here. Penguin trades out. It's going to be up to this one-on-one. Jackson goes down. Stellar with a fantastic headshot, and now they're going to flip out these spawns. Blue is controlled by Usu Benny, but that's not necessarily a concern for Inconceivable. They know what to anticipate, and Stellar gets another kill. He is on a roll here. Penguin's coming in for the flank. Oh no, they need to go, but the damage is done. Look at Penguin. Penguin got damage on everyone. It's just Piggy that's alive, and Inconceivable have done just their name. 3-2, 30 seconds on the clock. Usu Benny, despite the split, despite the slays, despite all this effort that they put in, the dominant start, it's Inconceivable that has the lead as we go into our final hill.
Yeah, I mean, Stellar and Penguin right there just won their team the game. You can see Stellar winning that huge piv the huge piv in crypto, and that was after Zane had ran elbow and traded out a kill while no shields. And on top of that, when Stellar gets back in the hill, you see Zane, he's the player that flanks into blue and comes behind 3 players for a flank after he respawns too. So Stellar and Zane just absolutely collapsing and winning their 2v2s, 2v3s, whatever number engagement that was, clearing out the base, no hesitation in what they want to do.
And look, the end of the game, you almost feel like you felt all the air deflate out of Usu Benny. They didn't even have a chance to step in and contest. There was 33 seconds left on that clock. They didn't even get a foot into that hill. So that one's over almost immediately. And you see the surge of slays from Inconceivable at the end of the game at least get Stellar to positive and Penguin to even, but the story of the slays was clearly one way. Usu Benny had a massive advantage, and you think back to some of the critical moments in the game, I think the Penguins flanking play, that triple kill that he got at the red tower to stop that hill, I felt like that one was mission critical to their success here.
Yeah, I mean, you point out that triple kill plus the very end last play as well. When you get flanked into blue, he's shooting 3 players in the back. So it's Zane just having no fear and pushing in. And it's not like he really has a choice too, right? He is coming in. He needs to get feet in the hill. When it's the top red play, he needs to flank these guys immediately as Stellar's getting collapsed on. This game's coming down to the wire. So, obviously Zane, like we talked about, a great pickup for what these guys need. Just, very comfortable with this roster.
It's the flanking play we're talking about. Penguin comes in, he's getting damage on every single person, and you see the score just completely change after that. Piggy, only one alive, could not get anywhere in time, and they take game 1 from that, from Usu Benny, and Usu Benny could find themselves in trouble here if game 2 continues the same way. Vacancy Slayer gonna be our map, and this one, it's a little bit newer to the rotation. What have you been noticing about this one, Evil Mike?
This is definitely gonna be a tricky one. I think, ultimately it just feels like a reskinned live fire almost, and you can control it. If anything, it's can collapse even almost more efficiently than you can on live fire. The map feels relatively small when you factor in bottom, middle, and every route that you can take. When you have players get both towers and a couple top, middle, and people are spawning in the open, like either near market or circle side, that's just trouble.
Now we see early starts going to be even trades. Acid losing that fight to Stellar, and it feels like there was a moment halfway throughout that game where Stellar has just not lost a one-on-one fight for I think like the last 5 or 6 engagements that we've seen him on screen, and that's going to continue. You can tell he's feeling himself. He is frying right now.
Yeah, he really is. When his sniper and bandit are looking like this, that's when he's just ridiculous. This is also pretty freaking ridiculous right now. These perfects are okay. Finally, he gets taken out, but geez, Stellar already picking up 4 to start the game.
Yeah, but it's like, you gotta think about, sometimes you get a kill you're not supposed to, and I feel like that first engagement that we saw was Stellar getting that kill. And it's like, okay, now you're getting the extra value, right? This is something that you didn't necessarily deserve, but you earned. And then you do it again and again and again. And that's what makes Stellar so deadly, man. He just continues to win gunfights that you have no business winning. Acid finding that shock rifle through it all. And look, man, he is a talent. Just 2 immediate headshots. They're equalizing numbers here. Stellar finally gets the kill. The shock rifle shot just a little bit low there, but it's 11 all. Despite the fantastic start of Stellar, Usu Benny is maintaining.
Yeah, I mean, Acid's looking a lot like the Stellar of Usu Benny here with how clean those shock rifle shots are. Both of them, first 2 perfect headshots. Stellar, luckily, is the one to clean up that kill and take him out. I don't think they knew that shock rifle was still down, so that may end up on respawn here shortly, or in nobody's hands as we wait for the next one to spawn. Pretty much tied game as Thrust should be down by the middle now. Engagement between the last 2 players. Breaking Shot will win that over Penguin. But pretty mixy game so far.
Acid just wanted to get into that gunfight. Maybe a little too aggressive there as he finds 2 players waiting for him. Usu Benny, though, finding the cleanups. That's going to be 3 that go down. It's just Eco that's last alive. And Eco turns and burns Jackson. Usu Benny had the right idea. Hey, let's attack him from 2 different angles, but Eco just did not miss.
Yeah, nice cleanup from Eco. He was in a tough spot. Almost had 2 there, but luckily does grab the 1. He's doing his best to extend his life. Hopefully some help will come in and clean up this kill. He's able to buy some time. Gets the player to no shields a second time. Stellar is looking for the cleanup, but everyone from Usu Benny collapsing in on this. Not able to find a kill, and now we're seeing the largest lead of the game.
Yeah, big plays by Piggy Red there, just not to go down, right? When you're down to 1 shot, being able to stay alive, like that's big. Breaking Shot stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's gonna have nowhere to go. Shock rifle fall to the ground. That fight over at top mid, not over yet. Stellar gonna take the Vanguard as he tries to go forward. Acid will fall because of it, and Stellar seems to be on a cleanup mission. They find all these kills, and the biggest lead has been turned to just 1 in a single rotation.
Yeah, Stellar grabs himself double-digit kills now as we're looking at a collapse from Inconceivable. They're looking to find these players all coming up in the open. 1 player on market will clean up the kill. Looks like they're kind of trading positions here at the moment. Sab now wisely decides to back down as he's got 3 players starting to push at him. Looks like they're splitting the map pretty evenly here, but as they lose control of Red Tower, this is what Usu Benny needs if they're going to start pulling ahead again.
Oh, Jackson on a great timing flank there. He's going to get that cleanup before Breaking Shot goes down, maintaining their lead for now. And it seems very clear that they know where Penguin's hiding. The nade comes in perfectly for us to keep him alive, but Breaking Shot not able to get away from Eco and Stellar. They're going to find that cleanup, and lead still maintaining for now as Acid finds another kill. And Eco's in trouble. There's nowhere for him to go. Jackson gets traded out, and this is what I feel like Vacancy oftentimes devolves into. It just becomes this very trade-heavy map. It doesn't really feel like there's another map that's quite like Vacancy in the rotation, and you don't see as many of these Slayers that are like as trade-heavy as you do on Vacancy.
Yeah, I mean, it's got, like I said, kind of like live fire vibes to me in some regards, but almost feels smaller and easier to collapse. Like, if you're in the open field, ahead of Zane here, and that would kind of be like towards B for me if I'm like looking at the map, and camo side is here across on the other side, but you can just get there so much faster than you could on like live fire. I think it's definitely one of the more mixy maps where you're just seeing constant engagements. But just like a lot of these streets or other ones, when you get a good like 2 dead and all 4 people full health, or a back smack or something, and you can stagger these spawns, that's when you can really start running at them and build these leads. So, you know, big swings are something that can be expected.
This might be the change that they needed. Eco just went huge for his team. He tucked himself in that back corner and let players pass it. It was Acid that was the first player to go, and once he got that unexpected kill, we saw the next 3 follow. That's been a big swing for them, but as soon as this game has gotten tight, every time Usu Benny's found their distance again. So a couple more kills that go their way, that shock rifle coming up, and yeah, we haven't really seen a shock rifle go Inconceivable's way. And maybe that's going to be their win condition to end this game. If they can get that shock rifle at the end, Sav and Stellar combine for 2. They break the doors open. It's 43 all. Breaking Shot's going to find some timing onto that push there. And Usu Benny seems to be backing these players away. Well, it looked like a really clean collapse for Inconceivable just turns disastrous as Usu Benny's finding kill after kill.
Yeah, you can see it's just kind of a back and forth hiding battle where you saw Eco make a great play for Inconceivable, but then they get answered back right away on their collapse when they try to push across the map. So they brought it back and, you know, only down by 1 kill, but just like too many, I think started playing a little bit too fast and, you know, just kind of gave up too many free kills.
Look, I think you made a good parallel in that game where you said Acid might be, you know, the Stellar for Usu Benny, and I think that really showed throughout that game. I mean, these guys, I'd say if you're looking for a parallel for Acid, I'd be looking at, like, you know, that year 2, year 3 Stellar. Like he kind of fits that same sort of archetype. I think we don't see as many of the crazy flashy snipes, but when he does get them, he's very comfortable with it. It doesn't seem like he's missing many of those shots, and he's always leading the slaying column, it feels, for this team. I mean, Acid's been so impressive. He finishes this game with 16 to his name, and 16 in the Slayer, that's above and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, he is just pumping out damage every time you watch him play for Usu Benny here. And I think the other factor to consider when you look at these players is the kind of like the confidence they play with. And Acid, he's a player who can be half shields and will be running around the corner looking for the piv. Kind of similar to like what you'll see from, you know, Stellar and a lot of these other super aggressive players. So, you know, definitely, and he's one that wins a lot of those engagements as well by taking them, kind of catching people off guard and things like that.
Yeah, we just see him go really into that toolkit of his jab steps, his sprint strafes, his jiggle peaks. I think that's where he really is, like, at the top of his game, is his ability to win those gunfights while he's down in the shot. Right now, he's been finding the jump onto these players. This map gonna be, I think, a really important one for this Inconceivable squad, because yeah, they're tied 1-1 in the game, but the slaying story has remained the same. It's been Usu Benny that's had the big advantage, and guess who beat Stellar to the side? It's Acid. He had no hesitation, and he finds Stellar right away. And we talked about the parallels. You're about to maybe see them here, and now Acid is in a dominant spot, running with his team, has sniper control, and they sent everyone out towards B. They're going to concede a lot of spacing towards this camouflage early on. They're going to trust Acid to hit the shots on the way back.
Yeah, you can see only 1 kill going over for Inconceivable off the start of this game. They will try to grab camo, but it is down on the ground as 2 more players drop. Make that 3. This is a tough spot. We're going to find the camo in the hands of Usu Benny.
Jackson hiding. The push is coming, but he knows. Getting big info, knows that sniper's been picked up. He hears 3 players running about. Jackson has not moved much, but he has been able to avoid detection this entire time, and that's going to get them to drop onto the sniper. Eco had no idea where he was. Jackson, slow and patient plays just got rewarded, and Acid gives up the sniper to Jackson since he has the camouflage to work with.
You could see they could almost smell him around there, but unfortunately could not get eyes on him. And a great play by Jackson distracts 2, maybe 3 players and secures themselves A with sniper as well. Another 2 kills coming out as he gets rewarded even further, putting him and Breaking Shot at 5 apiece.
Yeah, Jackson getting into all this action and has yet to find himself on the other end of the equation. No deaths so far this game. Just one sniper shot left. It looks like Inconceivable going to start to push their chips over towards B, but Piggy breaking shot, finding all the damage. That's 4 that go down, and Usu Benny's going to play for the trip. Here we go. 2 players sprinting into C. Penguin spawns over by screens, but they don't have access to A. They know Piggy's waiting in the back. Perfect nade. Acid's going to get the kill from it. Piggy goes down. A's going to be under contest, but here comes the push. Yaxit pushing onto the left side. Acid pushing through the big door. They get the break. The trip cap is still in. This could be back-breaking for Inconceivable. Now they're staggered, split. They have nowhere to go on this map. And Usu Benny, they're not going to stop. The push continues on. The nade was perfect. Piggy launching absolute missiles from training. This is a dominant trip cap that we're seeing in place.
I mean, I hate to say this, but you've only got 2 kills apiece here from Inconceivable. That puts you at 8. Yaxon's got 9 himself with 0 deaths. Piggy's got 8. You got 2 players that have as many kills as the full Inconceivable squad right now, and as you can see, it's reflected in the score as they find themselves down by over 160 points now. Camo in the hands of Yaxon. Stellar does smell him once again, should be able to clean that up, and finally does. Now the good thing about strongholds here, as well as most of these infinite maps, is it is never over till it's over, and while Stellar does all he can and picks up yet another kill on top of that Camo player, you will see Inconceivable look to flip C.
And the nice thing about Halo Infinite, right, is every single game type is designed in a way that you can always come back, right? Everything has a built-in comeback mechanic. The way to get it done, right, is get yourself that 2 cap, that trip cap, stop the other team from scoring, bring it back. Eco getting the snipe for the first time. This is Inconceivable's chance. Find some sort of breaking shot, goes down to 1 shot. He'll find the finish onto him. Acid's hiding at training. The call out comes in. That's the double. Eco. It's the triple. The drive-by headshot onto Yaxon might have just opened the door for the comeback for Inconceivable. The first step is in. Here's the 2 cap. How far can they stretch it?
Yeah, I mean, first step, get sniper rifle. Second step, do something disgusting with it, and that is what we just saw from Eco. That was pretty nice. I like that. I like that a lot.
I see Frosty champion. Frosty piped up in chat real fast. He said, who said anything about Eco? Big kills from him, but Inconceivable still having a slaying problem. The reality is Usu Benny, they've been far more comfortable finding their initial slays, and it's resulted in points after points. Every time we've seen Inconceivable, start scoring, it's been because of some fantastic play, like Eco getting the triple kill, Stellar finding a nice double. We haven't seen just a normal bandit fight go their way quite yet. And they need to find a solution here and now. I mean, they are quickly running out of time. I don't know how Penguin's nade ended up getting the stick there. That angle didn't look real, but hey, you'll take it.
I'm willing to go out and say that Zane has the best plasmas in Halo Infinite. Besides him always going for insta-splodes and having some pretty solid ones over the years, that alone right there, because not only did he have camo as well, he had repulsor, plasma, or not camo, but he had repulsor to work with that as well, and still loses the fight or trades the fight. That's insane.
I think it's a testament to what Penguin's really strong at, which I think he's one of those players that it feels like he always has a radar in his head that he can pinpoint exact locations, and his timing's impeccable, right? And I think that really helps him with his stickies, because it feels like he's never caught off guard. And with that, you see big kills go his way. But Usu Benny, I mean, the slays, I think, have just been too strong. This game, they're at 246 now. Talk about last chances. This is your last chance, Inconceivable. How can you find the finish here? The sniper went back over into Acid's hands. And you see that? I think that took 4 different bounces, but none of them finding Stellar's head as he was able to find that kill. But
Acid 17-6.
Wait, what? I didn't even notice. What?
Yeah, the one game we're not seeing him top frag for the roster is the game where he's just dumping out as many assists as the rest of this team put together.
We see the final score finally come in. 250 to 66 will be it. And Usu Benny, I mean, the story has been the same in the last 3 games. The slaying of Usu Benny has been too much for Inconceivable. And, you know, some might say that sounds inconceivable when you look at this roster because you have so many fantastic slayers on it. Obviously, Stellar is always going to be hyper aggressive up there with those slays. Like, he's going to get his. Sab known for his ability to just win in the one-on-one gunfights. Penguin being one of those hyper consistent players. I mean, Eco usually is just so fantastic at setting the stage for his team to have success, and that just hasn't seemed to be the case against Usu Benny so far. And now, you know, you stole away game 1, you go in, you're down 2-1 in the series. The slays have not gone your way. We're moving into recharge ball. Hey, you know, if you're behind these guys, you know, not that you've ever had any experience, you know, the triple real fast. That's so cool. Not that you've ever had any experience, you know, standing behind a few of these players. What would you be saying? What's going on in the circle right now to get these guys playing right?
Well, you know, you still away game 1, like you pointed out, which was fantastic. Start off bad and strong. Game 2, I think, was still like anybody's game at the 43 mark. They just kind of played it poorly. You know, we just did look at, you know, definitely the worst game that we've seen out of them yet. But I mean, these guys have so much experience. These guys have been in this scenario so many times. You know, you don't want to be the guy who's just talking just to talk. You know, anything you say, you definitely want to make sure it's like useful or valuable information. I don't know if I'd even be saying anything besides go next at this point. I think they all recognize that as well. They were just not on the same page, and a couple of those camos came back really poorly. It's not really necessarily looking at anything to do with that game. You know, if anything, you're like, okay, just do everything opposite the next game because that was terrible. So now recharge oddball. You know, obviously it's a completely different format. It's a completely different style of play. So I think that's one situation where people can kind of lose sight of where the focus needs to be. You know, you don't play oddball the same way you play stronghold. So, you know, it's literally just go next.
Well, my eyes on this game going to be on 2 players. Over for Usu Benny, it's Piggy. I'm not Piggy, sorry. I meant Acid, because I feel like the last few times I've seen Acid on recharge, feels like this map is becoming more of his playground. The other side, I mean, Stellar, right? I feel like on oddball in particular, Stellar's like so good at just always being in gunfights, like max damage equation. I feel like who wins the, you know, that slaying equation between these 2 players might just determine this game.
Yeah, we can see Stellar does come out and get an early first kill.
Double kill.
Just eagle eyes is great. Eating a lot of carrots, things like that. Stellar, camel eyes.
Lots of carrots. You think he's like, yo, they buff camo, guys. We need 2 cups of carrots a day. Get the juicer out.
I mean, well, we're pretty blessed that we had like some of the best camo eyes players of all time on our roster. I think a lot of people would complain about how many times we would just put camo down in a few of those tournaments, but
it also helps that they don't need aim assist to hit their shots too. It's like
that does help out a lot. That does help out a lot.
This fighting play by Stellar was able to get behind Acid with that, gets the kill. Breaking shot. Oh, whoa! Breaking shot taking that fight from across the map, and Stellar just no hesitation, just sprinted out the doorway while weak, and with that went down. And I mean, it looks like Inconceivable at the end do win out these slays, but they've lost way more than I think they anticipated into that gunfight. Sav gets info on the spawners, and he'll back up, wait for Inconceivable spawns, and take the next step.
Yeah, I'd almost say it's playing a little bit too kind of heat checky. That's one of those scenarios where, you know, I think Inconceivable needs to recognize the main goal of the game, and that's getting some oddball time too. So there's lots of these chances where you don't need to get 4 down to get the ball or to get some time. This is a map where you can definitely slow it down a lot more than you're generally seeing, I guess, in strongholds. So I'd like to see Inconceivable kind of focus on that.
I think the last, because I'm a big believer in, the Eco-Stellar combo, right? I think they're very good. I'd say the last year, I think the one thing I've seen is they get a little too, the team gets a little too into that heat check situation where they'll just go for it. And I feel like what used to be working, like isn't working quite as much again. I'd like to see them sometimes, like slow it down in some of these spots. Because I feel like
game 2 as well. It's what they did in game 2 to lose. Like they were within 1 kill and then just ran at the last 2 guys alive. Got shot in the back.
Yeah, and it's like I think it might be a combination of just like the other teams kind of catching up. Like now you have players like Acid that are just getting theirs every single time, right? It's like you can't like necessarily heat check the same players anymore, and success isn't guaranteed like it was before. Yaxon able to find 2, and Yaxon's, man, he's gotten all these camouflages, it feels like, and he is reaping the benefits of it. That's 3 in a row now, and with that they just find easy cleanups, and Usu Benny's getting a massive chunk of time here as finally Yaxon's camouflage dissipates, but not before. I mean, they pass over 50 points on this hole.
Yeah, and you can see it's just, there's no heat check moment. It's just nonstop. Let's double team, let's triple team, let's play back and make sure we don't die scenario, and that's why they get rewarded with so much bolt time. Yeah, I do want to say, Eli, that is a myth as well. Definitely, it's a World War II myth if you look into the carrot and vision thing. But it still sounds good nonetheless.
I have to ask you, like, I mean, this game, like, what's going on in World War II? That they're like, hey, we need people to eat more carrots. Like, we're just finding it. Biggie finds his double kill, sniffing them out like the pig in the forest, looking for the truffles.
Oh, disgusting! Nice shots from Yaxon.
You can see but they got maybe 2 more good pushes left in them with how this is going. I mean, Usu Benny, it seems like they have been so consistent putting them 3-4 down. They've really minimized the opportunities of Inconceivable to find comebacks. Their time comes in huge spurts.
Yeah, you can see just Usu Benny being on the same page of how they want to get that time and putting so much value into getting 10 or 15 seconds of ball time. With that being said, you are right. We are looking down to the last kind of final push or setup. If we see Usu Benny able to get control back once again here, we are seeing some, or it should be a good situation for Inconceivable to start catching up and shrinking this lead down here that Usu Benny's been able to gather. Sab has long haul essentially locked down. Gold pipes being held pretty well. Camo coming up in 15 seconds. If we see Inconceivable get this camo and maintain ball control and gold, that is going to be what they need to really kind of close this gap.
Hey, Sab's done a fantastic job of just being isolated over at the long haul and keeping everything at bay. He is still alive back here, still getting kills. Finally, they have to move up for the camo. It has gone into Usu Benny's hands, but camo immediately burned. It's just Stellar that's alive, but breaking shot and Piggy nowhere near that ball quite yet. So we should see Inconceivable Ospawn find an angle to try to get this. Stellar not going to be able to get away. The punch from Piggy going to be good enough.
Great job by Stellar to get that kill too, though. He does so well at just making people miss their melee. It's not even the first time we saw him do that. He did it in game 2 as well to help clean up some of these kills.
I mean, you've seen this has felt very, very tense the last few rotations. No one's been able to get near to that ball. Sav, I think, has done a fantastic job of just playing his own life, getting his kills, keeping players away, but that might just broke the camel's back. Here it is. Acid hits a deadly jab step. I mean, a 6 sprint strafe in the back of pipes to win a huge gunfight. Now, no presence from Inconceivable on the high side of the map. They're all down low, and Shock Rifle will go to Acid instead.
Yeah, those are gross shots, gross strafe by Acid. Gives himself the Shock Rifle as a reward there. But just as we say that, Penguin says no, hits some perfect shots himself, ducks under the Shock Rifle shot, and will pick up Shock here to see what he can do with it in goal.
And it feels like Acid's hitting like a 6 sprint strafe every single series. He's gonna have his at some point. But Inconceivable during this time has kept Usu Benny off that ball. Now look, the neutral clock to start playing a factor by Acid. He hits the perfect shot, and with that, Usu Benny gets the ball. So just 15 seconds. What can Inconceivable do off spawn? Acid gets the word. Stellar spawns over at A. There's only one player near the ball, but I don't know if they have enough time. Even if they can play it right away, and Acid, he'll be in perfect position for the play. It's only Acid that's alive, but he's winning his gunfights. He has the grapple to stay alive. Even with all those slays, Inconceivable are still in a tough spot. Here comes Acid, one-on-one on the Penguin. The flank comes in, but not before he gets his. 95 points.
15 seconds left. Stellar, he knows what he has to do. They have to keep this game alive, but even with that being said, there's no time on the clock to work with here. Doesn't even matter, as they're going to reach 100 regardless. And that was just a really well played round by Usu Benny. And the way Acid is, it really does look like you're watching Stellar sometimes, the way he's playing these engagements.
Yeah, I love that. Like, he's just, I don't like he's taken that. He's gotten a big opportunity, right, to team with Yaxon and Piggy, and he hasn't let it slip whatsoever. I mean, like, we even saw, because originally this team was Drift instead of Breaking Shot, right? It was 2 LATMs playing on this roster, and teaming up with Piggy and Yaxon, and they decided, hey, like, that's not going to be what's going to work. We need Breaking Shot, but they kept Acid, and it was for a good reason. I mean, he has never looked like he's costed in a series. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't think he's been so deadly consistent through every game. And I mean, he's quickly becoming one of the best players in the HCS right now. The Halo scene is not going to look remotely the same after this year with some of these players that are coming in and just changing the fabric of how we're thinking about top players.
I mean, we don't have a stat, or I don't even know how you would calculate the stat for it, but something in regards to, like, Pivs 1, and Acid would definitely be at the top of that list.
It's like an X-Factor type player in Penguin. I mean, he's had some big moments in this game. They've usually come from the multi-kills. Penguin find the right time, right place. He's able to find the triple, and I like this rotation. Get this back over to the back of C. This is usually where you can pick up a nice chunk of time. You have that play ball ability, and this is the setup Inconceivable wants.
Now, a couple other things to point out, though, is I think Inconceivable is a team that kind of gets better as the series goes on. The fact that they were able to win game 1, and guarantee a recharge ball game here, game number 4, kind of bodes really well to them, kind of taking the entire series. I think it's a team, like we said, with how much experience and how many times they've done this. We've run into this cases or situations where you get caught off guard and a couple games fall short, and then you see a Strongholds or a Slayer not go your way, and a Strongholds just can't get anything going, at all off the rip. And you just end up losing those games. So if you're not able to take game 1 and you have a game 2 and 3 like that, that's where you find yourself in the hot 3-0. But the fact that we have a long game here where Inconceivable, with their backs against the wall, can really try to get back into this is good for them.
Acid just got an overkill.
Oh my god, he's at 25.
I was like, the entire time just watching him take his routes, and I'm just like, he just gets so good. He gets really good timing. He is unbelievable, man. And that's where, I agree. Like, Inconceivable is a team that, like, there's the reason that they're going to be scary is, like, these players can push you to a game 5 every single time. Like, it's just they are so hard to put away. But I think the important part of the equation, if Inconceivable is going to get the job done, is shutting Acid down. They have not been able to find a solution for him. And every time it seems like things are starting to go their way, he comes in like a wrecking ball and just completely demolishes a path.
Yeah, to have the kind of series he's having already against this team and busting out overkills like that is, just kind of proves that this guy has arrived.
Enemy has the ball.
So right now, Acid's onto the front line. He's going to take the first engagement against Eco. Yo, whoa. Eco strafed there is nasty. I don't know if he pulled out the sprint in that, but he hits a sick little crouch into that mid-fight. Yo, Eco, nice job on the sticks, and that might be the first step, right? You got to shut down Acid, the huge one-on-one that goes Eco's way. And because of that, we see the scoring continue on. Penguin able to get back towards safety. But Acid comes back immediately, finds his. He said, hey, we're calling this one even. Gets his revenge immediately.
Yeah, but he does get cleaned up. Sap does a great job of staying alive, but that allows Acid to escape with the ball. We're going to see another lead change as we pass the 50-point game mark here. A couple nice kills coming in from Jackson as well to clean up another 2. Not able to get the triple. Probably against any other player besides Stellar, he's going to pick that up. But this whole time, as they're trying to follow the ball, they're just spawning in front of him, getting that time.
I think Acid realized, like, right when he got there, he's like, I don't think these spawns are working out the way I was hoping they would, and at least gets it back to the open. I mean, look, for taking it right to your opponent's spawn, being able to get that back into the open is at least a little bit of a reprieve, but Inconceivable does not waste any time taking advantage of the situation. And that can happen so often. I feel like it happens even more in Halo Infinite. It's just like when you get like a 6-7 player down, it's so hard to predict what the next spawn is gonna be sometimes, because this game, when you have multiple open spawns, there's sometimes the reasoning as to which primary spawn it's gonna give your team doesn't necessarily come in line with what we've seen in previous Halos.
And Stellar takes out Camo player once again. No sniper on the left. He was looking for a no-scope if he could pull it off. I think you're right about talking about the spawns, though. I think in one regard, when you do have 4 players down and you're concentrating aggression on those new spawners, that's when it gets really mixy in the game. You know, you had a spot where everyone would spawn, but when you start picking up fights and shooting and kind of pushing on those spawns, then it's just going to force spawn people out.
We see a couple big slays go Usu Benny's way. They have a numbers advantage going into this fight, but that ball in a tough position. It seems like Rain Shot knows Penguin's spot here, and those nades all gonna confirm it. Penguin, I mean, Penguin has somehow survived the onslaught. Now the help is here. It's a 3-on-3 fight. Everyone's coming into their own. Oh my, the engagement's in. It's gonna be Inconceivable that lose the fight though. How did Usu Benny manage that? They sent 3 players through the doorway to basically a triangle trap of Inconceivable players, and they came out on top.
I was about to talk about how underrated the spot was that Penguin was hiding in and how it can catch people off guard. He does get a melee kind of almost back smack on the first player to push through, but that is the only player that goes down in that entire engagement. I don't know how they broke that so well. You hope to see at least one more, trade.
I think Usu Benny just did a fantastic job of every player that went through that doorway shot the same player. It's like they basically just popped every single player they needed to out their way. But look, it is 9 seconds until they win this round. Inconceivable are just there at the finish line, and I don't think Usu Benny can wrap back in time. So Inconceivable, I mean, once again, when the going gets tough, right? We saw this in game 1. They're able to squeeze out these close games, and every time it's been close between these two, Inconceivable's been the one that's reached the finish line. The problem for Inconceivable is when Usu Benny gets a big lead, when they're just cruising, they've been able to bruise their way into a victory. Now you have one last round. Can Inconceivable, I think, change that narrative? I think it's important for them not only to win this round, but okay, well, Acid just did that. I think they need to win this round, but they need to do it in a way where it's not like stealing it away or having this really tight game. I want to see some sort of domination from Inconceivable at some point in this series.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, with their backs against the wall, they're going to take whatever they can get here. But going into Game 5, yeah, absolutely. A dominant Game 5 performance, one where they're not kind of playing into Usu Benny's hands is what they're going to need. Camo going in the hands of Usu Benny and another poor start for Inconceivable is not the situation they're going to want to find themselves in. Kill comes on to Sab. No one able to pick up a trade. That's going to be ball once again in the hands of Usu Benny.
Yeah, I like that from Piggy, wasting no time to get that ball in his hands. Trying to keep himself in the envelope, right? Get players to his left, to his right. See what rotations he can make. In fact, maybe try to hit the C rotation fast. He's gonna go for it. Gets through the cross, and I like the backup. He really, this is usually a safe spot. What nades did these boys, did you guys put these guys in like a nade boot camp or something? How did they just throw like pinpoint nades there, man? That was sick.
I can't discuss my
you can't discuss the spots because that was sick. I don't know how they managed to throw like actual god nades in half a second there, because I thought that was really clever from Piggy to play that corner, because it's really hard to nade up there.
I mean, it was looking like a good rotate, but yeah, like you said, great grenades come in. They're able to clean up that kill, and now what was a good situation for Usu Benny is now allowing Inconceivable to hold the ball back, see, and quickly close in on this lead.
See Acid Rain Shot trying to work their way through the long haul. Acid's going to win the first gunfight, keeping his teammate alive. And here comes the cavalry. Everyone's here. Camo's up for grabs, and Inconceivable are losing their numbers. So they get 31 seconds on the ball hold, but they're going to lose the setup while, these important aspects of the map are going to be coming up soon. Camouflage in the next 10 seconds. It looks like Usu Benny has a better position for it, but they aren't necessarily guaranteed at this point. These gunfights going to be important. Jackson's gotten, I think, almost every camo in this game. It looks like he's going to find himself another. Jackson goes incognito.
And they're trying to find the cleanup kill on this. It looks like they will allow Camo Guy to get away in decision to grab the ball and milk some extra time. You can see they do have the lead, even with how poorly the beginning of this game's gone. Huge play from Eco earlier, pushing into gold and getting the trade, picking up the grapple player. He does get cleaned up while the push comes into A, but that's 3 dead, and they're going to know Camo Guy is last player alive into gold. I like this decision to go for shock rifle, try to wait for some help, but that is going to allow Inconceivable to keep adding time to the clock.
Heads up, Jackson understanding that there's a player that's going to come out and see there. That's really heads up. The headshot doesn't connect, but it's going to keep Eco out of that fight for now, and Jackson continues forward, but Jackson not quite able to find a couple of these big finishing kills, and with that, it's going to make it way more complicated than it needed to be for Usu Benny. Inconceivable, once again, like in these close engagements, they seem to be coming out on top in the situation. Finally, though, Breaking Shot finds the double kill. That should give them the spacing they need to get some time. And going down to someone, please clean up Penguin here. Do not let him just get away with this. That's insane. How does how does Penguin manage this? Not only does he stay alive, he's getting more kills. He gets the double kill.
The rewards of playing your life and staying alive, you just get. It just expands tenfold with the leads and the rewards you get from those games. Even before that, he had ball in A, played the ball, ran back towards lockers, and they killed the camo player in Needles as well, right? So his ability to, be heads up on what needs to be done objectively, can extend his life, draw so much attention from the enemy team towards him, it opens up the map for the whole team.
But during that time, when they try to hit their rotation, Usu Benny, really great execution. Not allowing the full rotation to come in. They got the kills, and even now, Piggy could milk out some good time. Right now, if I'm Piggy, I'm thinking about that play spot. I think he's going to go for it. He does get down, and Penguin going to be there early, going to stop him from getting too much time. But Usu Benny, talk about some resiliency here, because there have been some spots where it seems like Inconceivable's about to run away with some big individual plays, and then they come off a spawn and immediately answer what needs to be answered. But Inconceivable, it still seems like they have the advantage in this game. They got the ball rotation early. They should take a small lead here. Camouflage gets burned out. Eco doing a great job getting down there and shoring that trades, and now it's Inconceivable once again in the lead, and Acid goes down. That's 4 down for Usu Benny.
Oh, that was just great plays. They forced the play ball from Piggy, and in the process as well, with Camo coming up in 10 seconds, they get the ball into gold, grab a few extra kills, get the trade onto Camo player when he picks it up for the burn, and now they find themselves closing in, looking to set us to a game 5.
That nade was huge. We'll see if Usu Benny can get the break off of that, but they threw Penguin off the cross with that nade, but Sab with a stellar rotation during that time. He gets them to 96 points before this break comes in. They will get the break though, and yeah, I like that. Jackson keeps going forward. Someone needs to go get his C plat. Wait, where did he just throw that nade? He finds Stellar across the map, and that's gonna make this much easier for them. Oh, they get 2 down. Now they're staggering Inconceivable, and they still have a lot of time, but that time is gonna go away a lot faster than they anticipated. They keep staggering this way. Jackson sees 2. He throws the nades. Good onto the first. A huge one-on-one. Piggy has the help to come. Penguin does his best to get the jab step in, but Sab in the back ranks. He gets it before the ball plays. Inconceivable push game 5.
Oh my gosh, that sequence was wild as we see Inconceivable take it and force us to a game 5, like you said. There were several opportunities to play the ball. They could have kind of done a lot of different opportunities. They were closing in on winning the game when Stellar went down and they had themselves in a 3v4. Somehow Zane, I think, stays alive around stacks, and they get the opportunity to double push through blue pipes. There's insta-explode nades that come in, but those two players did a phenomenal job working together to come out ahead in that fight. Sab then grabs the ball for the final few seconds. Even he, oh man, this was a wild one.
Was like great, you know. It's like it does a good amount of damage. Penguin tries his best to stay alive, but I'm surprised Penguin got this player down to one shot, and then because of that, Sab's able to come in. It's just a 2-tap. I don't think they had time. I don't think their timing was right on set, like in their head about what Sab was going to be able to do. Can we back this up a little bit if we have a little time? Yeah, I want to take a look at the timing on the player. I think the big kill might have actually been Eco getting a trade on the breaking shot. The way he took the challenge at the doorway was basically like guaranteed a trade out where they needed it, because I think if breaking shot just wins that kill, like that's game. But like he was able to keep the numbers even. It's this fight. You see like breaking shot's hiding this the corner. They get the info, and then Eco comes around pre-firing this corner. And right here, breaking shot goes in for a trade. I think that makes it still possible for Inconceivable. I mean, if Eco doesn't trade out there, we're looking at a whole different equation. Dude, where is Sab? Sab's spawns long haul. Yeah, that's why they get caught off guard, because they think that's a clean wipe, like Sab's first spawner. And I don't think they expected Sab to be that fast. I mean, that's an insane how quick Sab's into that fight for being last spawner. I mean, for being first spawner.
Yeah, but you know, even at the end of this game, though, it's time. It goes over to Usu Benny. Damage goes over to Usu Benny. Slays goes over to Usu Benny, but it's Inconceivable that takes the win. So objective efficiency at its finest.
Man, I'll say, I mean, it almost seems at this point inconceivable that this keeps happening. Like, it's just it feels like Usu Benny has won the series 4-0. Like when you look at the stats, the story of what the Slays have told, but they push themselves to a game 5. And look, this is why, you know, some of these teams that have this, you know, world champs on their roster that have this experience, they're gonna be so hard to take down, because look, they're just looking for an opportunity to get into a game 5. You put them there, suddenly nothing else in the series matters. It's just about how you play in the final game. And Origin is going to be a very dangerous map to play this team on, especially like if Stellar gets that sniper early, right? There's so many win conditions on the map for a team like Inconceivable, where this thing is going to be very, very tense from the start. It's like one misplay can completely change the game.
Yeah, and I can't even remember the last time I watched an Origin that wasn't Rebellion just dominating somebody on it too. So I'm excited to see how these two teams will match up against it. Might be a little bit more of a mixy scenario, one where we'll see players kind of really be able to go off with these sniper rifles. Like, I want to see what Acid and Stellar have in store for each other, as you know, this is a big match.
This is gonna be absurd. I feel like we got a banger of a series to start, though. You know, it's like we have seen some really fun games. I mean, even even though the Slays have been so one way, it's like you're seeing how a team can scrap away wins. So the way Inconceivable played game 1, the way they played game 4, it was really special. And then we saw some dominant displays like game 3 with the strongholds that was 250 to 66. We saw what Usu Benny can do when they hit their flow and when things are going right. It comes back to that Slayer. The first time we saw Slayer, it was Usu Benny that kind of maintained that 1 to 4 kill lead for the most of the time. We saw Inconceivable get on some big streaks, but they weren't ever quite able to take that lead. We'll see if they can find any sort of adaptation this time around. While we wait for that game 5, let's tune in with One versus Noobs. This series just started, and we have an international affair. Noobs going to be that team from Mexico. Strikey, Rorsch, Leor, and Noble. On the other side, it's going to be this newest roster of one, SLG, Woodham, and Glory of Europe. Going to be teaming up with Collect, coming back to the Halo space after taking a short stint in COD Challengers, joining this roster from North America.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how many countries we have represented on or between these two rosters. It's like got to be like half a dozen.
Trying to think, is Leor Colombian? We got to get some of our. Is there any Colombians in the lobby? Someone in chat. There's always a few Colombians watching that will let us know. But Woodham's from Finland, right? Glory's from Ireland. SLG's from France. so we got a different country, each player from a different country in Europe, and we just need to know how many are from Mexico and how many are from some of the other countries in the Latin.
Because Colex is in this as well, so we got America represented, and yeah, I mean the internet. What a crazy thing!
It's crazy, like thinking like a year ago that this hobby could be a thing. It's like it's cool that we're seeing like more of an international affair. Like even like Acid joining, Yaks and breaking Shopify. That's not necessarily without a predecessor with like what tapping buttons was able to do early in Halo 5 and some of the rosters he's been on, like native gaming. But it's just I like the international mixing more. I think it's cool.
Oh, absolutely.
Zark saying they're all Mexicans. So that's cool. Hey, look, all Mexico versus 1 American and 3 Europeans. Let's get it going.
That's still a lot of countries represented. Absolutely. Here we about to kick off game number 5, first series of the day, first game 5 of the day. Tools, you got predictions?
Hey, look, my prediction is that I think the Slayers. We've seen the consistent slaying story throughout the entire series. The Slayers have gone Usu Benny's way. They have won the Slays. I have no reason
the
to
Slays
think that's
in every
change.
game has gone Usu Benny's way. You're right.
Guys, I just don't think that story is going to change. But if it is, it's that weapon that's on your screen right now. It's that sniper. If that goes over into the hands of Inconceivable and they're able to rack that into more and more kills, I think that's their path forward to a win here.
Ooh, but great start for Sab. He grabs himself 3, and that's without using either one of these rockets, and they should know exactly where Usu Benny's spawning. Does grab himself another kill without using the rocket to make it 4, and this is the start that Inconceivable's wanting to see.
This might be the first time that we've seen Inconceivable have, a fantastic start to the game. I mean, there has been no question their dominance, and Sab hasn't needed to waste a rocket until now, which is a huge swing for them. I mean, just having rockets available after you go on a 10-2 run is great for the team. Penguin still with 5 bullets left in the sniper. This is a brilliant start. As we see game 1 goes into 1's favor. SLG and the crew gonna take a lead in that series. Penguin not trying to push up too quick here, and when you have a big lead like this, the big thing for Inconceivable is just making sure they don't give away free deaths. Like, just if you don't get average for the rest of the game, you should win.
Oh, absolutely. You got 3 shots left in Sniper as well. Getting a pick here with this will just open up the map for yet another collapse. They should sort of know where these players are. Acid gets cleaned up by Penguin, and this is what they need if they're going to take game number 5. Shut Acid down, have people like Penguin or have everyone on this roster winning their individual pivs against them, and having a 10-kill lead is, exactly where they want to find themselves.
Oh, Eco comes in, finds a huge double from the trenches. That's going to open up the map for his team. Piggy going to find his kill, Piggy going to find his kill with the help of Yaxon. And with that, you see, very much Usu Benny has not had firm control of much in this game. It's been Inconceivable. It's dictated the pace. Sab can apply that pressure, but he goes down, and trade for trade has been the story for these last few rotations, but that all works into Inconceivable's hands. With the massive lead that they've been able to buy early in this game, they can play this hyper-aggressive trade-for-trade Halo.
Oh, nice grenades coming in from Usu Benny, though. That's going to be what they need if they're going to break these setups, get back into the game. Breaking Shot picks himself up a remote detonation from Rocket side and a stick. That's his new rocket spawn as well. So Usu Benny is showing signs of life to get back into this game. But like you pointed out, trades are not going to be enough in this situation here. With an 11-kill lead as we reach the 50-way point here for Inconceivable, Usu Benny needs to find these power weapons in their hands.
Eco trying to take a quick route to those rockets. Yaxon, right place, right time. Got a massive kill there. Eco was not able to get any damage down, and now a triple from Piggy. And look, you had a big lead in the game. This is how it dissipates, though. They are. Oh, whoa. Oh no, he just died from acid. Okay, I was like, how did that not get the kill? But things have radically changed. It's just a 6-kill lead. Sniper Rockets now in the hands of Usu Benny. This is their path forward.
Yeah, but this is good news, though. They wasted 1 rocket. A couple snipe shots go away. right here, and as we see, Sab breaks. Is that Sab getting into 10 kills now? I think it is as well. Nice plays by Jackson, but ultimately he's not able to connect with enough of these shots. I mean, nice movement, but not able to connect with enough of these shots to kind of really make a difference here. 6 kill lead, so they've been able to cut down on this one, but still, with that 5 kill lead, it's still a good enough position to be, you know, confident throwing some lives here, trying to take control of Snipe Tower. Only 2 bullets left to work with.
Usu Benny's looking for to get into this game by the 40 kill mark, right? They just need to be a couple kills reach by then, but Sniper not going to have as much of an impact as they probably like. 2 kills going Usu Benny's way. Stellar's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. He tries his best to get extra damage, but there was nowhere for him to go. Now it's just 3. Look, it was a 12 kill lead at one point, down to just 3, and you can start to see them starting to, oh, whoa. Penguin might have just got a great flank, but Jackson got the kill in time. Oh, Jackson almost putting the afterburners on the Penguin. He does get him weak enough for the trade-outs to happen, and now it's just a 2-kill game.
Yeah, make that a 1-kill game as we reach the 34 kill mark. I would say a lot of that came off the shoulders of Breaking Shot as well. If you go all the way back to the plays top rockets, where he's able to grab himself a couple kills and a stick, and then coming off respawn is the one that grabs the rockets again. So just having a couple trades like that is such a big swing when it comes to the kill count.
Finally see it even, and for the first time we can see a lead change. We will see the lead change. Usu Benny, for the first time in this game, have the lead, and now the Rockets will find their mark, able to get one with those. Stellar caught into the open map. He's gonna go down as Breaking Shot finds another from those rocket sides position. He has been a force to be reckoned with at those top rockets.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is they do trade out the rockets without losing too much, but now as they find themselves in the deficit, they need to make sure they're working together more. I think we're seeing some of them just push out a little bit too aggressively, too early in the middle of the map, and giving away kills that they don't necessarily need to. We are tied as we're reaching the final stretch of this game. You've got new sniper rifle getting ready to spawn, but lots of members from Inconceivable hiding here, trying to keep their lives.
Back to the lead. Sniper's coming up in 5 seconds. Eco and Sab have early snipe presence, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's guaranteed to go their way. Stellar gets in. Stellar got the snipe. This is what they've been wanting all game long. Stellar snipe, game in hand. And so often he's come out big in these moments. Can he do it once again?
Oh my.
3rd time's a charm. You know, he hits the hard shot. This is the easy ones. You know, sometimes it'd be that way.
I mean, even to go for that 3rd shot is a wild challenge, considering you missed 2 and you're now no shields going for it. And on top of that, I think his Breaking Shot, who he just sniped, hits him again in the body, but isn't able to connect on the next shots, though. That's going to give Usu Benny the sniper rifle, and they put it to use on Sab to take the lead by 2 as we reach the final moment of the game, and this is a heartbreaking one.
They just need 1, and Jackson's going to get it. Wow. I mean, what an insane ending sequence. And I agree with you. I think they got way too aggressive in some of these spots here. So, you know, this is great. You know, the 3rd shot hits, but I'm a little bit of a head scratcher on the following play, because Stellar opts to go right through the middle of the map with the sniper and gets committed into this gunfight. So it decides to commit in, and Piggy spawns behind, and because he's in that open, now he's nowhere to go. I think maybe a bit too aggressive onto that play with the snipe, and I mean, I don't, maybe I'm too hindsight on this, Element, because Piggy getting just really good spawn timing and position on his spawn to get those shots into Stellar's back right away, I think might have been the difference maker. And I don't know if that's like a predictable outcome in that play. I mean, what did you see at the end? What would you have changed?
Well, you know, I think one of the tricky parts is I believe Stellar thought Sab was Fountain and was going to like kind of jump up flag, which it kind of looks like he was about to do. And I think that makes the fight on flag look a lot different, but it almost looked like he went for a rotate under the base as Stellar went into the flag, and not connecting on those snipe shots cost them big time. You know, I think they were trying to call, you know, game, set, match a little bit too early, and Usu Benny, this team that were notoriously known for just making sure they live when their teammates start dying, so they can try to get those numbers back in. And like you said, with Piggy spawning behind them, the fact that they were able to live and just hide in corners long enough for Piggy to spawn again changes the ending sequence.
Well, we go into game 2. That was an insane series for us to start our casting day off. I mean, that was incredibly fun. Unfortunately for Inconceivable, they'll go down. Usu Benny, I mean, really showing their strengths throughout that series. They outslayed in every single game, and they get themselves that game 5 after, for the first time in that series, going down by a considerable margin, having to claw their way back. And I mean, game 5s seem to be in their wheelhouse. I mean, they've come out clutch. DreamHack Birmingham, they had so many important game 5s that went their way. Remember the Luminon 49 that they were able to pull their direction. So it seems like that Usu Benny squad, game 5s seem to be their strong suit.
Well, even in game 2, it was 44-43, and then they just closed it out without dying again. So yeah, I mean, it's not just the game 5s. It's just every game, right? They're a team that is recognizing the situation. Nobody's trying to be that guy to die, and it results in just great overall teamwork and consistently closing out these close games.
See a 50-49 finish, right? Yeah,
we're
gonna see
wow.
50. It was 50-49, but it wasn't a true 50-49. They just traded the last kill. Punches for the 49. I really fantastic collapse in at the end there from Noobs. The two players at Glass just kept them at bay, and they had a flanking players coming through the pipes. And it was 50-49, but that might be the most comfortable 50-49 Noobs has ever played. They played that one extremely well at the end. We go into game 2, guys. We're gonna go on a quick break because we've been talking for a little bit, and I gotta go use the restroom. So let's take a quick break. But before we go, make sure that you check out our sponsor, ! GameSir. You get 5% off your GameSir controller here today. We got the 8K controllers are on pre-order. So if you're looking to get that 8K advantage, get yourself a pre-order of the 8K. We'll be right back with more action in your DreamHack Atlanta Open number 1.
King of the Hill. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 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 Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Snipe. Enemy about to score. Enemy team score. Hill incoming.
Killing spree.
Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Hello and welcome back. We have our next match up and ready. Shopify Rebellion going to be going up against Luminon. As you see, that game has finally started. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Elamite, and so far we've had a fantastic tournament. Elamite, what do you think of this match that we have coming up next?
I mean, you're right about the fantastic tournament. We have a game 5 already that was one that it's probably best not to talk about at this point. Going into this map, though, this is, if you watch the scrims between these two teams on Tuesday, you saw Rebellion do Rebellion things and really kind of dominate the series. However, you also saw Luminon Gaming show many signs of life, have a handful of games that could have absolutely gone their way. They had finished out the final minutes in a strong way. So this is going to be a good opportunity. We'll see what they were able to do between Tuesday and now, what they were able to discuss to have a game plan to come out in the series and take down Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I'm sure these first couple weeks are really about getting Snakebite up to speed for Luminon Gaming. Obviously, having a big team change, Descendant on the out, Snakebite on the in, and we're talking about two players that bring very different skill sets to the table, right? I mean, Descendant was one of the highest damage dealing players in the entirety of Halo, right? So it's going to be hard to find that damage on the map once again, but you're replacing him with one of the smartest, iciest leaders in the game in Snakebite. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this Luminon roster kind of clicks with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Here you can see they're coming out strong, getting a little bit of early time here on the clock. Sniper does go in the hands of Frosty, but Tolik has something to say about that as he cleans up the kill. Sniper changes hands.
I like their aggression towards this cargo side. Going to try to get Shopify out of that hill early. They'll do just that. Last shot goes down as well. And now Royal 2 and Frosty find themselves isolated on the map and with nowhere really to go. Royal 2 gonna have to take a long route towards red, but his position's known and Tolik's working on the cutoff. He's gonna get aggressive with the sniper, needs to take Royal 2 out and does just that. I mean, Tolik, huge execution with the sniper so far, and he gets a double. What a nice angle as well. You don't get to see that spot too often, but it works perfectly.
Tolik is locked in today. That's what we're seeing to start this game. He's showing no fear of any of these players. Has a great early start with the shots to take down Frosty, and now he's put this sniper to use non-stop challenging. Picks up a second kill onto Royal 2 once again, and Luminon Gaming looking a lot cleaner than like we said saw them on Tuesday.
Talk one of those I'd say under-talked about players when it comes to his ability as a slayer for a team. He's been so consistent stats-wise these last few years. Those two players at Shopify Rebellion just, we're not going to give them an angle there. Eventually, Luminon got too annoyed about it, just pushed in anyway, and they immediately got taken down, and Shopify Rebellion got an immediate break.
Yeah, nice little lead, though, the Luminon Gaming was able to gather here to start this hill with an early pickoff coming in as well. It's going to open up the map a little bit here for Luminon to push. Tolik grabbing himself the QT and another kill, and I'm liking what we're seeing here for the break on this hill.
Tolik working on his one-on-one. The nade will do enough damage with the help of the teammate to get the kill. See though, Shopify Rebellion seems to have a firm stance here, not giving up too much space, and with that they win the spawn still. The big at least kill to get that player out of hill, slowing Shopify Rebellion down for a second, but The reality is the spawns are Shopify Rebellions. The map position's a little bit better right now. Luminon Gaming needs some sort of catalyst to break in, and Frosty, smart timing, able to find Talik and gets the damage in for another. So it's been a struggle for Luminon on this hill to just have the numbers necessary to break.
Yeah, we saw Snakebite do a great job grabbing himself a double kill and extending any kind of time that Shopify was able to get, but then ultimately 4 go down for Luminon, and Rebellion is able to gather a lot of hill time here. And with Talik dropping once again, if Shopify's just able to live, grab themselves another kill, they should be putting their first hill cap on the board. Wow,
Yeah,
Snakebite with shots.
Yeah, that's a big kill. We'll see if it's gonna be enough though. It's still just chaos in the middle of the map. It's up to Talik, and with that spawn of Royal 2 in the bag, they might just decide that it's time to punt. And that's might be like it. Snakebite's still playing pretty aggressively into this back red spawn. They're not giving up on this hill yet. Luminon contesting still, and they're winning these gunfights, at least for now. They might have gotten their break. They do get their break, so not giving up on this hill, and they're finding themselves a second chance.
Yeah, they clean up this kill, and that's going to be a fresh 3 dead here. Last player alive for Rebellion should be spawning into blue. As we see, there's a lot of aggression coming out for Luminon. They're trying to keep the pressure up here on these spawners, not letting them out of the base. But as we say, that 2 go down once again, not able to get a lot of hill time here for Luminon. I like Trippy's decision to wisely back up. He needs to buy time. Hits the no scope, and Trippy now putting his 4th kill on the board here with Snipe. Has 3 more to work with.
Yeah, I like the way he conceded space, just making sure that he was safe the entire time, and more importantly, winning out those spawns. We see a last desperate push from one, trying to get this hill in the bottom right of your screen, but Noob's going to be able to find those kills, and with that, take a 2-1 series lead in the lower side. So that European, North American roster of 1 with Collect joining the fray might just be in trouble. And during that, I mean, Luminon, not only did they contest for as long as they did, they eventually found the hill. They're up 2-0 in this game.
Hey, one thing you said to me, Tools, is you always wanted to see Snakebite and Talik together on a team and what that would look like. Well, they're sitting at 13 kills, 13 and 14 now apiece here, just leading the lobby with a 2-0 lead now for Luminon, looking extremely good.
Yeah, I think I just like the way those two play Halo. It's like in my head, it's like how you're supposed to play Halo. It's ethical. It's like I'm honestly, I think this team is going to be really potent. At the beginning of the season, we were supposed to see, instead of Precision, it was supposed to be Cherished. It was Cherished, Snakebite, Trippy, and Talik. I was really excited for that roster, and then it never quite came to be. Cherished retired. Snakebite said he's not going to be doing it for the next year, but so we never got to see that roster. Now I feel like we're catching a glimpse of what that could have been. Precision, a fantastic player to put in there, and right now, I mean, they're going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion, and they're winning it in a gritty way, which is what I'm enjoying, right? It's like they are not giving up on these hills. They are winning crucial gunfights, and that's usually the hard part against Shopify Rebellion, because they're so deadly at the final stage, right? Closing out a hill, closing out a game. That's where Shopify Rebellion is their best.
Oh, and look at this break. I was getting worried it was taking a little bit too long, but finally Luminon breaks through the hill. It is able to clean it up before Rebellion gets back across the map, and with a 3-0 lead, good news for Rebellion, there's still a lot of clock left to play, but with a 3-0 lead and the hills going the way they have so far, this is, Luminon's game to lose. They are sitting in prime spot to take a series lead.
And right now, I mean, Luminon Gaming, they don't have any reason to be into the hill. I mean, with a 3-0 lead, you can start worrying about the clock, playing a little bit of Slayer Cycle, though, finding Talik by surprise. That sniper is going to go down. I don't know if it fell off the map or not, but that seemed like it was going to be a big piece here for Luminon. Instead, you see Cycle working in, finding the break, and they're going to be able to get themselves some time here. Doesn't look like there's a sniper down on the ground, so it looks like that sniper was successfully played by Talik.
Yeah, great play by Talik to get that sniper rifle off the map here. Everyone from Luminon coming off spawn over towards red base. There's going to be an early pickoff on Talik as well. That should give Rebellion an opportunity to kind of maintain blue and milk some extra time. The But Luminon, look at this trippy. He gets through really quickly. He's buying some extra time, enough to allow Precision to get a perfect, and an extra 2 more to come in. Tulik with 20 kills, Snakebite at 16. Luminon decides, we're not playing time, we want to get some hill time.
Yeah, look, Tolik's one of the scariest players when he's on. And, you know, the thing that I've seen him improve the most from year 1 to now is just his consistency of being at his top level. You know, it's like before it was sometimes he's a streaky here and there, like in year 1. I feel like as we've seen him progress on, he's just gotten deadlier and deadlier on his consistency in the game. And now, I mean, he is, in my opinion, one of the top slayers. And I think we're going to see this Luminon gaming. Once they, you know, figure out everything, how to work together, get Snakebite up to full speed, like, this is a scary team.
I mean, speaking of being up to full speed, though, as well, he's +7 assists here at 18 kills, second highest in the entire lobby, just behind Tulik. Less than a minute to play. Now, Rebellion does have a lot of time capped on this hill, and if they play the next one right, they should be able to get, you know, potentially a second one on the board. But with 40 seconds left to play, those windows or, you know, opportunities here are quickly diminishing.
Yeah, look, this is the hardest hill to grab in the map, right? So you can waste the most time on it, but you still need to have something left over for the next 2 hills. And right now they're getting dangerously close to just running out of the time needed to get into this rotation. I mean, even now, Luminon would be probably pretty comfortable on completely giving up this hill as long as they were secure on their next rotation. And they get that kill on the last shot, there's really not much opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. It's now desperate plays that need to be made, and they'll get up into here, but I don't know if there's enough time on the clock anymore.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. That is just not going to be what you want to see. Precision buys himself a few extra seconds as well. Kind of looks like they're just going ahead and giving this one over, but no, they are getting free towards hill. They're going to try to make it happen with just 1 second left on the clock. They put 1 on the board, but you got to be quick on this.
Enemy team took the hill.
I gotta say, look, if they do the
Tools,
impossible here,
don't even say that, Tools. Don't even
it almost felt like
say
they
that.
like stepped out of the
I can
hill
tell
to be
you're
like,
thinking it right now.
Well, it's like the way they did it was like it's almost like they like are giving themselves a challenge. Like,
yeah,
the way
like
they
I
stepped out
honestly
the hill,
think they're like, yo, let's see if we can do it.
It's like,
The scary thing is I think you're right, and I think they did actually think like, yo, let's try it.
Yeah,
with
you see,
just
like
1
it
second
almost felt like they purposely set up having 1 second left just to be like, yo, you know, like imagine we do the craziest thing here.
I mean, if you're watching on Tuesday, it wouldn't be completely unheard of to see something like that happen. But Luminon, they ice up. And we're not even worth talking about anymore. They say no. And while it would have been something to remember, maybe another day.
We'll see the end stat. I mean, there was Shopify Rebellion. It wasn't like they weren't getting hill time. It was just they weren't able to get that last second of hill time. Tulik having a fantastic game at 25 kills for his team. And, you know, I think Tulik, even like, I think most people have come to realize that he is a top slayer, but I still feel like he just doesn't get the flowers that he necessarily deserves or has earned in the scene, because he is such a deadly player, and I think he just plays really fundamentally sound Halo. Like if you're looking to learn how to play at a high level, he's one of those players where like he doesn't really make like bad plays too often. I think he's a really great player to like watch and learn from if you're trying to hit your next level.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an overall, you know, well-rounded, like great player in all categories. He's not, you know, he's plays aggressive well. He plays anchor positions well. He's definitely a main slayer, but he's not scared to do objective. Just great opportunities all around.
Go into vacancy game 2. Sniper is going to be a shock rifle this time at the middle of the map. I'll say every game that we have in this best of 5 has a sniper on it. So let's get yourself settled in and ready, as vacancy will be our game 2. We've seen a lot of trade heavy performances here today. In the previous series, we saw it stay about even until the very end, where we saw one team pull away. We'll see how this one shakes out, as everyone looking at those far perimeter pushes, and it's going to be Psycho last shot on one end and Royal 2 and Frosty on the other.
A couple of good kills come out, but you know, Luminon walks away, slight lead. As Sniper spawns now, we'll see how these players are able to approach it. Last shot using the Shroud to try to steal this one away. Will grab it, gets his shields back as well. I like that he decided to just sit still. He knew players kind of had vision, and he wanted to make sure no nades were coming through to kill him, so he was able to dodge those. But not long enough as Talik is able to come in, grab himself 2 kills, and get away with this shock.
It's always fun when you have to like basically think like, what is my opponent thinking about what I'm thinking about, and then you try to counter from there. It's like you got to think about where they're gonna place their nades, and I think he played that relatively well. But at the end, it didn't stop the shock rifle from switching hands. Talik gonna be able to grab this one early. And he had a fantastic game 1. We'll see if he's able to keep that up in game 2.
I mean, the mind games in Halo are so fun when you're looking at a 1 to 3 second period, and it's constantly, what does the enemy know? What do I know? What does the enemy know? What does the enemy know that I know? And then you get to make a decision on what you want to do.
See Talik able to find great shots there. He got 2 and the assist for the 3rd, and that's going to put Shopify Rebellion in some danger here. You see the spawns split on the map. Cycle and Royal 2, I think, realize that they just need to buy as much time as possible. They're trying to slow themselves down, and because of it, Last Shot able to find at least that first break, and that'll leave some spacing for Cycle and Royal 2 now to expand out. So for being in such a dangerous situation, I think Shopify Rebellion were at least able to get themselves out of it quickly, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're out of the woods yet. They still need to win some of these slays.
Yeah, you can see 14-8 lead, so comfortable spot. Luminon starting game 2, just as strong as they started game 1. You can see definitely a lot cleaner teamwork coming in here between them. And this is, you know, I kind of said it on Tuesday as well. Like, losing 10-1 to Rebellion and actually just getting a scrim on them, like, that's probably what would have happened today had they not gotten 4 hours under their belt of nonstop action against them and have 48 hours to then talk about the games and decide what they want to do differently. So having done that, and, you know, you've got players, Snakebite, Trippy, these are guys, I bet Snakebite watched 24 hours of VOD between then and now, because nobody watches more VOD than that guy. So these guys are coming into this match about as probably prepared as they can be, you know, with the exception of getting some more reps under PJ's belt.
Shopify Rebellion, one thing they are known for, right? Fighting until the finish line. They're one of the iciest teams. Even when you think you have it won, they find a way. Royal 2 gets the triple kill. Precision gets him down, but eventually you're gonna see those big multi-kills pay out in big ways. You're seeing Luminon now struggling a little bit more to get spacing on the map, and the cutoffs are in. Frosty, does he know there's a player behind him? He backs up, and Snakebite, nice play by Snakebite just to be low presence, wait for the right opportunity. Got the big kill, but Shopify Rebellion, they've closed the gap. It's 22 all. Looking for those cross map shots, not going to be able to get away with the kill there. And oh, whoa, that chase nade from Talik, able to find the kill. That's an incredible nade to reach there.
Precision electing to thrust forward as well. Picks up a trade bottom middle. They're trying to catch Frosty and make sure they clean up this shock rifle, but having grapple at his disposal, he's able to just make magic happen and get away. Elects to play aggressively with it, picks up 1 kill, but gets backsmacked by Trippy here. This is going to be nice for them as we see the game start to tie up. Trippy elects to just give up tower, rotate, try to work with his teammates here. See if this ends up paying off for them as he does grab the kill on the Last Shot. You can see they have a nice control. Most of Rebellion sitting on the bottom side of the map, but Luminon so spread out that they end up going 3 down.
Yeah, Trippy just had to basically hide at that point. I don't know if they necessarily know that he's on this tower. This is one advantage he has, is he was able to conceal himself. He'll try to make the play out. The Last Shot, Last Shot wasn't missing in that gunfight, and the second he wrapped that corner, Last Shot put him down. 11 kills now for him, and things are starting to look very different for Luminon Gaming. They had a nice lead at the start, but now things are completely different. This is Shopify Rebellion starting to run away with the game.
Oh, if Trippy was able to grab that, that would have been just huge for them. They find themselves down by 6. They're just staggered. They need to become unstaggered here, but as they keep dying just randomly with these grenades and different positionings, Rebellion's able to get their shields back every single time and just clean up kills for free. This is the big difference in how you play your advantages. It's, you know, very mixy games you'll see, but when one team is able to kind of get a position that they want, start abusing spawns, and just kind of bait and switch themselves to a big lead, that's how you close out these games.
See Noobs taking a 2-0 lead and the flag over one. They're just one flag away from ending their tournament run.
Triple
See if you get into these trades, but Luminon Gaming, it is do or die now. You really can't give up much more in this game. Saw a short triple there. Cycles 15-7 in this game thus far. He's having a big comeback game here. And with that, they just need 3 more kills. It looks all but secure for them at this point. They have such a dominant lead to end this game.
Yeah, you can see what was a great start for Luminon. Strong early lead, reaching the 50 waypoint. They just weren't able to kind of continue that momentum. And it really just comes down to the positioning by Shopify Rebellion and their ability to just get these players or trade out damage really effectively, but never give away their lives and, you know, do that 3-4 times in a row on a map that is small as Vacancy, that is so punishing when you're not able to get trades. You see them, you know, end the game strong.
Take a look into the next game of our series will be Live Fire Strongholds, and Shopify Rebellion has been very, very good at Live Fire. In particular, you're going to be looking at Last Shot. Last Shot always getting his damage in, but I mean, even now, the highest damage dealer in the lobby was actually Talik at 4,300 damage. So, I mean, Talik's still playing at a high level here. We'll see if he's going to have enough in the tank to try to bring his team back into the series in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's Live Fire Strongholds might hurt a little bit as well. That one, like you said, besides being Shopify's one of their strongest game types, it's one that they were able to really abuse Luminon in during the scrim earlier this week. So, like we said, we'll be able to see Luminon make the necessary adjustments here to really send Shopify the distance. Maybe send this to a game 4, game 5, or excuse me, game 5 here, as they already took game 1. Or will we see the Rebellion that we already know can perform at this level do the same thing we always see them do here on Live Fire?
I think one of the keys, keep the sniper out of the hands of the players on Shopify Rebellion. Almost every single one of them can make the game change on a dime. Last Shot's player I'm looking at in particular, man, it seems like he's been hitting some crazy stuff recently. So yeah, while we wait for that game to start, we'll transition back over into Noobs and 1, and this might just be the end of the game. They just got a 4 down sniper down in now in the mid map patrolling spawns. This is a deadly position to be in, and Leor hits the shots. He's gonna get, I'll call it the triple anyway. A fantastic play by him as he's got number 25. Roar's pulling out the flag. He's got 27 slays to his name. It's been the Leor and Roar show as they're pulling this last flag.
And he gets snipes 2 players in courtyard, and the positioning is perfect from Noobs. They force the spawns into courtyard once again right after that. Lots of trades come in, and they put 4 down, so he might have spoken too early. With Noobs takes this game, though, that's not only the game, but the entire series. With only 40 seconds left to play, Wutum is going to need to move this flag very quickly across the map. There is not a lot of time to work with.
Well, luckily for one, Wutum probably one of the fastest flag runners in the game. And you see he pulls up on his end, 23 seconds to get a flag pull. Rory's there early, but there's no one on the follow-up. So that flag likely going to get returned. They got 15 seconds to get their slays and get a flag pull. That's going to be a tough task, especially with Leor cut in the middle of the map like this. He finds Collect, and now they're going to be down 1. There goes the next 2 spawners. They won't have a chance. 1 just runs out of time here. It's SLG that's there for the flagpole, but it's all desperation. There's just no follow-up from anyone on the map. Noobs has successfully taken down 1, 3-1 in the series. They'll continue on in the bracket.
Yeah, great series by Noobs, but as we jump back over to the other side, we have Rebellion and Luminon matching up here in game number 3. Royalty will get, or that's not Royalty, Royalty will get the kill onto the sniper rifle player, and now we'll see Frosty find Sniper himself.
Now up into the Top end of the map, sniper and camo would be a deadly combination. And oh, he goes sky high. Right idea. Talik wasn't quite around the corner yet, so the kill doesn't come in. He did get the camouflage. Gonna wait on the grab until now. And Frosty, one of the best snipers, if not, you know, I think you can make the conversation of the best sniper in Halo's history, is gonna start moving up on the map.
And let's not forget, Frosty was in chat while we were watching Eco have his nice triple kill on Live Fire Strongholds as well, so you can bet he's feeling inspired as well and looking to kind of answer back with his own little highlight reel. Next on body shot, make that 2 and 4 dead for a second for Luminon, and this is looking a lot like the last time they played this map.
Yeah, I like the patience here from Frosty, right? You don't have to get into the hill right away. You just need to stop it at some point. And he waits for the help to come in. They're going to be able to get the damage on the snake bite. Eventually got him out of the hill, get the reset. And now they're applying so much pressure here. And it's like, it's okay if you lose these gunfights, right? Because you'll just spawn and be able to contest on what comes next. But if you win them, you keep your trip cap in for a lot longer. That's the idea. Well, they lost the gunfights, but look, as Shopify Rebellion spawns up, they're okay, right? It's like they can contest what comes next. They're still in a great position to play this map. That's why you play for the trip cap. You just have so many down the stream benefits after it. Oh, Cycle, how are you alive?
That one hurts. It's a swing and a miss from Snakebite, not able to get the melee kill, and that allows Cycle to help out his teammate, grab himself what was essentially a double kill. And with a quick early 100-point lead right now, Luminon is finding themselves in a tough spot.
Royal 2 immediately finds a perfect kill. That's going to swing the map the other way. Shopify Rebellion just decided to take their chances over at C. Last shot will be on the front lines, trying to hold off these players on the rotation. You see Luminon not having the freedom to move quickly, and Cycle QTs into rat tunnel. No one anticipated that, and he gets away with his life. Frosty gets away with the camouflage, and they're still scoring. Everything's going right for Shopify Rebellion.
You're absolutely right. You have Trippy and Tulik both sitting at 5 kills apiece. It's not like the kill differential is that large, but it was just right off the get-go. A snipe camo in the hands of Frosty has just had Luminon with their backs against the wall.
Look, even after they get B, it's just the immediate trade out. They don't even really get many points from it. And Frosty gets another sniper to go with his camouflage.
You can see it's just very calm for them when they get it as well. There's no panic. There's hardly ever even any pressure on the player. He just gets to patiently take his time, line up shots. It's just free shooting for him.
Yeah, look, I mean, how often have we seen Luminon just down a person on the map? They haven't had a 4 alive in probably over a minute's worth of time. It's just been player after player falling. The stagger spawns keep staggering. There is not much for them to do here, and you see it once again. Look, Trippy goes down. Now just keep a look at Luminon's names on the top right of your screen, and just notice how often there's one player missing. They have not been able to have enough firepower to even take down Shopify Rebellion. This might be, 15, 20, like a 15-1, 20-1 kill run. It's just absurd, the outslays that are happening right now.
You can see, and things are going so badly that there's no choice when you spawn out in the dummies to try to live and wait for your teammates to help you, right? You're stuck trying to do something, but when it's a sniper rifle player just staring at you, there's nothing you can do. You see multiple kills go in the hands of Frosty. 230 points already on the board here for Rebellion. No sniper ammo left for Snakebite. Grabs himself a double, make that a triple if he cleans that up. Now a triple kill, or excuse me, a triple cap is going to be what Luminon needs to get back in this. This isn't a game you can play patiently anymore. You got to try to go give right back to Rebellion what you've been taking all game.
Yeah, and I like the first step, right? They stagger out of spawn. You try to push in for these trip caps. You aren't satisfied with 2 for the rest of the game. It is, you're swinging for the fences every single opportunity you get here. Camouflage up for grabs. It's going to be Trippy that gets that one away. Royal 2 spawned out in the meantime. The Luminon game is going to work quickly back to this side. Last shot versus Trippy. Camo on the hands of Trippy, but last shot with the jiggle peaks. He is going to be a tough kill, but Trippy stays calm and under that pressure gets a massive kill that might just keep this trip cap into play.
We see 3 members come off spawn back towards tower. They do have feet in hill at C. Frosty tries to make his way towards B. He does get back B and cleans up a kill, but does get taken out. That's 2 dead for Rebellion. Luminon is still in scoring position with new sniper spawning in 15.
Trippy's doing a fantastic job patrolling left and right, getting into his spots, working on these important kills. Gets the one on the Frosty, stays alive. The cleanup was not there. It's going to make it tough for Shopify Rebellion, and Trippy's going to get aggressive too. He wants to find a quick flank on these players at C, and he'll do just that. Royal 2 goes down, Cycle it takes a couple bullets of damage before he can even respond. A nice play by Trippy to get some great timing on the C.
I mean, they're putting a run together here. Snakebite finds Sniper as well. A couple extra kills, make that 3 dead in the triple cap. This is the time. They only have 2 up, but if they're able to kill these spawners here, this is going to be a big run.
I mean, they have a full snipe. Snakebite being patient over at the nest side. They find Royal 2. That's the first step. Anticipating a push. His last shot's been putting down damage. Here comes Snakebite to try and get the cleanup. Talik will get the kill. And Shopify Rebellion's push has not been successful yet, and they just keep taking too much damage on their way into these positions. Please tell me someone cleans. Did that player at B die? Cycle got the hill capture.
Yeah, I don't think he got cleaned up, unfortunately. Snakebite not able to clean that one up, but not 1, but 2 disgusting no-scopes. 1 on the last shot, 1 onto Frosty, but somehow they're not stopping the clock. They've got to get into these hills, and they need to keep pushing the triple cap. Camo spawning in 15. Snakebite, he still got 5 shots to work with somehow. We'll see if they can keep this alive.
He wants to get aggressive on the C. He wants to try to get themselves tempo, but well anticipated Royal 2's nades will find their spot, and the big lead they had at the start was really what allows them to become victorious at the end. I think Luminon was playing well, and they probably would have maintained their presence there if they had more time on the clock to work with, but unfortunately things not going their way. 135 points basically in a row. But not before Shopify Rebellion got to 250. I mean, talk about a massive start from Shopify Rebellion, and then just making it so that they didn't have to do too much, even after them being on the back foot like that, to eventually come out the victor.
Yeah, that game's got to hurt a little bit as well, because, you know, even you start to put that run together, and even during the run, you're still making amazing plays and pulling some kills, you know, like a rabbit out of a hat that you should never be getting. Not just 1, but multiple in a row, but still just not able to get in any of these hills. And, you know, at the end of the day, not even that close of a game with just how clean Rebellion's able to hold these setups.
Yeah, we saw Snakebite hit some crazy snipe shots. I mean, that one on Brady shot the flick up too, and then that's 2 of the cleaner sniper shots you'll see all day. Both those are incredibly challenging, but unfortunately we're not enough. I mean, they weren't even unfortunately they weren't even able to score while that was happening. I think Cycle staying alive at B there was a massive play for the team.
Yeah, so just before that as well, he body shot Cycle and B, runs top middle, snipes 2 more players, and they still lose the game.
To show you how hard Shopify Rebellion is to take out, and here we go. Game 3 on its way. Frosty took a route immediately through the bottom. It seems like Luminon game, maybe watching some film there. I think they had pre-nades ready for him, and he instantly went down.
Yeah, Precision elects to go for the sniper, or camo, but great shots from Cycle, like a sniper. Takes him out and takes camo off the map.
Oh, the nade able to take down Snakebite, and that shock rifle will go into the hands of Cycle because of it. So Luminon, they're quick on that ball, but only able to get 7 seconds before they're forced to play it out.
Cycle playing really defensively here with that sniper rifle, but he gets sniffed out. Shock goes down. Royal 2 elects for a challenge, but a couple more players get cleaned up. Make that last player alive. His last shot with the ball over towards Long Haul. Wins the piv onto Trippy. And no, he does not take Trippy's grapple and then grapple the ball and run away with it.
Yeah, imagine like, hey, he's last alive, guys. Think about that, right? Shopify Rebellion's in a 1v, it's like a 1v3 or a 1v4. Last shot not only gets a kill, but then also gets another, you know, what, that's like 10, 15 seconds of ball time that he just earned off a 1v3, a 1v4.
plus the level of disrespect to actually just, you know, take the piv and then take the player's grapple to then grapple the ball and get away with it again.
Yeah, dude, that was a nasty piv. He sets up the fight. Like, he knows he's last alive and he's holding ball, so he knows they know where he's at. And he says, okay, like, I'm taking this fight early. He plays the ball out and like uses it as like a bait tool to win a fight. It's just, the Shopify Rebellion team, they're so hard to beat because they just are always doing the best possible play. They are always getting the extra kill. They are always executing at their highest level, and it's hard to sustain you know, a battle against these guys with the battle of attrition they play. You just lose your momentum eventually.
Oh, that one hurts. Frosty somehow grabs a stick from tripping corner onto the player top gold, who's waiting patiently with the plasma pistol. Great play here from Rebellion. However, we see Luminon, they're able to bring the score back, pretty much tie this game up. But like you said, Rebellion, they're just so tricky. They're so disciplined on what they want to do. Camo's spawning now. We'll see how they elect to play this one. Grabbing a couple of early kills, though, will allow them some flexibility on what they want to do.
Dog was just trying to do the max damage, keep those players away, but while that was happening, Frosty was able to get that camo into his hands. Nice job using the geometry of the map to avoid some nades, but not able to quite get around that corner snakebite. Able to find that kill and at least get camo off the map for his team.
Yeah, Cycle will go ahead and get cleaned up by Trippy, though. Trippy locking down A. Decides to play aggressive here. Nice shots, but not going to be enough. Frosty wins that one. Royal 2 is sitting in there with a grapple, though, and gets rewarded with a back smack. Snakebite did not see that coming based on timings here. Shock is up as well. If Royal 2 finds that in his hands with a fresh 3 dead here for Luminon, they could be finding themselves in a position to get more ball time.
See Frosty cutting off the map really well there at White Bridge. Able to find that player at C plat. That's going to open up a lot of spacing for his team now to work on this map as Last Shot finds his next. Royal 2 been trying to stay alive with that shock rifle, but too many players eyeing his position. He goes down. All this, though, is not the end of the world for Shopify Rebellion. Even though they lose some important fights there, they've been able to really make it tough for Luminon Gaming to get onto the ball itself. And Last Shot, sometimes you just wonder how this kid gets a kill, and he's still alive at the tower. How is he alive is the big question. He gets another one as Royal 2 comes in for the help. Last Shot, this is the definition of max damage. He's not giving up on any gunfight.
Yeah, Last Shot's ability to just recognize the spacing that he has to work with, to dodge these grenades, kind of take multiple engagements at the same time, is, you know, why he's one of the best players in the game. That was absolutely ridiculous to come away with not one but 2 kills while being trapped no shields in tower.
Frost is going to see the timing to get through. He does successfully bring that ball to the back of C. Trippy, wow, one shot. Whoa, Trippy just didn't hesitate at all that he was going to make that play onto Frosty. They get the kills, and the ball's not played.
Yeah, great overall plays by Trippy. Finds that open window, or that opening, very small window to actually get through there. I think they got through it so quickly that Frosty wasn't expecting it, not in position to play that ball. And that's going to give us an opportunity to see a lead change here once again for Luminon. Trippy playing defense here with the plasma pistol. He's got some nades in his pocket. I think he does connect on that. Does get the probably audio cues here. He's able to find and finish up the kill. Fresh play ball does come in. No connection on the plasma pistol here, but that's all right here. You have Luminon in gold with a lead here in the game as we're under 2 minutes.
Snakebite gonna try to get some spacing for his team on the right side. Gets info about their cross. Grapples his way out. I mean, this has been a tough spot for Snakebite. Just doesn't have a lot to work with, but even then, he's just trying to keep himself unpredictable. During all this chaos,
Double
this has
kill.
been a really chaotic last few sequences.
Looks like he touches ball twice here now, but isn't able to get any time either grab here. So we'll see how they like to play this.
3 down. And they just
left.
they all won a gunfight at the same exact time, and now position's known. And I like this from Royal 2. There's no reason to kill Precision on time, right? It's like the later you get that kill, the better it is for your team, actually.
Oh no. All right, Trippy does.
I think that should be counted, by the way. Let's just be honest here. That looked like a sick ninja to me.
It did look like it. Last shot grabs himself another snipe kill. Gets the call out on Trippy. Connects as well. That's going to be 3 dead for a moment. Precision's not able to find his way into gold again, and this is what we talked about, these situations where Luminon ends up getting staggered. They're really struggling at kind of catching their footing again.
See, now just 10 seconds away for this round going to Shopify Rebellion, and I don't think there's anyone for Luminon in place to stop these last few seconds of ball time. Shopify Rebellion able to finish off this round strong.
Round 1 going over to Shopify. Definitely slays as well, to be expected with what we're seeing out of them. Luminon, though, I think, you know, if they are able to kind of just clean up some of their pushes a little bit, they can find themselves in better position to win.
And Frosty went early for that camo. The Shroud screen going to help him get away, and Frosty will... Ooh, I was going to say will be successful. He almost got lasered by 2 players, but eventually gets his shields back and opts to go right through the middle of the map. So Frosty trying to keep himself engaged with these gunfights.
Ooh, nice kill by Precision. He has Plasma Pistol, trying to put it to use in gold. They know they have camo, but I don't think they have any idea where he is. They should know now that the sniper just disappeared in the open.
Oh, that wasn't enough damage. That's a shock. Oh, he is red barred. Trippy able to stay alive.
That was almost a double.
Yeah, it almost felt like, you know, sometimes the shock rifle feels a little inconsistent on how much damage it actually is going to do. And it seems like it caught Frosty by surprise there. Talik, oh my Talik. He just somehow finds a way to stay alive there. Does a ton of damage while he's at it. And last shot's last alive. He tries to just throw that ball out into a difficult spot for Luminon to grab right away. But Talik's going to go for it nonetheless. Frosty's here early, but Snakebite's got that info. We'll see if Frosty can stay alive. He will not be able to, so this should be a decent chunk of time for Luminon Gaming, and they have the advantage. I'd like to see this ball maybe drop and they try to go for this fight, but looks like they're going to play it safe. Just get the time that they're able. Only 10 seconds. I felt like maybe there's an opportunity there for them to get a little bit more if they had played more for the slates.
Ooh, all right, they will get 1 cleanup in top gold. Snakebite, last player alive. Yeah, that could have definitely gone a lot better for them back C, I'd say. You know, they weren't able to connect on the snipe shots. A couple of nades didn't go their way either. But luckily, they're able to buy some time here, picking up these kills in gold, like we said. I'd say Luminon starting this round off better than they did round 1, though.
See, it definitely been a little bit more difficult for both sides just to get onto this ball. Luminon Gaming going to be able to get to that once again. See, the spawns of Shopify Rebellion towards A, but there has been 1 player, Royal 2, in isolation that's been causing all sorts of mayhem. And Precision not going to be able to get away from that gunfight. Royal 2 gives them the opening to start pushing up on this map, and they're going to have camouflage to work with as well. So Luminon Gaming gets a good chunk of time here, but it's going to come at the cost of just about everything else on the map.
Yeah, but they keep ball or grab some extra time and pick up 2 kills, so that's going to put Cycle in a tough spot on making a decision on how he wants to play this camo. Talik is running away. Does kind of get idea of where he may be. They have some, you know, essential idea of where he's going to be with the shock rifle coming up as well. 32 points on the board could be a lot worse considering how things have gone, and losing 2 camos to start this game, I'd be feeling pretty good finding myself up 30.
And it looks like the shock rifles have been, you know, it's been a little bit tough for both these teams to find the clean headshots so far. But that might just change here. Cycle gets the close-up fight against Precision, wins that one, has a grapple to get that ball away. For the first time, Shopify Rebellion putting points on the board, and as they do, they get that 3-4 down. So you have to imagine they're going to get a nice chunk of time here. And that all parlays from that camouflage grab that Cycle was able to get and then execute on, and now the shock rifle's hit.
Yeah, not only that, as Trippy goes down, this is going to be a very difficult push. Luminon was in a great spot. We didn't know how Rebellion was going to get the ball, or finding themselves like 3 dead and Cycle last guy alive with camo. But sure enough, he takes his time, plays patiently, lines up the headshot with that shock camo, finds himself a grapple, and Shopify is rewarded with a lead change.
Did you ever making that play that last shot made there, where he just slides out the doorway and is instantly getting into his gunfight? I think this is like one of the things that like Last Shot has kind of a one-to-one player of. It's just his ability to just stiff out damage. His understanding of what players are looking at, the spacing he has against everyone, his ability to just get into a gunfight while he's weak, never backs down from a challenge. And I mean, he's just always putting down max damage, it feels like. Such a tough player to play against. And look, off this hold, they've gotten 57 seconds now. It looks like they're going to eclipse the 60-second threshold. So a really just maximizing value from that initial grab of ball. And that's the Shopify Rebellion sort of mantra, I feel, is their max efficiency.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, speaking of players that play like that, it was Last Shot versus Precision, and that's why we saw that battle in A go for so long, because both of these guys make themselves such difficult kills. Now, a couple nice kills coming over into the favor of Luminon will secure Snakebite the camo. Precision gives his life for that. Not able to find the cleanup on Cycle. Frosty throws a quick early nade and does help secure the kill onto Snakebite, removing camo from the game. Talik, he's grabbing himself as many free seconds as he can, but he knows there's players pushing him.
Now, they're able to get 15 seconds off that hold there, but is 15 seconds going to be enough here? I like that play by Talik. He's not trying to take an over challenge here. He's trying to keep himself alive, waiting for the next fight, and he gets Royal 2 caught off guard from it. Frosty, though, answers with 2 of his own on the opposite end of the map. Talik, what the hell is that?
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, Frosty, absolutely disgusting triple kill. Just flicks his reticle to secure himself a quick shot onto Talik. Talik found himself taking a pretty sneaky angle, but Frosty just too aware of the situation.
It's absurd because both those players are weak going into that fight, but Talik just has the drop on Frosty in that situation. An absurd flick of the reticle there to get that. I mean, it almost looks like mouse and keyboard-esque the way how accurate he was on his flick there. And with that, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, that triple kill, they've now turned it into another 30 seconds, and they might just be able to take this round and series, as there's no one from Luminon Gaming here in time. So the triple kill from Frosty turns into a round and series win for Shopify Rebellion.
Game, set, and match here, as we saw Luminon show great resilience, I'd say. Take game number 1, game 2, they found themselves with an early lead. Game 3 and 4, definitely a little bit more rough, but stronger performance than we saw on Tuesday. So definitely improvements already being made. Excited to see what this team can kind of do going forward. But that sets us up for the next series, or the winner's final, I should say. Shopify Rebellion going up against Usu Benny.
Yeah, this one should be entertaining. I think Usu Benny's been playing some fantastic Halo. We'll see how they're able to handle the next challenge. Luminon going to be going up against Flyers, and we see the Inconceivable roster is going to be going up against Noobs as well in the lower side. So this tournament continuing on, and we've had some fantastic action thus far. Inconceivable and Noobs have just entered into game 1. It looks like Inconceivable with an early lead, and it seems like a very efficient game from them thus far. Look, only 30 seconds off the neutral clock, and they already have 1.5 hills.
Enemy team took the hill.
Yeah, you can see Stellar starting off this game extremely well as well. 8 and 2 as far as his KD goes. Grabs himself another perfect kill onto Noble and make that another double. Camo spawning only just now here again. So with Hill only another 10 to 15 seconds to go, Inconceivable is going to have a strong early lead here.
Now, the one thing I love about watching Stellar play is you can tell like he never plays for a trade. He's like always basically dedicated to the idea that like I'm going to win the gunfight. It's like I don't know any players that have the confidence that Stellar has in a gunfight. Like, see like how Stellar's like he's challenging guys. Like he is down to one shot against almost a full shielded Rorsch, and he does not back down from his fight. It's just he's always been like this, and it makes for some of the most fun and entertaining Halo. And when it's hitting, it's like he is unstoppable. And yeah, like Stellar's feeling himself right now.
Yeah, he'd be perfectly happy with no melees in the game, and just whether or not it's long range or point blank, just bandit fight to the death.
I'm sure he's like one of those players that's just like, yeah, like why do you even go for it? Like it's just, you're just annoyed. Well, let's just win, you know? Like, let the best player win, and so far, I mean, he is the best player in the lobby right now. 13-3. He is flowing on the map, and I think he's gonna start going for some crazy stuff now. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna stop, guys.
He just connects on all of them. Picks himself up a sharpshooter. 15-3 as far as overall slays go. And yeah, this is the Stellar we were waiting to see.
Look how he backs into that fight, guys. Like, players don't do that. Like, Stellar is just, he never thinks about, okay, like, I can guarantee a trade. He's going, no, I'm going to win the gunfight. He backs out of his fight so often. He says, win against me with the bandit. I know you won't. And it's just incredible to watch him play, because when he is on his game, when he is playing at his highest level, there's no other player like him. He is one of one when it happens. It's fun to watch. You know, the times that it's gotten him into trouble is when players are able to keep up with that, right? Like when they're able to win the gunfights against him, then he has like sometimes it will spiral out of control and he'll have a high death game. But when it's not, man, he looks like the best player in the game.
Yeah, Stellar flow state is something special to watch, as we've all seen it before. If you've been watching Halo Infinite, 18-5, just absolutely absurd numbers the pace he's on for. I mean, if we see Noobs start putting some hills on the board here, you can only imagine the kind of numbers he'll be able to drop this game. Leor does grab camos. This is going to help them out a lot. Sab gets cleaned up.
He said, I'm not fighting that. He said,
wisely
no.
backs down.
he said my teammate can finish him. I'm not gonna take that fight against Stellar. Leor though, Camo's still in hands. He's gonna get some good timing on the Sab. So, and this is the first time Noobs seem to have a really dominant position for some hill time here. We'll see if they're gonna be able to turn this into something more, as they've gotten a couple kills off of spawn here. That's gonna be 3 now. So looks like Noobs finally finding some life.
Yeah, Leor reads that situation really well. He gets the cleanup on Eco, predicts the repulse up from bottom middle from Sab, and is able to secure that kill as well. This is going to be a lot of hill time already going over to Noobs here. Good damage coming out as well. A couple more cleanups. Eco Smith, last player alive, finds himself in a 1v3 now. We'll see if he's able to pick up a trade.
Eco say, hey, I'm gonna win the fight. I'll go down to the drink below, but he was confident in his ability to take that one. Stellar wins another fight against Leor across the map. Sab trying to do his best to stay alive. Noble got the sniper in all of this and immediately finds himself a double kill and knows the triples below him. Oh my! Noble from the top rope swings back. It's the triple on Eco.
The triples that we're seeing today have been disgusting with these shots.
Put this one on the replay. I love it. Just, he knows the players below. Man, the challenge back, it almost looks like the famous lucid overkill that he had on main stage. It's just, that is a fun part of the map to play with that sniper. So many options on how you want to take the challenge.
Well, I mean, there's one scary thing here is there's still 2 minutes on the clock, and with that much time, anything is possible. Stellar does break the 20 kill mark, but this hill, with 1 shot left in Noble's hands, if he's able to connect on this, this should be a 1-cap game.
I mean, so far we've seen Stellar significantly slow down as well. I mean, he was 18-5. Now he's 20-12, guys. So it seems like Noobs have maybe found some sort of solution to him for at least the time being. Noble obviously hitting some big snipes. They're finding some of these big kills. It's not out of the question for Noobs to potentially bring this all the way back to a final hill.
No, they do get the burn on Camo. Stellar is pushing forward. Good damage on Leor, who gets some good trade back damage as well. The player does go down, make that 2. Minute 45. There's still so much time that I'd like to see Inconceivable play for the hill. They will go ahead and get boots in. And that is quite a staggered cycle here. They're going to know all players are coming off spawn towards A. I'd like to see a player set up here on Nest, but this is going to be a tough spot now to get back into this game.
Yeah, Stellar was just sprinting at them at the bottom of the map, so he wins a couple fights and he gets the 23 kills now. That player runs through the middle, and I think Stellar gonna try to time this push into the spawners here. Striking gonna be his first challenge. Makes that one look easy. I mean, he even missed a shot in that gunfight. Didn't even look in question the entire time. I mean, just really an authoritative sort of play style today from Stellar.
Oh, absolutely. Couple more seconds to close this out. Yeah, I think that's it. Last guy alive, not even close to being able to contest here. That's
Stellar says, Stellar's like, the only way we're gonna lose is if they're in the hill. He finds his fastest route to the hill. Gets himself in there, and Inconceivable take game one. And we saw, I mean, highlight reels today had some great snipe shots from both sides, but obviously the beginning plays from Stellar were just top tier.
Yeah, a little bit too much, finding yourself down 3 hills right off the get-go of the game. And, you know, we're not even joking, just 2.5 minutes left on the clock when we were seeing them up 3-0. And been able to close that out even sooner. So great job by Inconceivable, really coming back strong from their loss we saw earlier. You know, I think they were kind of having some heat check moments that you really can't do against a team like Usu Benny. But we're seeing what they're capable of when they are starting to work together.
And a couple big plays. I mean, Noble just had a great sequencing for a little bit, but not enough for them to get that third hill. Stellar came back to life and eventually closed that one out. Noobs, Inconceivable, we go into game number 2, and we go to Solitude. This is one of my favorite Slayer maps in the game. And yeah, wow, 24 for Stellar, 21 for Sab. What was the damage? 76% accuracy from Sab as well. 6K, dude. Those two, I mean, that's like Braun and D-Way type stuff right there.
Oh yeah, those are some big numbers coming out here, especially from Sab. And like we talked about earlier today, Sab is kind of a question mark of where we're going to see him land and what kind of opportunities he may have coming into the next qualifier as well. Slayer Solitude, though, this is a map that, you know, this team was extremely good at. You know, back when I was coaching them as well, a map that maybe even got removed because we were so consistent and actually coming out and winning it. So we did drop it a couple times, if I recall correctly, one to the LVT team.
Yeah,
back in the day.
In game 5.
Well. Yep.
King J got up. Like, you guys know, that's the only time I've ever seen a game 5 win against a top-seeded team end up being worse for your result. They lost a tiebreaker because they beat you guys. Again, they need to lose.
Yeah. Shouldn't have beat us.
Shouldn't have beat. Yeah, exactly. I was like, Bound knew the stakes. He was throwing on purpose.
We're going to this next game.
Just paying when it's alive. I mean, that's a great start for Noobs. Even though it's only a 2-kill lead right now, like that, when you get 3-4 downs on this map, that's when it's so dangerous because you can really manipulate spawns. This is probably the easiest map in rotation to manipulate spawns with. But even then, I mean, Inconceivable in a tough spot, able to break out of their spawn and seemingly have flipped this situation onto Noobs. I mean, Noobs is going to go 4 down, and Stellar finds himself a shock rifle. Okay. Dang. I was going to lose my mind there for a second. You see him get it, and you're like, he's going to hit it.
It started to line up, but Great Strafe isn't able to connect on the headshot to finish that one off. And Shift with Shock still down bottom middle. Inconceivable looks like they're playing really aggressive here on these spawns. Sab by himself. Nice shots to actually pick up 1 kill there. He was in a tough spot. Stellar, he gets a perfect kill in the kill feed. And as we see a few go down, Penguin wisely backs down, but gets the damage down. Tie game.
We're seeing a lot of speed from Inconceivable. Like they are not slowing down on, like, once they find a player, they have seemed to be all sprint mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were doing that against Usu Benny as well, but if anything, it just came back to bite them in that game. Definitely need to be pretty clear cut, and those collapses only work when a lot of times it's everyone getting involved. Sab finds himself a nice double right here. Eco pulses up top middle, does get cleaned up, but nice damage.
Yeah.
Sab's having himself a great day as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think every single kill we see from Sab is looking back. As he finds another multi-kill, and they're at 20 kills now, but Noobs get the 3 down. Stellar lasts alive, not going to back down from his challenge, trying to buy some spacing for his team. They'll do just that. They have a lane cleared out. We see Shopify Rebellion and Usu Benny about to start up here in a few seconds. We'll transition over to that once it does. But right now, Inconceivable and Noobs, they are flying at each other as Inconceivable get 24 kills. And the camo is still up for grabs. It could be Inconceivable. I get away with it.
Yeah, Fab has a nice plasma grenade to actually secure the kill. Now the largest lead of the game that we're seeing so far. Stellar does get taken out. I wonder if he was the camo player there. Very well might have been. And Penguin with some nice shots, challenges, gets cleaned up by Strikey. Very nice job as well, but just overall, even though it's a very mixy game, looks like Inconceivable just slowly pulling ahead.
We'll see. We'll keep you guys updated with what's happening with Noobs and Inconceivable, but our main match has started. Shopify Rebellion going up against Usu Benny. And we're going to see an opening play for the sniper guys. We'll get these colors and all that fixed, so we're aware. But just give us a second here, and we'll get all that solved for you guys in a little bit.
All right, so we got Acid grabbing the sniper to open up the game. Connects on 2, but does get rocketed by Cycle, who connects on 2 himself. Great opening sequence here, but it looks like it does favor Rebellion at the end of the day, as Cycle continuing to push up on the map, grabs himself yet another kill. Not sure if he connected on that or not, but either way, has enough room to walk around and does connect on another headshot onto Piggy. Cycle 5-0 to start this game. All 4 dead for Usu Benny.
Yeah, pretty scary to have to play Coliseum or Origin Game 1 against the Shopify Rebellion team. They've obviously been so potent with it. You see that first flag's gonna come home, and Cycle finds another headshot onto Piggy. Acid's position's known. He's not going anywhere. Oh man, they are just flying and frying at the moment. Cycle 6-0 to start this game.
They have these players trapped over towards Snipe. Nothing they can do. Breaking shot, Yaxon, both get cleaned up. Acid, last guy alive on the flag, does his best sprint strafe that we've seen him do time and time again, but it does not work onto Frosty. Flag does get pulled. It's out of the base. We'll see if Rebellion wants to go ahead and grab that. A lot of pressure coming out from Usu Benny now.
Yeah, look, they should be able to get this flag return. They finally took down Cycle, his first death in the game thus far. And, you know, Usu Benny, for all intents and purposes, have stabilized in this game. In fact, Acid's looking to pull a flag out of his own. So I'd say for the situation that you're in, you'll take what you've gotten here. This is not bad for Usu Benny.
Oh, this is actually great. They could have found themselves down 0-2, especially with how heavily they've been outslayed to start this game. But if you're able to find yourself tied 1-1 with, you know, before the new weapons spawn, that's going to be a good position.
Enemy flag returned.
Okay, the return does come home. Rockets are going to be up in 2 seconds as well. Acid getting an early pick. This is going to put Frosty in a tough spot. He may be trapped, no help, but does get the kill on to Acid, who's trying to run the flag and is able to escape with these rockets. This is almost going to all but guarantee them control of sniper rifle as well. And Usu Benny not able to find their footing.
Oh, the rocket gets 2. And during this time, last shot's flying in from the elbow side. They have everything dominated on this lane. Frosty's anticipating some sort of push, but Usu Benny just, I think maybe a player lagged out or something. There we go.
Yeah, it looked like Breaking Shot wasn't moving in that mauler there. I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, so
that's unfortunate.
We'll take a look at the end. It was a 50-48 finish for Inconceivable and Noobs. And that actually went Noobs' way, so that they're going to be able to take a game and make that series even as they go into game 3 on Lattice Oddball.
Ooh, 1-1.
Noble's having a good series, 16 kills. Yeah, he popped off with the sniper in game 1, so stepping up big to the plate is Noble.
Yeah, definitely good place all around. And considering they already took down Team 1 as well, I'd say, you know, one of the kind of slept on teams now going into today.
Look, game 3 loading on in. We'll get back into Shopify Rebellion and Usu Benny's game 1 as soon as possible. I just gotta wait for whoever crashed to join back up and get themselves into that series. Let's see. Cycle dropping 2,400 damage. Now, the way Cycle was playing at the start of that game, I was really impressed his ability just to stay in the middle map, but always be involved in a gunfight. He's, don't get to see it too often, like the way he was patrolling in the middle of the map to start that game.
Yeah, Shopify, I mean, it's almost like every map, they love to have somebody patrolling middle, and it almost looks like they can all do it as well. Last Shot, I think, consistently, Last Shot, Cycle are those guys, but you definitely see it from everybody.
It's scary playing against that team because they all just have this ability to take over and be the player that's in the difficult spot and hit the big shots. Sab got the sniper early on, and Inconceivable got a 4 down, and now Sab is not hesitating into getting into enemy lines. First player in that QT will allow him to evacuate, and they're continuing to get their kills. Noobs only have 1 kill thus far in this first couple gunfights, as it's just been a dominant display for Inconceivable.
Yeah, perfect start for Inconceivable, grabbing a lot of early ball time. Still have several shots in the sniper to work with from Sab. They're going to find themselves getting to the halfway point of this game very quickly as they pick up another kill. Snipe headshot onto Strikey. Not able to connect with the body shot here, but Sab still got 1 shot to work with.
Yeah, like his reapproach, and he finds great timing on the Roars, throws that ball back out into the open for his team to try to win these slays once again. And even now, I mean, look, he is doing his best trying to stay alive, but every exit was countered. Noobs was not letting Sab get away with his life.
Yeah, but 38 points on the board already here. Eco does get cleaned up. That's going to remove everyone from Inconceivable that was in the blue base. They're spawning over towards red. Able to get an early pick. This is going to be the time they want to use some of this aggression. Good damage trades come out. Rorsch gets a perfect kill on the Penguin as well. Now they've got to be careful where Noobs is spawning here, because they could find themselves being trapped here in the middle of the map.
More and more time for Noobs, though. Stellar to be eager to get into this gunfight. Takes on the 1v2, able to get 1, but the ball still in Noobs' possession. Penguin tries to get this cut off. Leor winning a big gunfight once again, and Inconceivable having a really solid start to this game. But it seems like Noobs have started to really control the second half of it. They're getting more and more time, and they're starting to win the initial slay. The first blood seem to be going their way now.
A little QT versus Thrust battle going on in blue base. Stellar with QT trying his best to finesse his life. Is able to stay alive and help some of these kills get cleaned up. All, however, is played. Still pretty mixy situation. Numbers advantage does favor Inconceivable for the moment. New sniper rifle coming up in 15. Stellar is able to get this kill. You've got Sab trying to move the ball, and still with an 8-point lead. They're able to secure a new sniper rifle. They find themselves where they want to be.
Stellar so comfortable in these tough gunfights. He's doing a great job just jiggling his way into a couple shots of damage there, and with that, some more time going Inconceivable's way until Sab looks to play the ball. He will get that off the map as the collapse comes in. Sniper moves over into the hands of Noobs, and right now they need a nice hold, and with that 3 down, that might just be what they needed. Wait, Stellar gets the ball? No one's checking ball there?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I'm not sure how Stellar just pulled that off, but even with Strikey holding the sniper rifle at the snipe spawn catwalk, Stellar able to get the ball into red, heavily favoring Inconceivable. Penguin, not enough ammo, but does throw a perfect grenade to secure the kill, with a couple of cleanups coming in here from Sab as well. Once again, Inconceivable scoring.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that they're scoring at all from the situation they're in is credit to them, because there's no reason as to why they should be able to have ball like this. And now they throw it out deep into the ice. They're going to make it difficult for Noobs to get onto this ball. I mean, theoretically, they could play this cleanly for 30 seconds, let it reset.
Yeah, Inconceivable playing very patiently. Perfectly happy to just sit here with their early lead and let the game play out. As 4 go down, though, we'll see what Noobs is able to do, how they decide to move this ball. It is a tough spot, though. It gives Inconceivable blue spawns here. If they're able to find an early pick, there may be some benefit to where this ball was.
even then, it's just the Noobs should have way more time. They just had to waste a lot of time getting into these positions, but they won the gunfights pretty cleanly the last couple of rotations now. And even now, like that ball, it's just one player that's alive, but the ball is not in a comfortable spot, at least for that small time being. It looks like finally Noobs able to get a good chunk of time, but you have to imagine the push is coming right here, right now. Sav and Stellar working their way through. Leor trying to do his best to get the trade outs, trade for trade. Goes in, and Inconceivable find the break after 3 go down.
Yeah, Penguin and Nico do a great job living on cargo, distracting those players, and getting a lot of really good damage out. You have Stellar come in, picks up at least 2 himself, and that's going to secure more time for Inconceivable.
With that, I mean, that is going to be a really tough position for Noobs now. They've lost too many players into this gunfight. And with all their positions known as well as they are, it's going to be a very, very tough break here against Inconceivable. But the first blood does go to Noble, and look, that might just be enough. Sab tries to take an off angle. That off angle will give him the first. Leor goes down. Finally, someone takes down Leor. He's 17 kills in this round. And Sab able to find that answer, but during the meantime, Noobs getting a little bit of time while they can.
Yeah, Sab did a great job locking down Ice, helping clean up 2 kills. But Ball does switch hands. Stellar found himself a sniper rifle, connects on 2, almost 3. Actually, might have been 3 with the assist coming in as well. And with a minute 20 left to play, only 20 to win as well. Inconceivable should be able to close this one out.
Stellar fadeaway headshot and get him that kill. Rorsch and Leor, the only 2 players alive that can try to get to this ball, but oh, the head! Stellar looking the wrong way, catches, got caught off guard by Rorsch, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this game, stop this round from going Inconceivable's way. It has been dominant these last few rotations. This is the last desperate play. Stellar, the only player alive though, and Noobs, they still have a chance in this round. With a 4 down, they get ball. It was a really tough situation for them, but they might have just stabilized it.
You say that, but they thought the spawns were going to come over towards red. They all 4 come out towards blue, and they're able to get 2 early picks, force a play ball. Less than a minute left. I don't think anyone's in position to go ahead and stop this one. Penguin should be able to wrap up this game. He does. Sure enough, Inconceivable taking a 2-1 series lead.
Still seeing Breaking Shot having some trouble getting his, I imagine his internet or his computer up. Having waiting on him still, so we're gonna go right back into this next round. Inconceivable just 1 round away from taking game 3 and taking a 2-1 series lead.
Great shots come out from Penguin. Cleans up 1, gets an assist onto a 2nd player. Stellar gets himself the QT. Oh, never mind. No, he doesn't, but he does get himself a kill. Sniper finds itself over to Sab, who connects onto that one as well. Good early start for Inconceivable. But just as I say that, that is 3 dead. Eco, last player alive. Ball has now been pulled, and everything falls apart.
Eco not going to be able to stay alive for much longer down there. Rorsch rotating this ball back into the ice position. This is where we've seen so many teams hold the ball as the meta is really shown that the red side is the spot to hold. Inconceivable not having much success on getting any of these initial slays. Eco, the only player alive, not gonna be able to get that break immediately. We'll go back and we'll keep you guys updated with that series, but we have our winners side match back and ready. Shopify Rebellion up 1-0 to start in this game, as this is a reset, but let's go back to Origin Flag.
As we kick this one off, Royal 2 pushing towards Snipe Tower, throwing some early prediction nades, trying to prevent anyone from Usu Benny from getting control of this sniper rifle. Looks like there's not many resources here being put towards Snipe's side. A couple players do go down. Royal 2 will go ahead and fall off the map after grabbing 2 himself. Cycle should be able to clean up this kill. Breaking Shot doing an amazing job of actually coming out ahead in that one, securing himself a rocket as well. Even though flag was pulled, Breaking Shot, he might have gone ahead and just stopped this one.
like the trying to pass that flag off to his teammates so those rockets could stay in the play. But fortunately for them, the flag didn't quite go far enough, so Piggy's not going to be able to reach that, and they're going to have to win these fights outright. That can be a hard task against Shopify Rebellion. Last shot comes back with the sniper. Oh, he gets 2. He might just make it 3. He will. The sticky doesn't land, so he's still alive, and that is just max carnage. From 1 second, it looks like Usu Benny had an advantage, and last shot completely changes the map.
Yes, he does, and grabs another kill onto Piggy as he just locks down top catwalk. Has eyes almost everywhere on the map. Usu Benny's doing their best to try to sneak around and maybe come away with a pick, but last shot is not letting that happen. He's hitting everything, and that looks like his second cap going in for Rebellion here.
Even how last shot finds the straggler. That's going to be the second flag on board, and last shot, what we are a minute and 40 seconds into this reset, he has 8 kills.
He has 8, and Cycle should be able to grab himself 1 here as well for another 2 fresh to make that 3 fresh dead for Usu Benny. Piggy has no idea and getting trapped in the window. Last shot, he's going to be hunting these spawners as well. Knows they're coming off spawn towards bottom center. Breaking shot, nowhere to go. That's going to put Acid and Yaxon in a bad spot. Forces them to challenge. Is able to clean up 1 kill. But now Piggy, last guy alive, between a rock and a hard spot, trying to get damage onto this flag carrier, but just not in a position to really get anything done. And that flag will go in for an early lead. Rebellion up 1-0.
Last shot's ability to change a game on a dime. He looks so good. And the crazy part is he just makes it look natural. Like some of these insane kills. Like, if I get that triple kill, that might be, a top 5 moment for me in the game ever. It's like it would be insane. And he's just like, yeah, this is my day to day.
Yeah, you can tell when these players get the power weapons into like their comfortable position, or like into top catwalk, into top tower, or into a needler on recharge, anywhere they can challenge and fight multiple engagements at the same time. They just take out everyone on the map. You can see last shot, he's running around, snipe, kills a few, jumps up catwalk, gets damage on everybody on every corner of the map here. And that's what makes it so impactful.
Go back into this. You see Noobs having a very successful round thus far. They've gotten it to 95 points, but you got to think against this Inconceivable team, you're going to need that last second. And it's Inconceivable. They have a hold right now. The question is, how long can they hold it? We'll keep you guys updated with this as it continues on. Game 2, though, starting back up for Shopify Rebellion. Usu Benny looks like Noobs will be able to push this to a round 3. So Inconceivable, Noobs going to a round 3 in their oddball game.
That should be a good one, as well as we'll see who's able to take the series lead as it's tied currently 1-1. Back over here to Shopify Rebellion. Solitude. This is, I'm trying to think back to last time I saw them play on this. I'm not exactly sure when that would be, but, rest assured, I'm sure they're going to be pretty clean at it.
Royalty immediately trying to get onto those cross-map shots, and the nade from Frosty lands perfectly to get the first blood in the engagement, and the last shot cleans up too, so it's just Yaxon that's alive. Breaking shot did get a good spawn there, though, and they'll be able to find an immediate cleanup. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for Shopify Rebellion to grab that camouflage. Still up for grabs after the first engagement. 7 kills and no camo for either side.
Yeah, Frosty does pick up a trade onto Breaking Shot. That was a great job by Yaxon. He was the last guy alive for Usu Benny, and he was just able to kind of hide his life and position himself in a way to grab a kill and keep them off of camo.
It's gonna be last shot that got away with this camouflage, but thanks for certain here. He's gonna be patient as he waits to catch Yaxon off guard. That's gonna be shock rifle for his team. Piggy's gonna immediately go down. His last shot flicks his reticle over. 4 kills early for him. Last shot's been looking top tier so far, and I can't imagine that's gonna change anytime soon. I mean, he is just unbelievable in his execution of this game.
Yeah, putting this shot camo to use, playing very aggressive with it. He's got a full clip left to put to work as well. They should have intel on where these players are hiding. Likes to use the bandit to get some extra damage down. Still playing super aggressive, looking to collapse. He knows Piggy's over here somewhere.
Job tracking those players. I mean, Piggy gets away from that gunfight, but the big thing, last shot stays alive and has a second chance. One more bullet from that shock rifle will get some damage on the Yaks, and that turns into an assist. So this game is quickly switching, getting out of control. Acid stuck in the bottom of that lift. He'll go down. The staggered spawns are in. Breaking Shots had a couple big moments in this game thus far, in the series thus far, but they haven't been able to capitalize on him coming out on top of those gunfights yet to do something more. But that could have been real dangerous if he doesn't get those perfect shots right there.
They do take 3 members down now. If they're able to work together to clean up this kill on last shot, they could try to use numbers to their advantage, keep playing aggressive. Breaking Shot does go down. Tiggy will clean up the kill. Not sure if this is going to be enough damage that they need to kind of play out from the situation that they're in. Frosty does grab the kill. That puts 2 dead for Usu Benny right now. Camo gets grabbed, but Acid just gets completely melted. And Rebellion, yep, they're kind of just looking a little bit too clean with the tools.
I mean, right now, Frosty and Last Shot combined for more kills than Usu Benny as a team. Gotta slow these two down. Last Shot 9 and 2. Frosty 10 and 7 in this game thus far. Shock rifle gonna be up. That seems like it'll be an important piece for Usu Benny, but Piggy's there. It's not necessarily safe for him to grab, though. Nade's coming through. He's back down, and Royal 2 seemingly taking his rightful spot over by the nest. You see, I believe it was Noobs that won that game 3. So, yeah, Noobs going to go up 2-1 in the series against Inconceivable.
And that's going to be lower bracket as well, so tough spot for Inconceivable to be in. They're going to have to answer back. They had the early Game 5 loss. Now finding themselves down 2-1 in this next series.
He absolutely lasers that hotel, able to find another. That's 5 in a row for him now. As he reaches 15 and 7, that repulse keeping him alive as well. Oh, Frosty's not backing down from these fights. Really well played by him, and the way he staggers out his step there, waits for his shields, gets Piggy down to 1. The nade eventually takes him out, but I think well executed from Frosty in that gunfight. Piggy just playing it a little bit better right now, able to find a couple kills. And right now, Usu Benny, it feels like this is a critical moment for them. They need to find the comeback right now, or else this game's going to get too far gone.
Yeah, I mean, they're not down by all that much, only 6 kills. But as we say that, 1 goes down. You got a bunch of other players, kind of no help, just running around trying to finesse their lives as much as possible and wait for some help. But that help is just not really coming, or not coming quickly enough.
So we see Usu Benny retracting a little bit on the map. Shopify 2, what's a big gunfight. Acid answers back though, and we are seeing trade for trade, but at the end, Shopify Rebellion find a couple more. 38-30, Acid's position's known, and he knows a push is coming, but a spawner, Breaking Shot, right place, right time will help him get the first kill, and Royal 2 is trying to get the cleanups, but Acid being here is making that much more difficult than he probably wants. Royal 2 backing out of these gunfights, so Acid, even though he's last alive for his team in a tough situation, it bounced back a bit until Royal 2 just wins a gunfight in isolation. I talk about like Royal 2 just always seemingly coming out on top in these isolated plays.
Yeah, I mean, he is one that also does not lose his pivs very often. As you can see, Acid, he goes to the piv chow, not going to be able to do it enough, and that allows Royal 2 to grab himself a kill, grab himself a thrust, and coming out to pay dividends here as he picks up yet another kill onto Acid once again here. Frosty, he's looking around now. The game's within 4, so we're cutting down into this lead a little bit. Piggy, I think this is a pretty wise decision to go ahead and back down. Don't want to get caught into flowers here, but this is a tough spot to Usu Benny to be in. We've only got 20% of the map here, and it looks like there's a collapse coming in for Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion casting a wide net, and here they go. Able to collapse in from multiple lanes. Last shot in sight. We're going to find the first 2. Frosty gets the 3rd, and he'll get the info onto the 4th. A dangerous situation as Piggy goes down as the first 2 spawners come up. They will not have help for the next few seconds. And at this point, Shopify Rebellion only needing 1 more wipe to get this done. Usu Benny, their backs are against the wall. I mean, trades aren't even really a a luxury they can afford at the moment. But the last couple kills have been untraded. And I mean, look, Usu Benny, they're putting one foot in front of the other, but they're doing what's necessary. Untraded kill, and I like that from Piggy. He tried to make it so he got that kill without trading out, but Royal 2 just forcing the situation.
Yeah, I mean, you would have loved to have been able to see some more help come in, because now, with no room for error, you see another player get cleaned up. Shock changes hands over to Cycle and one kill to work with. That is not the position you want to find yourselves in. They got eyes on him. A lot of these players, I'm pretty sure they're mostly no shields. Piggy's doing his best to try to finesse and stay alive. Cycle gets a player no shields. Kill comes in.
49?
3 go down. How does that happen? 49 all. Shock should change hands as well.
Here goes this is what he hits.
Oh my god. 51. Should have been.
How?
That was insane.
What an insta-explode. Connects for the double.
Oh, double.
Piggy and Usu Benny stay clutch.
Wow, that one hurts. Frosty just drops 18. They had themselves like 4 or 5. I mean, it was 7 kills, I'm pretty sure. It was like 41-47 or something like that.
Yeah, it was an insane difference to make up, and they just couldn't afford to. They couldn't trade out. They all played in a way where they wouldn't trade out, and they get the job done. I mean, Piggy, that was a really heads-up play by him to set up the insta-explode. I mean, he makes that play setting up an insta-explode, and just catches the players of Shopify Rebellion completely off guard. They were in midair. They had nowhere to go. I mean, just perfect situation for Piggy to capitalize. Yo, Louis, do me a favor. Can you put a 51 on the scoreboard for me?
Yeah, let's get that corrected.
We got to give him the 51. We got to give Piggy his double.
Does affect the stat page. I mean, that looks like another game where you have just the team kind of thinking it's over and going for a closeout a little bit too fast, and backfires huge. You know, as much as Usu Benny won that, I think in many cases it's Rebellion losing it, because they had Shock, right, too. Like, theoretically, they can just chill back. They don't even have to push. You got all those players trapped in blue. They had no opportunity to really do anything. The only way they come out ahead there is if you go push in and get 4 people no shields and all die.
It was insane, because I think it happens a lot when you get to 48, 49 kills. You start to just be like, oh yeah, there's no way we can lose at this point. You start playing in, and 1 kill gets away from you, 2 kills get away from you, 3 kills get away from you, and then suddenly you find yourself in a tough spot like that, and the situation completely changes. Inconceivable down 2-1 in the series, but up great amount in this game number 4 to try to push us to a game 5 in the lower side.
Yeah, you can see it. Eco locking down top gold up here. Penguin sitting at 12, Eco 11, leading the pack here for the game, and like you said, with a strong lead as well. Getting ready for game number 3 here against Rebellion and Usu Benny. But as we can tell here, triple cap may be coming in, but with players from Inconceivable spawning towards C, they should be able to flip this hill as well.
See them immediately start to push out towards that tower. They're going to be quick on the A. They check this corner that Leor's sitting in. So Penguin didn't see it. I don't know if his FOV didn't allow it or just missed that angle, but Leor getting a big kill for his team here.
Wow, but Stellar answers back. He was in a tough spot fighting a 2v1, but does pick up a trade. That'll allow Eco to push over, get a trade or get a kill himself and reset this hill. Nice plays from Inconceivable.
See AC control. Eco playing this top A really effectively. Nice jiggle peek there. Able to basically take that gunfight on his terms, and I think they want to push for the trip cap. You see it's like a train of players from Inconceivable flying through that long haul. Stellar led the charge with the shock rifle, and they're going to get those kills. And in the meantime, you see how Eco's aware of those spawns flipping into pipes, trying not to let anyone get through. They opted to play on the other side, and Eco right now, he's not getting that many kills for his team or anything, but you can see how heads up he is on just watching his game. He is playing his position, he's playing his lane really effectively here, and it's allowing his team to just keep him trip cap in place.
Yeah, he gets another kill on the player trying to push out through pipes. That keeps anyone pretty far away from getting feet in A to try to flip this cap as well, and will allow Inconceivable to continue scoring.
See, Inconceivable, they see the push coming to C. Noob's gonna try to commit for this, but the gunfights are going Inconceivable's way, and now it's just 10 more seconds for them to win this round. Noble, big gunfight went over there, but Stellar is one step ahead on the tempo. He's in B already. Oh, big gunfight. Okay, there we go. Noobs, that's a stabilizing gunfight. That's going to now give them the tempo control, and they're going to put a trip cap of their own in. So this one not over yet.
Yeah, they barely got that reset into B. Stellar was so close to capping that, but gets taken out right before the trade comes in. This is going to be exactly what Noobs needs to get back into this game with this triple cap. Our teams have found themselves down by significant margins multiple times today in strongholds. And like we said, when the position is like this, you almost just have to keep pushing and maintaining that triple cap.
We'll keep you guys updated on what's happening in game 4. Usu Benny and Shopify Rebellion have started game number 3. And this one, I mean, Usu Benny, it feels like they were able to find a lucky streak at the end of game 2 to tie this one up. But it's been Shopify Rebellion, for the most part, that has been dominant all series long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was, once again, huge props to Usu Benny for icing up in that last game, because that was absolutely insane to see that, especially against a team like Shopify Rebellion, the last team. You'd think something like that's going to happen too.
Look at his last shot knows the spawns, and he has a shock rifle staring right at them. Peek around the wrong corner, you might find yourself having some shock damage coming your way. Brain shot's been really just stuck in the back right here, and eventually the collapse is coming in. He'll go down, but he really did draw 2 players all the way out of position to come get him, and at the end, the trades are happening, so Usu Benny's going to take that every day of the week. I mean, that really worked out to their advantage.
Yeah, plus Piggy gets the remote detonation kill to take that shock rifle player out. And still with a lot of time to work with on the hill, you'll see both teams kind of slow it down a little bit. Rebellion, they should be able to get some time now, as we see 3 dead for Usu Benny, plus Last Shot having that shock rifle, or excuse me, Cycle having that shock rifle here. Still 9 shots, or 2 more shots to work with.
I see only 2 alive for Usu Benny. Breaking shot though, he's had a couple big moments where he needs to buy some time for his team, and he does that just once again. Look, that is going to make it a lot more difficult for Shopify Rebellion to get into the hill. Last shot breaks it as breaking shot goes down, but it's still going to be tough for Usu Benny here to get to this hill. Shopify Rebellion seems to be in a dominant position as hill 1 goes their way. Don't take Inconceivable, eventually find their finish as they get the break, and we'll be having a game 5 in the lower side. We'll see if that game 5 goes a little bit different this time for Inconceivable.
Yes, Inconceivable's second game 5 of the day already as well. So as we see here, and Usu Benny is looking to try to take a series lead themselves. They did lose the first hill, but are answering back quickly as they see 3 members dead momentarily. But with all the members of Shopify coming off spawn here towards red double doors, they're going to push and try to contest top center. You've got shock rifle spawning in 5, but I'm liking what we're seeing out of Usu Benny. Jackson tries his best to try to get through top center, using that thrust to pick up any of these one-shot kills, but isn't able to find it.
Last shot was quick with that grapple to get into that gunfight. Piggy stuck into the back. He'll eventually go down as breaking shot and acid are the last 2 live here. Breaking shot has been doing a pretty fantastic job of just getting some value when he's last alive. He's been in a tough situation after tough situation, but I think he's made the most of those situations as they find another break, and it comes at the cost of breaking shot's life, but he very much sets that up for his team.
Oh, absolutely. Now Acid's got blue tower, you've got Piggy in the hill. Breaking shot picks up the first kill, which immediately puts Shopify in a staggered position with the hill already halfway capped here. They may be looking at tying this one up.
Ooh, Frosty winning the gunfight, and so does the rest of his teammates. It's just 1 alive. Piggy in the hill, and It's a matter of time. They get the break. All 4 down. Acid will spawn alongside his teammates. Piggy gonna have a lot longer to wait here, and Frosty immediately finds Acid. He had nowhere to go, and they are significantly slowing themselves down, waiting for all 4 players to be alive at the same time. But the way these guys are playing, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. L2 gets 1, but there's another still there, right? Or did he get? No, it looks like they got the kill. So it's just 2 players alive.
I think he killed his teammate and an enemy, and then his teammate killed an enemy. So almost a triple, but they do get all cleaned up. A couple more numbers go down here. Acid gets cleaned up. Great peek shooting by Last Shot as well, but that is the hill now, tying us at 1 apiece.
I see early time in this 3rd hill rotation for Shopify Rebellion, but Usu Benny. It's been clear that even when things aren't going their way, they've been able to find their answers. And the slaying story is telling one completely different game than what we actually see. It's tied 1-1, but Usu Benny has been outslayed by a factor here.
Last Shot commits to the trade. That results in another 3 dead for Usu Benny, with the hill progressing quite quickly. This is going to be a tough spot. Rebellion looking to take the lead once again.
Early time once more for Shopify Rebellion. 2 players going to try to break in through the jail side. They do win that gunfight, but they still have to make it to the hill, and it looks like they've accepted they're not going to get there. Instead, play for the rotation. What's to come next? Last Shot going to back down Yaxon, but it looks like Yaxon was setting up his teammate to make a flanking play. It's Piggy that's starting to try to reap the fruit of that, but Shopify Rebellion read it before any damage can come in, and Usu Benny, they have to leave that hill. Even though they're early on the setup, losing those couple of players forces them out.
Great job by Last Shot finessing around the shroud screen. Will keep his life, managed to get his shields back. He's engaging with 2 players bottom center. Doesn't get them both. Those shields, kills 1, almost kills the 2nd, but the player wisely backs down. Incredible job by Rebellion.
Yeah, he lives. It's how? It's like really the question. Feels like he's always trying to play it in a way that he can just get the damage and give himself a chance in a gunfight. I mean, you give Last Shot a chance, oftentimes he's going to make the most of it. Yaxon, the only one alive, he goes down immediately. Now it's just breaking shot, and look how long it's going to take for these players just to be up on the map. They're not going to have a chance at this contest. Wonderfully played hill by Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, with a 3-1 lead. The good news for Usu Benny is there's still a lot of clock to work with, but the bad news is Rebellion, they're still running at you, they're still slaying you. They've been heavily outslaying this game as all 4 members reach double digits. Hill already being captured from Rebellion once again, and with it coming out this quickly, this is going to put Usu Benny's backs against the wall. They're not going to have many pushes or opportunities to try to work around here.
Acid and Frosty getting engagement. Frosty comes out on top. See the double push for Shopify Rebellion down below. Breaking shot, though, making the most of his chance. Was able to find 2 and eventually gets the assist onto the 3rd. So another big moment. I mean, Breaking Shot doesn't have a crazy stat line in this game, but it does seem like he's involved in all the pivotal kills for his team thus far.
Yeah, and you can see Frosty, he's the one that's leading the lobby with 18 right now. As the 3 members go down here for Usu Benny, the last player will drop, and with 10 seconds left to cap, Yaxon, he's going to have to go right at this hill, but will he be able to do anything here? I highly doubt it. Rebellion too clean, Usu Benny too far away from the hill, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead.
Look at the story of that game. The player with the least amount of kills for Shopify Rebellion had more than the top slayer for Usu Benny. It's just they outslayed the game. It's simple as. And we go into the game 5. Noobs and Inconceivable. Looks like Inconceivable with an early lead, and that might just grow as they've gotten Sniper and Camouflage into the hands of Sav. He's able to find the first onto his opponent, and now they are all spawning at B. This is open season for Sav to take some headshots. He'll get the first. He knows players are lurking in the back of B, repositioning with his camouflage. He finds the angle onto the next, gets the info to his team, but not able to execute on that play as cleanly as he probably likes. Stellar, though, there to clean up the 2. The assist comes in on the 3rd, and Leor's position's known. This is a really tough spot for Noobs to fight out of.
Oh, absolutely. Now what was just a few kill lead has made its way up to 10. Penguin's still got 3 shots now left to work within the sniper rifle. Stellar 14-5, and like you know, when Stellar starts popping off early in a game, that is something to feel good about and gets the whole squad, you know, round up to come out and really close out some of these games here. I like this, deciding to leave B, go ahead and put some aggression out, finds Lior trying to sneak towards top center, takes him out, and now a 14 kill lead. I thought that was lining up. It seemed like it was destined to happen, but finally Penguin does get taken out. No more sniper on the map.
Yeah, but I think they'll be happy at the end of that sniper. They find themselves up 13 kills in this game. We'll keep an eye. We'll let you guys know if this gets more competitive, but right now it seems like Inconceivable is just running away with it. Biggie and Usu Benny need to find an answer in the strongholds against Shopify Rebellion, and that might be a tough task because we have the 2 box right now. Keep you guys up to date on both games at the same time.
Yeah, as you can see here, not going to be much time left in this Noobs versus Inconceivable game, as we are reaching the 40 kill mark. But one thing to notice about the Usu Benny Rebellion is Usu Benny does come out early with a lead and camo, but it was just some icy plays by Rebellion. They kill camo player with some grenades. Last shot makes his way into A, and I don't know how they just did this, but now they're triple capping.
And look, Frosty's ready for the push at C. The second he sees someone stands in, he's going to shoot that pad. Had the timing off just a little bit. He had the right idea, but not going to be able to capitalize on his ideas there, as there was a player over at Glass that created all sorts of chaos. Frosty goes down, so Usu Benny maybe prying at an opening here from their play. Oh, nice shot by Piggy.
Beautiful shot by Piggy. They're doing their best now to secure themselves their own triple cap. Also, as grapple comes in handy here to get him out of B and extend his life. I think they know there's a player here in gold. Sure enough, he does get some damage down on that player. Cycle found himself a double kill. Looks like C will go ahead and flip. A is being contested very heavily. As you see, 2 members down now for Usu Benny. Cycle and the rest of Rebellion, they're finding themselves just constantly picking up these slays and just outslaying Usu Benny.
See, just 1 more kill left for Inconceivable in that game 5. Be almost an impossible comeback at this point. You gotta imagine it gets found right here, and there it is. Game 5 gonna go to Inconceivable. They'll continue on in the lower side. Shopify Rebellion, Usu Benny. This one could determine the winner's final here. Usu Benny needs to find their victory. And the only game they won thus far was that game 2 Slayer, but even then it was an 8-kill deficit. I believe it was 48-41 or something like that. And they made a massive comeback in the game 2 to secure the win, but otherwise it's been pretty steadily in favor of Shopify Rebellion this series.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see some replays of that final sequence in that game number 2. One of the best comebacks that we've seen probably this year in a Team Slayer match. So we've seen some larger comebacks, but not in the 40 kill mark. You know, maybe pre-25 like we saw today as well, but not in, I think, 47-41 was the last time I saw it.
Big damage coming out. Frosty able to get the cleanup at B. A switching over hands to Shopify Rebellion, so they're back in the scoring position, and Last Shot clearly wants to get a little bit more pressure onto this B side with Shock Rifle coming up. He's making a quick play towards the top gold. He'll trade out. It's going to be Usu Benny that's scoring for now, and that scoring could continue if they find good timing here. They get the first on to Frosty. Trades for trades. It's just Royal 2, but Royal 2 not backing down from a fight. He gets 2, and he knows there's a third. Stuck in the 1v1. He is making himself a tough kill, but Yaxon eventually comes out with that gunfight away. But you can see just how much pressure Shopify Rebellion wants to put on, even when they're not scoring. I mean, they are flying at Usu Benny.
Usu Benny doing a great job to get back in this one. The trades have benefited them well over the last 30 seconds or a minute or so as they've been continued to be in scoring position. But as we say that, A and C now going over to Rebellion. You see Royal 2, and now, like we said, any trades definitely benefiting the likes of Rebellion or the scoring team in the moment. Cycle's getting pushed heavily by 2 players, tries to bust out the sprint straight, does help his teammate clean up one. That's Frosty, who should have a shield advantage going into this engagement, but the height advantage is not there, and it comes back to bite him.
See, big fight happening over here. The shock rifle for Breaking Shot, man. He made himself small in that corner, keeping that slide when he went around the box. Gets a big kill for his team, and with that camouflage coming up now, and the shock rifle's hitting big shots once again. Frosty's going for the camo. Can he get the burn? He will burn it out, so no camo for Usu Benny, but man, Usu Benny's starting to get some momentum on their side.
Yeah, World 2 just grabbed himself a kill. Ooh, does help get a second one as well. Finally, the trades come in. B is almost capped for Rebellion, but that would be their first hill cap. So Usu Benny still scoring as we see the first lead change now of the game, or at least for Usu Benny in this game, as they're trying to send us to a game 5.
Bring a shot, hiding in the back. Let's see if he gets lost in this process. He really is just waiting for Shopify Rebellion to come back to C, and he did just exactly what was necessary. Got lost in the process, got a couple kills, and I don't keep C in his team's possession, but Shopify Rebellion immediately standing into A. We see quick rotations from either side, but Usu Benny, oh, this is a struggle. They're taking so much damage left and right. Yaxon got one, but during the chaos, Royal 2 gets inside B, and look at the situation now. It's a trip cap that's in place. The long haul spawns are coming in. This is deadly.
Definitely deadly. Another lead change now coming out for Rebellion. I don't know if they know Royal 2's still over here towards batteries, but this could put them in a tough spot. He's not able to connect with the plasma pistol, leaves his teammate looking into gold pipes where he can't really assist. Breaking Shot, last guy alive, hiding in gold. Rebellion triple capping now, as well as we're reaching the final stretch of the game.
And look at Last Shot and Cycle have done a great job of just giving up a little bit of space at C, but they're not giving up C. They're trying to force them to play through, so even after they get the kills, it takes them a pretty long time. It's going to give Cycle a chance here still to get the stop, and he will get the stop at C, but looks like A, B in the meantime will be flipping on out, so Usu Benny finally get the break, but Shopify Rebellion in the meantime able to get a substantial lead, about a minute of a 2-cap here. That'd be necessary for Usu Benny to tie this game up.
Greater damage coming in here from Rebellion to push those players in A back. Last Shot grabs himself 2 kills. That's going to leave B exposed, and Usu Benny, I think they're going to try to make a play for C if they can. But is that going to be enough? We're going to hit the 200-point mark for Rebellion very shortly. Kills, as you can see in the feed, somewhat even, actually. Just score, definitely, and kind of pace of the game. Feels like it's all Rebellion.
Yeah, it's just the impact of some of these kills they've had, the trip cap opportunities gone away with, but Breaking Shot, camo, and shock now. Plays forward to dodge the nades. Does get the kill on the Royal 2, but immediate trade outs, and oh, Cycle's not backing down. He gets 2. Yaxon's going to be able to find the cut down there, but in the meantime, Shopify Rebellion still scoring until now. It's going to finally be a player that gets into B. Piggy going to switch that possession, but it's the slays aren't that like heavily skewed for Shopify Rebellion, but the score line is a whole different story.
Yeah, you can see though, 3 drop once again, and that's going to flip B, and Rebellion not letting up at all. They push all the way to C. They are more than happy to leave these players in gold and just play the entire map, or put complete focus on strongholds. 224 to 142. We see a flip once again. Maybe Rebellion got stretched a bit too thin there. And with that being said, not only stretched thin, but they're going to be quite staggered as they're still waiting for someone to respawn.
Ross trying to take on that engagement with Acid, but that one's going to go Acid's way. And Shopify Rebellion are completely contained for the first time this game. All of them back at C and white. Last Shot's position is now known. He tried to get out towards that long haul side. Piggy took some heavy damage, and he couldn't get into that without dealing out any, so that might be an opening for Shopify Rebellion. Jackson, though, oh, great spot, able to find a couple big kills, got some damage on the Frosty, cleaning up what's left behind. Looks like he's going to play aggressive towards C. Cycles here, but there's too many players for Usu Benny for him to survive.
Yeah, gonna be some more flips going in here. Frosty doing his best to use the shock kind of chain reaction to get these players out of the hill. He's able to flip B at the same time, so buys himself and his team an opportunity to try and be in scoring position once again. But the push comes through into B. 2 members go down. B flips once again. And Acid with the grapple makes his way into gold and somehow gets the kill onto Royal 2.
Yeah, I don't think the call-out could come fast enough for Royal 2 to react to that. Acid just commits to that play immediately, but look, the clock is running out for Usu Benny. They got themselves within striking distance, but they only have 10 more seconds of this 2-cap being in play for Shopify Rebellion for this series to be over, and Last Shot has camo to help them secure it. Can anyone step into these hills in time? Where is Usu Benny? They're trying to get to C, but Last Shot gonna read that, and Frosty gets the perfect kill to end the game and series. They win 3-1.
And now we see Rebellion moving their way over to the grand finals. Not to be too, not surprised, but Usu Benny putting up a decent fight here on the way. But a clean 3-1 series coming out for Shopify. That actually, hard to say clean because game number 2 was probably the least clean game that we may have had today. So big props for Usu Benny for at least taking that game number 2, but Rebellion looking too strong today.
Now the bracket looking more and more finished as we see our next matchup is going to be Luminon going up against Inconceivable in the lower side. Our grand finals, we know Shopify Rebellion is going to be waiting there. In the elimination finals, it'll be Usu Benny going to play against the winners of these. So we only have 3 more matches for the rest of today. We're going to take a quick break. When we're back, we'll be in that elimination semifinals.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Hello and welcome back to the broadcast. We're moving down to the lower side. Inconceivable is going up against Luminon Gaming in our elimination semifinals. We start on Origin Flag on Tools. Joined with me is Eli, and we'll be bringing you guys the action.
Yeah, we've had some epic matches today already, Tools. So many game fives, so many hard-fought battles. And as we continue along the bracket here, so many grudge matches in store still here as we start asking the questions of who's going to make it their way over here to the grand finals.
The Flyers able to put up some competition against Luminon, taking a game there. I believe Flyers was the King J's team. And then Noobs obviously taking Inconceivable to a game 5. Noobs also beating 1 and 10 Rise. So Noobs having a pretty fantastic run through the bracket, going through some tough competition, and they were just a game 5 away from finding themselves up against Luminon. So maybe keeping an eye on those guys for the following week. Over in the winner's side, we saw Shopify Rebellion defeat Usu Benny, taking them down to the lower side. So the winner of this game will be playing against Piggy and the crew of Usu Benny as we start our game on Origin Flag. Talik going straight for those rockets, and somehow Talik has stayed alive. It's just Penguin that's last alive, and now you gotta feel the pressure's coming. Luminon Gaming is applying a ton of pressure early on here.
Yeah, great opening start for them. Precision got the sniper rifle. You have rockets also going in their hands to Talik here, who grabbed himself in early to make that 3. Elects to just go ahead and use the final rocket. The timing is going to be a little bit off on that one as far as spawns go, and that's going to come back to bite them. Even getting such a great opening start, they're not able to get the flag really moving.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very long flag run here. Finally, Snakebite's able to get back, and they decided, hey, we were going to go one way, but we see the elbow side's open, and the elbow side is very much the preferable side to run the flag. In fact, you see how much easier it is once you get it past there. It looks like that first flag going to be coming on board right now. Snakebite puts that one in, and Luminon Gaming is still in an attacking posture. Trippy's on this elbow. They're winning some of these gunfights still, so we can see a second flag well on its way.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the sleigh battle. You had Talik, Trippy, and Snakebite at 4, 4, and 5 now, and only now the second kill going over for someone from Inconceivable. So literally every member, or 3 of the members on Luminon, outslaying the entire roster of Inconceivable.
Yeah, it seems to, Inconceivable, it seems like slaying has not been, in the cards for them today. They've kept a lot of these games close, but they have been getting considerably outslayed in most of the games that we've seen with them thus far, and we'll see if they can find a solution to that in this best of 5. Right now, Origin Flag is just, nothing's going right for them.
Absolutely nothing, as Trippy wins a crucial piv onto Stellar with some perfect shots coming out of the Magnum as well. Sab is looking to try to do what he can to clean up this kill, but Trippy has a perfect angle and flank, does go ahead and secure that kill as well. Now Stellar is able to grab himself a couple, and that puts now 3 dead here for Luminon. Rockets coming up in 10 seconds. It sounds like they know exactly where Snakebite is. Should be able to at least push over start to kind of clean up this kill. But as I say that, Precision grabs 1. Trippy grabs 1. Somehow, 2 dead for Inconceivable.
Snakebite gonna wrap this corner once again. The nade, though, connects. That'll slow down Luminon Gaming for now. Maybe giving Inconceivable an opening to make a play, but the reality is Inconceivable needs first bloods. That's been their struggle. They have not been able to get the numbers advantages in this game. Finally, one goes their way. The second starts to follow. The shift in momentum might have just started here, but just as we say that, Snakebite got rockets. It got a kill, and it's just Penguin that's last alive. So that push dead in the water.
Any shift in momentum is going to come here from this sniper rifle, as we see Sab pushing up on the map to try to get this. There's 2 players here to contest it. Precision, does he know the flank is coming? I almost thought that was collateral. I think the good news for Inconceivable is that sniper did go off the map, I believe, so that'll allow them to try, I guess, just keep it out of Luminon's hands. But the third fly cap is moving.
Yeah, now it's up to Penguin and Sab. And Penguin goes down. Now it's just Sab, and his position's well known. That Snakebite wrapping back for this, and Sab's definitely done it the best he can for being last alive, but it's just not enough. Too much for him to handle too many players to deal with, and Luminon taking a very decisive 3-0 game.
Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting that here. Both these teams have had a little bit of time off to kind of get ready for this series. But sometimes that's just the way Origin goes, I'd say. You know, we see time and time again out of Rebellion, Usu Benny, some of these teams, the way they play these maps, if you get the rocks, you get the snipe. Although the rocket sniper didn't result in a cap from the first time they pulled the flag, you could see after a couple of rounds of slays and everyone was pushed up far enough on the map, the second one goes in, a third flag pull goes in to secure 2, and with only a couple pulls on the map, they were very efficient in their objective.
I think this is where the Luminon game is going to be scary throughout the year, is if they're able to do just what they did in this game, in the sense that every player did their 25%, right? And they all are doing around the same amount of damage, doing the same amount of kills. It's like the consistency top to bottom is what makes this team really scary. I think if they're able to continue that trend throughout this tournament, like, they can very much give trouble to a team like a Shopify Rebellion, like an Usu Benny, because of their ability just to have every single player shooting at their best level.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, one interesting thing as well is it's everybody doing everything as well. Like, even on that last flag cap, I think it ran bottom center, and there were 2, maybe even 3 people that ended up running that flag. And it was kind of like a handoff situation multiple times, like a relay, as they're moving that across the map, depending on how much shields and damage and the positioning in the map. So that just made it so hard for Inconceivable to try to stop that flag cap.
Into game 2, here we go. Inconceivable needing to find some sort of answer here. One of the big things, though, is usually we think of power weapons as being one of those things that kind of pushes a team like Inconceivable over the edge. Not that many of those are going to be available to them on streets, so going to be very reliant on their bandits. Only that red gun, the stalker rifle, going to be the big power weapon up for grabs, and then obviously the camouflage in the middle of the map, but it looks like Trippy getting away with that. So Luminon continuing on a dominant trend.
And Precision does get taken out with that stalker, though, so that may allow for a camo stalker play out of the hands of Trippy. Sure enough, he'll put some damage onto Penguin. Tulik trying to clean up this kill. Penguin goes through the challenge, and great job from Penguin to kind of clear out one angle as they were finding themselves in a tough spot.
Stellar goes down to 1 shot. Trippy going to reapproach, using that new jump added in year 3. One time we really ever see that jump being used is when players have camouflage. Yeah. Fortunately, you're forced to use a clamber, so it seems like players don't really like to use it unless they know they're going to get the drop on a player.
Stellar does pick up that kill. He gets Stalker himself. He's able to apply a lot of pressure here to these players over in tower. Tulik does clean up that kill, though. Zab looking for the cleanups. We'll be able to find some of them here. 2-kill game. Got some time here before we got to worry about camo. Call out should be coming to these players over here towards the shotgun. A couple of cleanups come in. I don't know how that just worked out, but 3 down for Luminon.
Well, Sav was playing at a really high speed there, and you know, I think he wrapped that corner, saw it too, and was like, oh no, and then he got confirmed with his teammates saying, hey, I got your back, like, let's take this. And that's one thing I love about Inconceivable. Like, any team where you have the Stellar, Eco, Penguin sort of trio, like, they're gonna be a quick team. They will not back down from gunfights. If they think they have an advantage, they'll try to push them. That's a tough one. I think Tulik caught him in the ankle there.
Yeah, you can see that's going to be a big kill because now everyone from Luminon is starting to push up on the map. Looks like Inconceivable tries to answer back with their own kind of push. They do manage 1 trade, but the cleanups are going to come in as well. Penguin doing his best to try to survive. There's 3 members over here. That almost was a stake. New camo spawning right now as well. Penguin picks up 1 trade. Sab could get this kill, but not able to find it. Inconceivable looking a little scattered. Tulik does walk away with the camo. They almost got the burn, but this one's gonna hurt. What was a 1-kill game, 14-15 or something like that, has now just been blown wide open.
It's tough there. Stellar knew that he was gonna go down, but just did all he could to try to get the burn, but it was maybe half a second late. And with that, Tulik got his first kill with that camo. That was red gun that was on Stellar's dead body there, so looks like maybe Penguin was able to grab that from the ground, but an eye on the kill feed as this goes on. Talik continuing to use his camo just really effectively. Yeah, Penguin, unfortunately, your position's known. Easy nades from Talik, and things can quickly get out of control here as Talik has really maximized this camo play to end that with the triple kill as well. Luminon Gaming just really finding some big advantages so far on the map.
Yeah, Talik's got double digits already here, sitting at 10. A lot of clock time left, but 30 to 22, the largest lead of the game, back up to now 11. And you can see, yeah, it doesn't look like they have a kind of a clear game plan on how they want to break out some of these kind of situations. They're just kind of splitting too hard.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough little spawn sequence there. Snakebite was just played that really well in the middle of the map, caught players off guard on their spawn. They had nowhere to go, and you know they go 2 down. Eventually, the collapse comes in, and you see that there hasn't really been a stabilizing time. Like there hasn't even been an opportunity really for this Inconceivable team to stabilize, and that's the real tough part about it.
Yeah, a couple kills coming in, but starting to look at like one of those scenarios, too little too late. We did see a crazy comeback today, but I think it was a little bit closer than it is here.
You'd have like double it. It'd be like twice as impressive, to be honest, if we saw the comeback happen in this game.
I'm not gonna hold my breath on this one, I don't think, but you can still hope.
It's like right now, stake is very much still on the table. Good instant explode there from Eco, gets him the initial damage. Trade outs to get to 29, but just one more team wipe away. Talik finds the double, and Talik 13 kills, Snakebite with 14. I mean, this combo has been deadly today. And honestly, I'm impressed with how fast Snakebite's kind of come up to speed. You know, it's like watching a little bit of the scrims earlier this week against Shopify Rebellion. Seemed like Snakebite needed a little bit more time on the sticks, but come tournament day, he seems to be just right where he needs to be.
Man, speaking of tournament play, Precision's got 12 assists on top of his 11 kills, so just super high kill participation. Only one more kill needed for Luminon. They'll find that. This one is over, but okay, so reverse sweep in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the only path forward here and now. Game 5s have been a constant for this Inconceivable squad, but what we saw was when the going was tough before, they were able to squeak away some wins. This time around, they haven't been able to have that same efficiency with their opportunities like we saw in their previous series.
Yeah, they're going to need to take a quick reset here is what they need. I mean, either one moving forward is spectacular. These are two different rosters. Of course, Sab subbing in what we believe is for Bound, who may or may not be back for this weekend. Not entirely sure yet, but we'll find out
He's
shortly.
taking a prolonged vacation in Europe, so we'll see. Hopefully he's back in time.
Yeah. Seems like he's having fun over there, though. Hopefully coming back refreshed. I think that's something a lot of people needed in this offseason.
What is there even to do for fun in Europe, you know? Go see Big Ben, you know?
A few cool places over there, I suppose. When I talked to him last, he was in Italy.
You see, now Italy's kind of vibey.
Right, I've never been. That would be sick.
See, what's go see the Coliseum. Wait, if you're going to Italy, what's the first thing you're doing? Is it like you're a Coliseum guy? You're
Ooh, man. Gosh, that's a question. Yeah,
really,
I guess so.
What's the place with the canals,
you know?
Venice, bro. I'm going to Venice.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say the Riverwalk. Or go back down to San Antonio.
Yo. We're comparing the Riverwalk of San Antonio to Venice. I like it. No, that's true. Hey, the Riverwalk in San Antonio is fine. See the stick come out. Even trades early. Trippy getting that sniper with camouflage coming up soon. Penguin's just trying to get out of the fight, and fortunately for him, Trippy's not going to let him get far. He got him.
I got a Trippy already.
He got him.
Sick. What is happening?
Trippy hit his next level there. He has 6 kills to his. I think it's 7. He's 7-0 to start this game. Talik got the camouflage. Everything is going right now for Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Now they do get the kill onto Stellar, who's sitting at 3-3, but three members in this lobby yet to find themselves a kill. But with Luminon grabbing points, it's going to bode well in their favor. Trippy is at 7 now, just playing completely absurd. I mean, not even a minute off of the game clock yet.
And what's interesting, I mean, Luminon's giving them a lot of space to try to make their play through. Trippy finally goes down, but Inconceivable still needs to finish off this fight. Nice nade by Eco there. Basically lands at head level of precision. Eco will get the first couple seconds of ball time for his team, but doesn't seem like Inconceivable wants to get, move away from this A side. Yeah, they're gonna try to win out these gunfights. Sav and Eco working together to do that, but precision, off spawn, perfect timing to get through. They get the double, and Luminon Gaming back to scoring. And, wow, I mean, look at the spacing that this Luminon Gaming team has right now.
Yeah, you can see precision all the way, rotates all the way to tower. Looks like they like to take the ball out of A, though, which I do kind of like here, especially with Camo coming up shortly. Penguin does pick up a kill. That's 3 down now for Luminon, so maybe not working out quite as well as they were hoping. You can see this is going to be a big fight. Sab does get repulsed off the map, but luckily grabs himself 1 kill. Camo in 10 seconds. Eco not able to really get himself any ball time there or bring the ball out. And with 3 members going down, this could be Camo and ball over to Luminon. But Stellar has something to say about it.
Stellar's making this a lot more trickier than they wanted. Now he gets 2 kills, and the one of them is on the Camo. He gets 3. Oh man,
that just is not allowed to happen.
Yeah, that's I think, like, you know, obviously we got to give props to Stellar there, but and there's some miscommunication going down there from Luminon Gaming to let a last alive player get 3 kills in that situation.
The Camo kill, the kill on the ball guy, the kill on the Camo player, a kill onto the Deadly's guy. That was absolutely absurd.
Can't let plays like that happen. I mean, look, it's giving them an opening.
That
right?
might be like the hype that they all needed to see on Death Cam to be like, yeah, let's do this, right? Like, Stellar's probably like, all right, guys, stop trolling. I'm literally 1v4ing these guys. Let's win this game.
I mean, look, this game couldn't have started off worse, right? And now that they have a lead, like it's crazy how one play can really change the fabric of what's the story that's been told so far. Inconceivable seemingly right back into it. Luminon, though, fast play towards the tower. They get a break for now, but they need to find Stellar, and Stellar's been a pain. Let's just put it that simply. Stellar is taking over this game right now. He has 10 kills to his name. Sniper has now gone into the hands of Inconceivable. Luminon, I mean, for how fantastic their start is, I mean, they are very much on their back foot, and you know, there's a lot of oddball left to play. This could completely change the series.
Zane, absolutely disgusting shot, takes out precision. He's fighting 2 players here. Elects to just try and waste some of the snipe ammo. Only 1 shot left. We'll see if Snakebite's able to put this to use. Does miss it on the Eco. We'll go ahead and get cleaned up as well, but that puts Eco as the last guy alive for a moment, trying to keep Luminon off of the ball. Not going to be able to do so. They have to back down. Penguin does pick himself up a trade. Trippy grabbing himself some ball time. We're seeing a lead change once again. Trippy Tolling sitting at 12. A couple members from Inconceivable breaking double digits now. We have Camo in 15. As these trades come in, looks like a play ball will as well.
A good efficiency play by Trippy, right? Getting on that ball right away. It seems like it was something they needed. They giving themselves a little momentum. I was surprised they played the ball as early as they did, but Luminon Gaming still winning some of these gunfights on the outside. It's going to be Tolik playing for this camouflage. Has Sab to his right, good damage, but not quite able to get to that camo. It's still down on the ground, and this is still a fight for camo control. In the meantime, Eco's just grabbing ball time and said, hey, look, you guys can all play for camo. I'll bring the ball to my teammates. And now it's just 1 player of Luminon left alive. They're gonna get the kill, and I don't know if Camo got burned yet or what happened to it during that whole equation, but one thing's for sure, Inconceivable will take the time.
Yeah, it looks like Camo did get burnt, as Sab has it now, and ball in the hands of Stellar. They're going to be accumulating some ball time here. It's a very tight game as we reach the final minute and 20 left to play. Sab, he's looking for these kills. Snakebite knows he's there, but not able to do anything about it.
Enemy has the ball.
I mean, Sab's just looking for an opening.
Ball dropped.
Well, it looks like Tolic did spot him.
Enemy has
Sab
the
would be
ball.
forced back out. Trippy got the sniper during this chaos.
Ball dropped.
And, you know, Trippy with the snipers out, they originally got their opening time, so we'll see if maybe he lights up the kill feed here.
Enemy
Camouflage
has the
finally
ball.
runs out for
Ball
Sab.
dropped.
Trippy's back. Sniper makes the first play.
I like that double back. Being so careful with this. He knows 45 seconds left on the clock. They cannot give this weapon up. Penguin goes for a ball grab. Does get it out behind the wall, even though he got clipped by Trippy here with the sniper rifle. Make that a second snipe bullet. And Stellar comes flying in. We'll go ahead and clean up that kill onto Trippy. With sniper in his hand now, he's looking to try to clean up Tolic. There's two players over here. He may be able to do something about, but now he finds himself last player alive.
Sprinting into that wall, trying to make his hitbox small. Does stay alive. Now has a second chance. Oh, Tolic just able to survive, but they're running out of time. And Eco got quick to that ball, so he's making it tough for Luminon to have the spawns controlled as of yet. Inconceivable, they don't have the numbers, but they still are trying to apply pressure. Penguin, do they check this corner? I think he might just try to sneak in and get a backsmack here.
Enemy has the ball.
He does. And with 20 seconds left to play, they've got a 12-second lead.
I mean, that's really heads up by Penguin, understanding the stakes. Did what he could to minimize the damage they could do with that ball time, and now it's 10 seconds for Luminon to sprint to this ball. Sab gonna throw it even further back. The question is, do they even have the time to grab the ball? I don't think they do. Inconceivable. Take round one.
I mean, and what a name for a team where almost every one of the games they're winning is just like an inconceivable type kind of game and comeback and rounds. Hard-fought battle. I believe getting outslayed again. Yeah, getting outslayed once again, but come away with the round win.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, big shout out to Penguin there and his play to stay hidden. You know, sometimes if the other team doesn't know where you are, sometimes the best play to do is just not to move, right? Stay hidden, try to get behind enemy lines, and Penguin just made it way more difficult for them than they anticipated.
I mean, they actually probably lose that round if Penguin doesn't make that play, which is the craziest part about it.
See Sab trying to get that sniper back into the action here with Camo still up for grabs. It's Inconceivable that's scoring for now, but the Camo is the big prize right now. Sab able to stop Snakebite from grabbing, and he'll be able to stop Trippy as well. The flank comes through. Inconceivable now getting the Camo and sniper, and you know, not only just getting the sniper and the Camo, those are big prizes, but Stellar's been getting ball time this entire time as well. So, I mean, they've gotten every advantage they can off the start.
What a play by Penguin. This map movement is wild, although as long as he doesn't get backsmacked, which the spike gets stuck in the wall, not able to connect with the repulsor. Sticky kind of play. Sab still has sniper, only one shot left to use. Everyone has just been blaming today, Tools.
Yeah, this is an insane start to this round, and it's completely different from what we've seen. Look, by the time they play that ball, there's 30 seconds off the neutral clock. They have 48 seconds of time. They got sniper, they got Camo. Everything went right for Inconceivable at the start there, and now, you know, Luminon Gaming will need to find a way to make up this time. Precision gonna get the first start to that though. Nice kill from him, and he'll back up Eco as well. And you see the rest of the team coming in to try to clean up that kill before the help can come. So Luminon Gaming seems like they've found some decent spacing here, and this is where it gets a little concerned. You see how Inconceivable are just flying down numbers, right? Just flying into that fight. It's almost like they're like, hey, let's just all die at the same time and full reset ourselves. But they're giving Luminon a big chunk of time by being that aggressive.
Yeah, that was definitely probably one he would take back if he could. Definitely want to be, you know, conscious of flying in like that, down in numbers in most cases. They did get a similar play like that when Penguin kind of snuck through before, but not this time around. Almost a tie game as we look at Trippy, last guy alive. He does trade out a kill with Camo coming up as well. I'd like to see both teams fight over this. Penguin doing what he can. He's on a flank to his Camo. Does grab himself a double. Last two players for Inconceivable. Near screens and cuts, making sure they can take this player down. It has not been burnt yet. That is going to result in potentially here both Camo and ball now for Inconceivable.
Heads up by Eco just to get back towards that Camo. And even here, like, you don't necessarily need ball time. Use this camo to get some big slays, get the sniper back in your possession. Because Eco very much is focusing on playing around that ball rather than getting time. Sniper and, oh, that's unfortunate for them. That's going to lead the sniper on the ground for snakebite.
Enemy has the ball.
He's got a repulsor to work with here. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see him go for snipe as well, just contest over that rather than keeping them off ball. So much time on the clock left. Could have been hugely impactful with that.
See, I agree with that. I think that sniper going into Snakebite's hands, he was able to find a couple big shots with it, making this a lot more chaotic than they probably wanted. Position staying alive for now. I'm just going to try to take this challenge out. Sniper on the ground over here. Like Snakebite going to be the last alive, and that means the sniper going to go back into his hands. And there's still one more magazine left in this, so 4 bullets to work with. But hey, quick answers there. That might be the couple kills they needed. That's going to move Sniper into Stellar's hands. They get ball time early. This could be a big swing for Inconceivable.
Yeah, you can see they're just a little bit staggered and not sure where Inconceivable was going to be pushing from. And Snakebite gets collapsed on instantly, loses that sniper, and it allows an opening for Inconceivable to run that ball away into A and start building upon this lead that Luminon's been gaining on here for the last several minutes. Stellar almost wins that piv, but Tolik with the QT, able to stay alive here. Does get cleaned up though. Eco finishes off that kill. That puts 2 dead for Luminon, and now we've got Inconceivable in scoring position again.
Yeah, some rough spawns there. And, oh, Precision's not gonna expect this. Yeah, I mean, Stellar gets a spawn at back tower. Gets a good timing onto that kill, but luckily for Luminon, the couple kills that they needed inside the A side code their way. So Camouflage still on the ground. Luminon, if they can get these couple kills, get away with camo, that would be a big swing for them, and they'll do just that. Tolik, I think there's an argument there that he doesn't even necessarily need to put that camo on. They have really great positioning now. They're going to get at least another 10-15 seconds from this. I mean, look, Eco's the last alive, and he is very far away from the action here. This is Luminon's chance to really, really put on a good series of scoring.
Yeah, plus there's not a lot of time to work with still. A minute 45 left on the clock here. You can see we're coming down to the wire in some regard here, especially with hitting the 30-point mark for Luminon. Nobody in the game's hit 30 kills quite yet, so it's pretty even slays across the board. Snakebite, he's got that time. Let's see what he can do here against Stellar. Does come away with the win.
Now that Precision gets right back onto that ball. Sniper flash. Ooh, Sniper's coming up. It's gonna be Sab that gets that one away, so he needs to find an immediate break, but they're running out of time. There's just 10 more seconds left for Luminon to take this round. They weren't able to get a trade out, but there's just no one there to capitalize. Last second push. Okay, 98 seconds when they get the break, but Trippy is right where he needs to be. They take the ball to him. He'll eclipse 30 kills with that, and that wins them round number 2.
Yeah, definitely great job by Luminon gaming, getting back into that game. Well played at the end, especially Sap got the sniper rifle, but gets caught out. Lots of interesting setups. It's almost like their team that sets up early is just constantly losing each battle.
Double
This
kill.
is something we haven't seen too much of this game. Stellar going to be able to get the sniper early and immediately found 2 and tags up Tolik. They can put him down to 1 shot, but no one getting early time. Instead, Inconceivable focusing much more on getting away with that camouflage. Eco going to be the first onto that, and decides to play forward with this camo. Not going to waste any time getting up on the map.
Stellar does connect with 1 snipe. Eco, like we said, has camo. Grabbed himself a back smack. You've got Tolik, last player alive, was around top center. Stellar goes for the ball. Hopefully he doesn't get taken out here with Sniper. Eco's able to stay alive with some perfect shots as well and keep camo in play. Trippy, he's trying to make a sneaky play of his own, but does get sniffed out. See if they're able to clean up this kill.
Eco plays that smart. Just doesn't even let him get a chance to get that new combo to connect. Nade gets the kill, and Eco trying his best to stay alive. Finally hunted down, but that's going to come at the cost of Precision's life. During all of this, I mean, it's been very chaotic for Luminon, but Inconceivable just continues to score.
Sab almost pulls out a sprint strafe, but nice shots by Trippy, does clean that up, and it buys enough time for Stellar to rotate away with this ball and get some extra time. 25-point lead.
Enemy has the ball.
Early game benefiting Inconceivable. However, that ball has now been delivered to back B. You've got Inconceivable moving in, but it might be a little bit too staggered as you see two members get picked off. The last two people not in position to push, and this is going to hurt even more as Stellar gets cleaned up. Penguin can do nothing here, and that is going to put Luminon right back tied here shortly with Inconceivable.
Camo's coming up in about 20 seconds here, so Inconceivable, they can decide whether they want to be aggressive onto this ball or maybe set themselves up for the next camo. It looks like they're going to say, hey, ball is our priority. They get the 3 down precision, going to force the play. And now, you know, this gunfight really, oh, this is an early grab. I'm surprised at how early they grabbed that because, you know, with camouflage coming up, I think there's a conversation where most teams probably set up for the camo play. Instead, ball goes straight into the hands of Inconceivable, and they try to get it away, giving up the spacing to camo to snakebite.
Yeah, it looks like Inconceivable likes to not play camo at all and just goes for the ball time. It will allow them to pull ahead in this game and take the lead once more. Snakebite, he has that camo and he's pushing back B. Stellar, no shields, living on pillars as long as he can. And it does buy enough time for Eco Smith to clean up the kill. And, you know, when it's all said and done, I'd say it was probably a pretty wise decision as it worked out beneficially for them.
Yeah, I guess, you know, you can't always rely on the camo giving you the biggest possible advantage, right? I mean, only one kill. You'll take a 1-for-1 trade. You got the lead in the game. You won the next rotation. You got Sniper. It seems like everything kind of went right for Inconceivable.
Absolutely. You know, if you can't get the camo, the one thing you can do is just draw the camo player out. And if you're still able to capitalize on it, things work out pretty well. Penguin does some serious damage here to several players of Luminon. Will get cleaned up, but that's Inconceivable still scoring information on the last player, who's now in a tough spot. Sniper is down on dummies, though, and no one's able to clean up that kill. That may limit the amount of ball time we're seeing here from Inconceivable.
Yeah, Snakebite got a good spawn, and with that, I mean, I don't know if he gets that kill. We'll be able to get the Sniper into his hands. They get the break. That's one where I'd love to go back in the theater and see exactly what the situation was, because it felt like that spawn should have been, you know, maybe under more contest there. We saw a couple players actually over at green during that situation, so I'm wondering how much of it was split spawns, how much of it was maybe pushing out a little bit too far, but either way, that's a huge break for Luminon. That felt like Inconceivable had such strong control of the map.
Yeah, and I think that's basically another 4 down here momentarily for Inconceivable. And as we see once again another lead change here in this game, this is round 3, and this is a 3-0 series if Inconceivable can't pull this one back now.
Yeah, look, they're running out of time. It's Eco that's trying to find some sort of route to get his team an opening. He's playing this very patiently, trying to clear out all these corners, but it looks like Luminon, while that was happening, they just kind of tightened up their spot. They gave up the tower side, and look, Inconceivable, by the time they're going to get this push, it's going to be do or die. They've spent so much time trying to coordinate this break.
Just too much teamwork, too much good defensive positioning, keeping members of Inconceivable guessing where they're going to be. And that allows Luminon to come out in 3-0. What looked at like a great start to round 1 and what might have been a comeback potential here from Inconceivable just gets shut down.
A huge performance from Trippy in that last game. 42 kills to his name as we went to war in this oddball game, but the slays at the end started to benefit Luminon greatly. And I think one of the key moments in that game was Snakebite's spawn over by the camo side, able to get up, get that kill, move Sniper out of the possession of Inconceivable, moved it to Luminon, who then started making some big plays, and you know, the slays started moving their way. The assist column is insane. Look at Tolik's stats. 74% accuracy from precision, like 37 kills, 24 assists. Take that every day for a player.
Right, Trippy as well, 42. Both these guys having huge assists. Everyone shooting over 60% on the team with precision, almost 75. Absolutely nuts here. And not only that, 2k damage over, the next highest in the lobby, coming out here from Luminon. We saw them essentially outslay most of their games. I mean, it's obviously Bound's not here. This is a non-practice team for Inconceivable, so we see how they bounce back. But generally speaking, they still pulled out a lot of great moments today, solid comebacks. But they were getting outslayed in each game.
Yeah, folks, hey, look, if you've been enjoying the broadcast, this is a year where we have a lot of things going on at LVT Halo. Obviously, this is the lead up to DreamHack Atlanta, where we'll be providing coverage. And hey guys, it costs a lot of money to do that, right? To go in and do this coverage. We have to pay for our space over at DreamHack. There's a lot of money that we have to basically pay just to be there. And then that's not only we have to pay for the people that are going to be working the broadcast and all the equipment that goes there. So there's a lot that goes into it. One way that you can help support us is by subscribing to the channel if you haven't. Right now, we're trying to get our tier 1 numbers up. So what a tier 1 sub is it's not a gifted sub, it's not a prime sub, it's just your normal, hey, like I'm just going to subscribe to a channel. If you're able to do that, it helps us out a tremendous amount as we're trying to keep our 70-30 split. We need to get to our gold number at the bottom of your screen 3 months in a row. So if you're able to, please think about supporting with just a simple subscription here to the channel. That to say, hey, if you want to gift subs, we love it. We definitely aren't going to stop you. If you want a prime sub, hey, still go for it. Just let you know if you can help. That's one way that helps us out a ton. The other is by giving some support to our sponsors here at LVT Halo Games. Coming out with that 8K for controllers soon. I'll tell you what, you talk to all the top level players, they have one of these controllers in their hands. GameSir has been a mainstay for professional Halo, and we're proud to call them a partner with us. Right now, you get use code LVT at checkout for 5% off. Use the exclamation mark GameSir. Go check out what they have to offer, and that's site wide as well. So even if you're not necessarily interested in the G7 Pro, they have some great offerings as well. They just released a controller that has 2 paddles, 1,000 hertz, and the PlayStation style for like $20. I mean, look, they're affordable. They're the best controllers on the market. You really can't go wrong. The 8K controller is fantastic. Make sure you check it out here today. Guys, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the elimination finals on your screen.
kill. Enemy killing spree.
Team took the hill.
Triple kill. Killing spree. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Hello and welcome back. Our elimination finals is ready. Luminon Gaming going up against Usu Benny. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Elamite, and we'll be bringing you guys the action of this elimination finals. We're talking about it a little bit behind the scenes, but man, it really feels like these two teams have been playing really well today. Where do you find the advantages for both sides, and what do you predict to happen throughout this series?
I mean, this is, to me, a classic tale of who wants it more between these two teams, and I think this series is going to maybe be one of the best series of the day, because you've got the Usu Benny roster, who I feel like has always got the chip on their shoulder kind of play style, and then you've got Luminon, who's coming off of a big grudge match they just took down Inconceivable with, but also with this revitalized roster, looking to prove some things here with Snakebite.
Now, obviously, we saw these guys at DreamHack Birmingham just a week and a half ago. When they competed, it went all the way to Game 5. It was a 49-49 on streets, and that 49-49 lasted about 2.5 minutes. At the end, it was Usu Benny that got the last kill. They were able to find the 50th kill, and they definitely had a strong reaction to it. They got up, they screamed, they did everything. In the post, Luminon Gaming, they decided to part with Descendant, who happened to be the guy that lost that 50th kill, right? And then
happened to be the last kill.
Yeah, happened to be the last kill. It really does seem like sometimes you're just like, hey, it's like a moment, like one moment can happen, and
yeah, I'm not gonna say it was because you died here, but
But they make the change. They bring in Snakebite, who was rumored to not be competing this year, and we'll see if that makes a difference in this series.
Yeah, as we can see, early lead here coming out for Luminon Gaming. Acid doing what he can across the map, trying to take these players down top gold. Gets good damage onto Tulik, but kills off the start. Everything looking good for Luminon, picking up where they left off here just a moment ago.
Biggie's just trying to do maximum damage while he can. Does not see that player that was lurking. I don't say his teammate got the kill over there. Trippy will go down. Finally, Snakebite going to be able to clean that up, but in the meantime, that ball's just been out in the open, and it's just Tulik that's alive. Last alive for his team, as 3 players of Usu Benny are alive, and with that, the ball, though, not going to get picked up, as no one from Usu Benny was actually in position. Instead, it's been just really a jockeying battle for position here. That looks like Luminon might just win because camouflage coming up now.
Yeah, it looks like both teams elect to play for camouflage. Not that Tulik had an option to play for ball, but Usu Benny not going for ball, trying to rotate across the map, but it kind of backfires for them as Trippy's able to secure that, and now on a flank here, top goal. He's able to find 1 kill. Breaking shot goes down. Snakebite picked up a trade of his own. They know there's a player long haul who just changes weapons as Trippy takes his shot, so Acid's gonna drop as well. Really good start here now for Luminon.
Yeah, they found Yaxon as well. That was hiding in the heaven over on the other side of the map. So they have Usu Benny very much trapped on the other side of the map now, and it's going to take them a really long time just to even get an idea of how to get pressure in, right? They have to find multiple layers of breakage. And, oh no, Snakebite. Perfect timing on his nade, gets himself a double. It's just breaking shot, it's alive, and look at the pressure. I mean, they got a full U on the map right now. Snakebite's at A, Tolic's blocking long haul. They are trapped at C, and really there seems to be no reprieve coming anytime soon.
Yeah, Tolic using so much of this ammo up as well. Gets some pretty good damage down on these two players in long haul, but neither one of them is going to drop. Last player alive in gold is Precision, elects to play the ball. Good decision there. Finds himself into a piv. He's trying to get a trade, not able to do so. Acid cleans up that kill. And finally, 80 points on the board here for Luminon, but we're seeing Usu Benny start to answer.
Luminon not wasting any time on getting their way through. I like the push from Tolic to go up high, using the skill jump there. And with that, they're right into this fight, so Usu Benny not able to get that much time. At least for now, they need to win these gunfights if they are, and looks like Acid got the first, but the trades are coming. That nade, though, breaking shot left behind, not only took down Snakebite, but put Tolic to one shot, and that might just lead to a 4 down. It will. 4 that go down. Yaxon the last alive, but Precision spawns closer than maybe he anticipates. Here we go. This gunfight could be a crucial one, and Precision's nade lands right in the visor of Yaxon.
Precision now in a 1v1 against Piggy, somehow picks up the win. I think he was weak as well. Yaxon doing what he can. It does have some help to clean up Snakebite. Tolic grabs himself a kill. Beautiful strafe, and I don't know how he just hit that shot, but Tolic doing wonders here for Luminon.
Right now, the TNT combo, it's dynamite. Trippy and Tolic, 9 and 12 kills respectively. Really leading the charge here for their team. This side, Acid finally able to get some ball time for his team. Usu Benny, it's been a struggle for them just to they have that ball in their possession, and even after the grab, you see Trippy immediately found his way in and breaks the setup.
Yeah, and elects to just go for ball time. The map controls so heavily in favor of Luminon that Trippy can just grapple through the middle of the map, no shields, and survive. With only 20 seconds left of scoring to win and only a minute on the clock, Luminon in prime position to close out round 1.
Cross comes in, Trippy not able to get the punch. Acid, that might be the break they needed. He's gonna break open the left side of the map. There we go, a couple kills going their way. It's just Snakebite and Tolic, and they're trapped in the bottom middle of the map. How much value can they get? Yaxon comes out for the challenge, and Snakebite, great timing on his jump up, appears right when Yaxon is full committed into the fight. Gonna make it a lot more difficult for Usu Benny to maintain this hold, and Snakebite not done yet. Oh, love the idea from Snakebite that those nades got picked up just in time.
Yeah, that was an interesting sequence. Wasn't able to get the explosion on the nades, but does pick up the kills instead. Ball is bottom mangler now with only 30 seconds left to play. You got Usu Benny having to make decisions and plays quickly here, but Tolic and the rest of Luminon, they're playing very defensively, playing back, making sure they can use teamwork. Precision grabs himself one as breaking shot goes down. Last two players long haul. Snakebite pushing in to clean up these kills. Yaxon not going to be able to do anything, and that is looking like it for round 1.
What I loved so far in this game is I felt like Luminon played to their strengths. In particular, Snakebite was so impressive to me. What Snakebite does really well is he's so good at playing as a duo, right? When he's with someone, being able to use their position effectively, being able to maximize his damage and make things difficult for the other side. How many times have we see him join in to Tolic or another teammate and basically create a situation where Usu Benny thought they had an advantage, and it turned out to be the other way, that it was actually Luminon that was setting a trap.
Yeah, Snakebite always trying to use teamwork, always trying to work around his teammates, recognizing both your teammates and enemy team in any given moment for how to play any scenario. Camo does go over in the hands of Piggy. He's sitting at 13 kills here for his team, so leading the charge. Still 0-0. Couple opening picks will come out. Shot goes in the hands of Usu Benny. But Precision, or Snakebite, I should say, does clean that up. So Shot kind of momentarily out of the play. Piggy moving the ball over to try to get some more use out of this camo. Overall, we'll see what Usu Benny can put together.
Piggy's punch not going to connect, but the shots eventually do reach home. Piggy playing his angles effectively there. And now takes down Talik. Confident shots. I like the play. He's trying to get into Snakebite's face. He'll be successful at that, but unfortunately, I think he thought there was an extra bullet of damage there. Snakebite going to be able to survive that, and in fact, he might get his revenge here. It's just Jackson that's alive, and Snakebite at least forces the play ball. You know, we've all been there. The grapple not working the way you want it to work.
Ooh, but nice ball movement here. This could give Luminon an opportunity to maybe even take the ball back to A, but Breaking Shot tries to run away with it. That forces Jackson to come out of his hiding spot, and that's going to be somehow a play ball. Great job by Breaking Shot to actually get that off, but nonetheless, Luminon is walking away here with the ball again.
Yeah, look at that, Talik forcing the issue here, gets it right into the pipes, and there's no one from Usu Benny that can cause any immediate disruption. Jackson just trying to keep Precision at bay for a second here. You see that help coming in from the other side, but Snakebite gonna force the issue as he got that A spawn, and now Snakebite, the same player that basically found the disruption on the right side, then cuts the angle from across the map, not allowing the flank that they were setting up to come to fruition. Now Luminon is taking the lead here, and seemingly keep getting these kills. This has been a really tough position for Usu Benny to fight out of.
Well, Snakebite almost does a lot of work with the team nade coming in from Talik to try to get some damage down. Nonetheless, Talik decides to rotate this ball. I like this decision. Precision has the camo, gets some damage down, does get cleaned up, but Trippy just cleaning up the kills this game. Strong lead here now in round number 2.
Right now, Jackson gonna get right back down to that ball, so they need time whenever they can get it. Right now, this is a good rotation from Jackson. Can he get into the pipes in time, though, is the question. No one Luminon there to take advantage of it right now, but Biggie going down, Snakebite gets the first kill. Breaking Shot trying to close that angle down, and Luminon Gaming really effective and fast right here as they get their break in. Talik bringing that ball right back to his team. And I think he wants to hit the full rotation here. Precision's going to give him the go-ahead, too. The great thing about having this grapple is he can use that grapple to hit the rotation if he wants, and that's exactly what he's going to do, try to minimize the damage taken.
Yeah, and they're going to guarantee themselves a big chunk of ball time right here. Guaranteed play ball if things go awry, which as people keep dropping. Precision looking for a few extra seconds on the jump, made famous by Usu Benny here, and Birmingham as well. But a nice healthy lead as they get gold control coming off spawns and get the early pick here as well as Usu Benny is trying to collapse.
Yeah, that's all 4 down. And I love Talik's play, right? Just go get space to the right. You see them starting to expand on the map. When they got all that time in round 1, it was from this exact situation. And see, Talik's going to tuck himself in this corner. And he has a player at glass, so might be worth just trying to see players cross. Piggy, though, not going to fall for the trap. That's one thing that, you know, you see pros play. That's one thing that they do so often that a lot of players in your matchmaking won't do. They do check just about every corner. It's very rare to catch these guys off guard.
Well, we did see it a few times today where corners probably could have been checked a little bit better earlier in the day. But yeah, high risk, high reward plays, trying to hide in a corner, go for a back smack or something like that. Still gets them a result of a lot of ball time. Even taking their time to do that just makes Usu Benny have to be that much more careful on their pushes. New camo spawning in 10. Still a lot of game clock, but Talik grabbed himself yet another kill. Acid, last player alive in control, probably won't be able to do anything to contest this camo. And with the players coming off spawn split here, looks like one does sneak into A. Wonder if they know that here.
It looks like Jackson
They know
find
now.
that kill, but they need to go. To go. Precision able to find one. He's going to back out for now. Usu Benny did get the break, but Precision just lining himself up for the following play, right? Get this camo, use it,
Enemy has
to
the
have an
ball.
effective break and to finish this round. Let's see how Yops do this. Going up high. It's info for now. All the players at Usu Benny are here, and they do get first blood. It's going to make it much more difficult for Precision. Oh, Precision's gone through Acid. Gonna be forced to drop that ball, but so many players around Precision. I mean, he has been within the chaos this entire time, but he's come out on top. Now they've flipped control of the pipes. It's Luminon's now. Precision, the slow, methodical play seems to work out well for his team, and now they're just a couple seconds away. Precision will play keep away till the final seconds. Really well played.
Yeah, I guess I had no idea what he was going to elect to do with that camo, but does play it perfectly. He just kept Usu Benny guessing so hard where he was coming from. They weren't able to contest anyone else on the map pushing. Took his sweet time, caught Ball Guy by himself momentarily, forced him to drop it, was able to drop down and stay alive from any players on Battle Edge or coming out from Long Haul. Great final moments here from Precision to close out that game.
I see Trippy Snakebite dropping 27 apiece in the game. The assists looking awfully the same across her Luminon's board. We can take a peek at the damage dealt real fast. You see that they have the exact same stats, Trippy and Snakebite, and the damage and damage taken is basically the same as well. So those two putting in equal efforts.
As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game, you can see just right from the get-go here, Snakebite coming out really strong. Just Luminon being able to grab really big early leads right off the rip of the game. Just, puts the enemy team in such a tough position, and basically the extra pressure of just knowing you have to be moving that much faster at all times, and that's when you can hide in corners and just really catch players off guard.
I think one thing that made a big difference in that game is something that we haven't seen a lot so far this year, but a relatively quiet game from Acid. He went 16 and 20 with just 7 assists. Usually we see him leading that slaying column. I think that's one thing that's probably going to have to change in this series right now. They need their slayers to step up big, and my eye is going to be on Acid in this game too. Where can he find his bounce back?
Yeah, I agree with you as well. He was a little bit quiet that game. We didn't see any big one pivs, which we've come to almost expect from him in these games. Especially considering last game was oddball. I think that boded really well towards Luminon and their playstyle. So with Usu Benny here, and like we said, being able to allow Acid to move around the map more freely, as opposed to trying to, especially in these games, like I said, when one team gets an early lead in an oddball, you're just like, it feels like you're running at the ball all game long. And that's when you're getting shot in the side and constantly taken out here. So with this being Slayer, look for him to kind of try to find his pacing again.
Here we go. Sniper going to be the first piece of the equation. Looks like Acid going to be patiently waiting for that. But in the meantime, Snakebite's won 2 fights in the middle of the map. Talik going to be able to clean up the next. And well, what's so dangerous about this is, not only did they lose the sniper, but Trippy didn't have to use any of those rockets to get those first 4 down. And now you have a full sniper, full rockets, map control for Luminon. This is just about everything you need.
Yeah, and it does connect onto Piggy. Should take him no shields there as Acid gets dropped by a sniper to no shields. That's 2 members weak. Trippy gets a cleanup on 2. Snakebite gets 1. That's 4 dead for Usu Benny. 8-2 lead, and they know exactly where everyone from Usu Benny is spawning.
Yeah, Axon gonna slide in first. He gets info on where the sniper's gonna be, but see Usu Benny, I mean, they're gonna have a lot more work than just trying to figure out where the sniper is. They gotta find some sort of break, and that is not coming. Trippy in the middle of the map, able to use that carbine effectively to get these kills. I mean, look at him at the top of rockets, just getting involved in everything. It feels there's just no escape for anyone, and oh no, do not peek your head too early. You have a feeling Talik will be waiting for this challenge.
Oh, and you can see there's a rocket player kind of lending some carbine shots, a player top pyramid, Talik with sniper looking for these kills. This is a methodical play coming out of Luminon right now. They are looking for revenge. This is a revenge game going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, the amount of times that we just seen carbine shots going across the map. That's one thing I like about having a carbine, that you can actually physically see the shots coming in. And look, during that engagement, all of those fights are over on the snipe side of the map, but the player that's seemingly doing the most damage is at top rockets, right? It's so well played, it's methodical, and it gets them a big lead. Usu Benny finally gets some snipe side presence, but they still have a ton of work ahead of them. Down 6 in this game. They need some unanswered kills, but they just got 2 of those. Let's see what they're able to make it 3, make it 4 that go down, and only 1 trade out during that entire sequence. So what was a fantastic start for Luminon as seemingly all but dissipated. It's just a 4-kill lead now.
A nice little triple kill coming in here from Breaking Shot. Does go ahead and close this gap. You see Luminon, they're just getting stuck down 2 players in these maze corners so much. I'd like to see them spread out a little bit more instead of trying to brute force their way through here on Snipe. I think they're playing a little bit sneaky, but they keep getting spotted out. As we see those Snakebite, he's in at 10-3, having himself a phenomenal game here again.
He's very much been involved in all these gunfights. Seems like right place, right time for this man. And Usu Benny, their streak of good luck starts to turn sour as we see cleanup after cleanup. 3 kills that go Luminon's way with no trade outs. And you know, we're talking about how it's a 4-kill game. You look at the scoreboard now, it's a 10-kill difference.
Yeah, Sniper in the hands of Tulloch as well, not able to connect on those shots, but does win that hip. It's absolutely disgusting.
Don't hit a snipe on him. Okay, he almost took Snakebite's head instead. I would have just ripped the trigger. I would have saw anything and just bed the up. Okay,
he was
man.
probably going to get it there if he kept looking here, but now Breaking Shot trying to collapse. He's got 4 shots to work with. He's got a teammate covering him as well, so that's great. Get his shields back. Connects on 1, 2.
Tulloch, relax. These guys have families. They have careers. Like we're trying to end. It's almost like he's playing to end careers here, man.
I mean, like I said, when the smack talk starts happening, people carry that to the next event as well. So I think, like I said, some people looking for some revenge matches here.
See, Tulloch catches up to Snakebite. Both of them at 10 kills apiece now. Finally, a couple of kills that swing Usu Benny's way, but you know they have a lot to make up here. They're down 13 kills in this game. They're gonna find a win here. They need to basically slay at a 2-for-1 pace to the end of this game, and right now it just doesn't seem like that's gonna be a possibility. Now we have seen crazy comebacks from this team before, but this seems like an even greater hill to climb.
Yeah, well, Snakebite doing his best to try to find acid here towards the BR. He'll live for a moment, gets taken out. Trippy was putting down that long-range damage with the carbine. We see that play a big, factor here in some of these games on some of these cross-map engagements. Rotates the flag, does grab 1, looking for a second. Beautiful shots, takes out Breaking. Another rocket's coming up here now. Jackson, it's in at 2-11, just not able to find his footing in this game. Meanwhile, Luminon quickly looking to close out game number 2.
And if anyone was on the streams, the Reddits, the Twitters this last week, you'll know that Trippy had some special words for Jackson about how they finished the series before. And right now, it seems like Trippy seems to be one that last laugh today because he is playing phenomenal. I mean, you can really show the power of the carbine on this map as well. We've seen that him having it in his hands so often. I don't think it's a coincidence that he also has 11 assists to go with his kills, largely coming from those plays. Tulloch on the flank, and then he'll find 2 and leave the assist of the triple behind that Trippy should be able to clean up here. Yeah, this is just, he's so well played. I expected this series so far to be a lot closer, but it seems like Luminon, maybe it's to what you were saying, like they're playing with revenge on the mind. They're playing at another level.
Yeah, it's not only like a little bit of a revenge match, I think, with Usu Benny. You've got Snakebite in here as well, and a lot of times with new roster changes, it brings some life into the teams as well. So, what we saw from them on Tuesday, I think a good long series with Rebellion to get back into the form of competitive play as a roster did wonders for them, and we're seeing it here today. They not only took a game off of Rebellion in the winners bracket, but now finding themselves up 2-0 over Usu Benny already, and not just like 2-0, but like a dominant 2-0.
See, Tulloch obviously having a fantastic game, 16 kills to just 6 deaths, but Let's peek the damage. I want to see what Trippy was able to do there. Oh, 4,200. You guys got to realize, like, that's an
wasn't
insane
even getting
amount.
shot at.
Yeah, only 25. I mean, that's because he's playing the weak side of the map so often, and he's just having that carbine. He has that rifle superiority. I mean, just an unbelievable game from Trippy. And wow, that's one where I think a lot of players would probably benefit from going into the theater and just seeing what Trippy did that game. I don't know if he's live streaming today, but I bookmarked that one. I think there's a lot of learning opportunities on how you can play Kali Slayer effectively, because I think that's one of the better games we've ever seen from a player, like on a Kali Slayer, just fundamentally.
Yeah, you can see Rebellion consistently dominated Coliseum or Origin here as well, and of course Luminon with a fantastic game. Trippy just being a powerhouse, 4,200 dealt, 2,500 taken, and an almost stake victory. You know, you'll definitely take that.
Double kill.
Now, what you're gonna notice a lot, like on this map, you know, was a lot of that elbow presence that Trippy had. But we go into game 3. Usu Benny needing some sort of life. I mean, it has been a very one-sided affair thus far. There really hasn't been much to talk about for Usu Benny. That needs to change in this game. There are no more second chances. Aqua Flag gonna be the venue here. If they are able to take this, we'll move into Live Fire Stronghold. So that's the, you know, one game at a time. These guys, one foot in front of the next. What can Usu Benny do?
Talik with a couple big kills takes out Piggy, takes out Acid. Breaking Shot, he's grabbed himself 3 off the start of the game, but Precision is the one that walks away with the camo.
Talik, how did Talik just get 2 there? He's down to 1 shot. He had a 1v2. He won that clear as a 1v2. His nade was perfect onto the challenge, and that opens up a path for this flagpole. Precision still has camo into play, so despite, you know, the opening slays largely benefiting Usu Benny, the camo, the follow-up from Luminon Gaming's too strong, and Precision has not had to move from the middle of the map. He'll get 2 and put Piggy down to 1 shot. A big start for Luminon Gaming.
Definitely great start. Not only that, with all these kills coming in as well, they should just be able to keep the aggression and pressure here right onto Usu Benny and get right back into their base. Still only a little over a minute off the clock, and Usu Benny is just all stuck car side the map.
Look at that too, that go down. Tog has an option here, and he's gonna take it. Goes right through the middle of the map. He sees the timing window, and look, I mean, that's really just, this is why I like, you know, Talik as a player. Is he's a Slayer, but he doesn't play, like, he doesn't think like a Slayer, right? What he's seeing a window of opportunity, a timing window to pull a flag, and he goes right for it. And then, look, Snakebite's doing the same thing. And this is why I was always saying, like, I want to see these two guys play together, because Snakebite and Talik, to me, are very similar in their play styles, and they're all about hyper efficiency. And boom, well, just like that, in 30 seconds, you see back-to-back flag captures.
Wow, this is a scary moment now for Usu Benny. They're going to be feeling the pressure on this one. Just over 2 minutes off the clock, 3 flags have already gone in with a new camo getting ready to spawn. Whoever grabs this may be able to either finish off the game or bring it back here. So this one's going to be super important.
This is just Precision and Talik alive right now for Luminon Gaming. But those 2 players will be enough to secure the camouflage. Can Talik get away? No. Great job by Breaking Shot, minimizing the damage that Talik could do. But in the meantime, they go 4 down once again, and Snakebite is just trying to get the timing. That time, I mean, what? That was Piggy that basically predicted that a player was going to pull right away. That was basically a perfect nade.
And Usu Benny doing their best to hold on here. A couple players still in the base. Everyone up on the map. One gets taken out. Precision not able to win the 1v1 against Yaxon. This should open up some breathing space for them. See if Usu Benny's got anything left in the tank here.
Yeah, it seems like Yaxon's read this play pretty well for that. What they expect from Talik and Snakebite. Gets that info to his team. That's going to be the first break they need. Piggy's going to jump right into the base. Doesn't waste any time. I like the play from Piggy. He saw how deep those players were playing into the base. He said, I think I have the time just to pull out the flag. And, you know, what was successful against them, they're able to use against Luminon Gaming. That's a really well-played flag by Piggy there.
Yeah, and while that flag goes in, a couple big plays will prevent any sort of double cap opportunity or allow Luminon to get control of the map once again here. Snakebite had a nice 2 pickoffs That'll keep P control over in the hands of Trippy. Breaking Shot, he's gonna have the battle rifle now. Can put down a lot of damage here from back of the base. We'll see how they make this break.
I mean, I'm not sure about this Elo. Look, they're triple stacking up on the P side. Luminon, they're really giving a lot of freedom on the car side of the map. If Usu Benny takes advantage of it, if they find these kills, like, they could very much find a quick counter. And there's 2 one-shot players in the fridge, so seemingly it shouldn't take a lot for to clean them up. But oh, Piggy that's a real unfortunate situation for him. He wanted to get those cleanups. It doesn't come in, and that's going to really stop Usu Benny from taking advantage of the car side.
Yeah, and that just shows you the power of essentially teamwork. As you can see, 2 No Shields players hiding in the fridge. They get a couple good trades, not able to really capitalize or turn it into a flag cap at the end of the day, but to walk away with some of these kills and prevent the pressure that'll happen if you don't get those kills in any one of these scenarios is huge.
Snakebite not really focusing on getting that flag run, more just trying to get it out and use it as a bait piece for the rest of his teams. It's starting to flow up on the map. Early into that fridge, and we've seen a lot of fridge favoring from Luminon. A really heavy P-side presence this entire game. And even the couple flag runs that we did see, we've seen a lot of pushing into the fridge, jumping up on that skill jump to get to the window to pull flags. It's been a very interesting game thus far from them.
Yeah, I would say Luminon definitely has the idea of wanting to control and either hold the P side of the map, and that's kind of forced Usu Benny to just be running through car constantly here. As the 4th flag is undoubtedly going in here. 6.5 minutes left to play. 2-0 series lead for Luminon. We may be seeing our 2 grand finals teams very shortly.
Someone should get the stopwatch out for that. That might be like close to world record flag run. They pulled flag, threw it to a player that was in position bottom mid, and that player threw it to a position at the top of flag. Like, that's basically as fast as a flag running can go. They passed it 3 times, or 2 times, I guess. 3 players involved in 2 passes. Like, that's efficiency.
That is efficiency, and Usu Benny's going to need a few of those kind of flag runs if they're going to get back in this one and have any life left in their tournament DreamHack Atlanta qualifier here. Nice trade comes out from Piggy, but that is 4 dead and a flag pull once again. Yaxin, only guy who's probably in position to do anything here. This could be the game.
Has to back down, sees Trippy and Snakebite in that corner. He has a good reposition here, but there's no one from his team to help him on this car side. It's really up to him to buy time, and with that break shot able to get that kill, can they get the return quickly? There's one player to worry about. It's Snakebite. Snakebite gets 1, and he's still challenging out. How is Snakebite alive right now is the question. Yaxon finally gets the kill, but the flag is still out for both sides. Yaxon gonna try to keep that flag going. The return very close and is in. Luminon game not gonna be able to close it out just yet. Usu Benny might just get their counter here. With 5 minutes left on the clock, there's still plenty of time for them to find their answers.
Definitely not over yet, but not going to call it a comeback unless we start seeing one of these caps go in. The 2 members from Luminon do contest, but that's a touch that comes in from Acid. Last guy alive is Piggy. Not sure what he's going to be able to do here to keep this one alive, and this may be looking at another return. With 6 minutes on the clock and a cap out, you know, there's definitely signs of life and hope. But now 4 minutes and that flag going home, this one's going to start to build that added pressure here.
A lot of chaos on the util side there, but at the end it all goes in favor of Luminon Gaming.
Double kill.
Acid's gonna try to follow up a big double kill from him. You know, we said he's been a little bit quieter than what we've seen before, but that might just be the opening that they need. Acid gonna try to lead the charge here, and I mean, look, he gets 2 kills, gets 2 assists. I mean, he's involved in every step of the stage there, getting 4 kills for his team, and Yaxon with a perfect nade. I mean, Talik and Trippy had no idea that nade was at their feet.
Yeah, you can see Yaxon, he's doing what he can. They need to lock down P side and car, essentially just hold top middle the rest of the game. Get into the enemy team space or aluminum space as much as they can here. Breaking shot, he's got 20 on the board, almost tied with highest frag. Yaxon was on the flank, but Acid now, last guy alive.
Yeah, he does as much damage as he can, but just too much to handle there. And Trippy in the meantime, oh, Trippy's not going to waste any time. He's going for a knockout blow. gets the flagpole. He knows the overextend's coming. He has a BR to watch these guys on cross, so stops the flag run. They got 3 down, seemingly. It's just Acid and Yaxon that are alive, and Acid's trying to get to this angle in time. Can he get the kill before Trippy gets around the corner? Oh my, perfect shots from Acid. That slows the flag and gives them a second chance. Piggy and Acid working together on the util side. The threat seeker from Piggy puts Talik's info on screen. Here comes the rest of the help. I mean, this is a last desperate stand for Usu Benny, but seemingly it's working. And can Trippy get the touch? He does! Trippy touches it. All 4 are down. Luminon Gaming sweep Usu Benny and go to the grand finals.
What a game. Yet Acid made an incredible play. He gets the timing just barely to stop Trippy from getting around the corner into utility and ending the game right in that moment. But at the end of the day, it's just a little bit too little too late. The trades come in. It's a mixy situation. They're in a hard spot, but Snakebite and the rest of the crew just too strong to keep that flag alive and go ahead and take this series 3-0.
Yeah, 2 times we saw really mixy fights in the util. Both times it was Luminon Gaming that eventually took advantage and got through. Obviously, it must feel very cathartic for the Luminon Gaming boys. They made the change and they're able to not only defeat Usu Benny, but to sweep them in a pretty dominant fashion. None of those games were close. Yeah, I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, I definitely thought coming into this, we may see a strong performance out of Luminon with how much improvement there was this week already. But that definitely looked like they had something to prove in that series. Coming out that, winning that convincingly was big for sure.
Yeah, now you have to think, hey, you have a great momentum. The vibes are super, super high right now for these boys, and they're going to be going up against Shopify Rebellion again. I mean, it feels like they got everything they could possibly want at the end of the game. Precision dropping 6,500 damage. I don't think we're highlighting him that much during the game ourselves as casters, but there was a few times where he just popped a corner and just hit a crazy shot. He shoots 77% in that game.
I mean, has he been over 70 every game as well?
He might have been.
Shooting over 70 is one thing, but doing it as top damage in every game, that's another thing.
Yeah, it's him and Lashaw are the 2 most accurate players in the HCS, so it's not surprising to see him have high accuracy stats, but his ability to do it game after game. Yeah, I just pulled up the data hive at the end of this series. He averaged 71% accuracy for the entire series.
Yeah, that's wild.
Wow. It drops to 1.91. Snakebite drops to 2.10 for the this is for the KAD, a 1.45 KAD for Snakebite. I mean, look, Snakebite and Talik, a 1.45, 1.41 to end that series. And, that's a great sign. I thought it was going to take Snakebite a little bit longer to get accustomed to the game, but not seemingly a problem right now. I know we got this next series coming up real soon, guys. If you're ready, get yourself, type what you're excited. Who you think's going to be the MVP this game. We're going to go on a quick break, get some water, do all that thing. We'll be back in just a minute or 2 with Shopify Rebellion and Luminon Gaming in our grand finals. Welcome to the grand finals. I'm Tools. Joined with me is Elamite. Shopify Rebellion is going up against Luminon Gaming. The return of Snakebite and, well, the return of grand finals appearances. Elamite, I feel like we saw a new version of Luminon Gaming. Do they have a chance against Shopify Rebellion in this series?
Hey, I mean, the last few times they've played, it's been getting closer and closer and closer. So I think only time will tell. But, you know, we talk about the experience, talk about getting reps in. You know, comes to Rebellion, it's like no reps and no practice count unless it's Rebellion. So every series, I think, is instrumental to like their development. You know, it's super important to getting back in the swing of things. And yeah, I mean, it's still possible.
Here we go. Last shot gonna be the first player that goes down. Luminon with the first blood. Luminon with the second as well. Big starts for them. Royal 2 went straight for that sniper, but he's the last player alive for his team after he gets it. Not gonna be able to do much more with it. Luminon Gaming gonna get the opening ball time and seemingly should get the sniper that's on the ground as well eventually, as Talik goes on to hunt for some more slays.
Yeah, great opening for Luminon here. They're able to grab a few seconds of ball time. Do get most of the kills, but at the end of the day, it gets a little bit mixy, and they're not able to walk away with too much. We'll find out where that sniper ends up. Trippy trying to live. Precision did find it, but not able to connect on those shots. Gonna go back over to Royal 2 here, and with 3 dead now for Luminon Gaming, Royal 2 gets stuck. Wow, good play by Trippy.
Yeah, at least they're able to get that stick and trade out, but the big part is the sniper has gone back to Shopify Rebellion and seemingly will stay in control for now. Ball time as well going their way. Frosty down to 1 shot, has that QT to try to stay alive, but Snakebite's nade just able to circumvent it. Gets the kill in just a blink before that QT was going to get him out of danger. Last shot, able to find a couple kills before he hits the respawn screen, but it seems like Luminon has finally whipped out these spawns. Frosty first off a spawn, trying to get that pressure in, but Talik well played. Able to find Royal 2's back after playing that corner deep, and right now, Luminon Gaming seemingly playing a really clean game against Shopify Rebellion.
Ooh, nice shots by Cycle, though. He takes out Trippy. Good teamwork, though, overall by Talik and Snakebite. They get a bunch of hill time, or excuse me, a bunch of ball time here, as well as moving the ball, rotating it away from ice, just keeping Rebellion falling into this trap here. Looks like they decided to just go a little bit back and forth with it as well. Trippy does find the kill on the Cycle this time around. And now we're seeing Last Shot with his opportunity to get the ball.
Last shot going to be able to get some good time here. We see Frosty breaking out these spawns for the team, being that anchor in the back of red. The setup's in. It's just Snakebite and Trippy, and they're stuck in the middle of the map. I like this progression up by Frosty, just trying to get further and further up, getting the advantages wherever they are. And right now, Luminon, I mean, there's nothing to say that they're going to have any sort of quick contest here.
Ball dropped.
Right, Last shot, if he hits this rotation correctly, they could just completely flip the map once again.
But the collapse coming in from a couple different sides will result in 2 going down. Snakebite gets cleaned up inside blue, but ball all the way over here towards red will be another opportunity for Luminon to start putting more points on the board here. It was a pretty good job, though. They've kept Rebellion down to only 43 points here off of essentially 2 different holds. Snipe did just come up, though. Frosty able to connect onto that. Rebellion going right through the middle of the map. Snakebite, he's going to do what he can to try to slow down this push, but 3 go dead. Precision, last guy alive, trying to buy some time, but does eventually get cleaned up.
See Trippy playing underneath. Frosty has the overwatch with the sniper, and gonna be tough for them to get through without having to take him out. Talik, though, good timing onto that shot, able to get that kill, and Sniper switches hands immediately, forcing the play ball. Shopify Rebellion. So Luminon hasn't really let Shopify Rebellion generate too much, time without having some big contest. But the big thing is trying to take down these players before they do too much damage. Last shot able to get a double kill before he goes down, and just Cycle that's alive, but seemingly doing a great job playing keep away with this ball. He finds 1 more kill, and even now in between 3 players, Cycle gets 2. Like, how does the man manage this every time? His ability to stay alive and maximize his damage.
Yeah, that's going to hurt a little bit because that could have been a lot of free time. And as we say that, Royal 2 gets his shields back while hiding behind the rock as well. Trippy goes down, Precision goes down. The trade's just overall benefiting Rebellion. Just one trade benefiting the opposing team and the ball's there is just going to result in these little chunks of time constantly going their way. Now we're seeing Tolik does clean up one, but like we said, ball's still here. Everyone's spawning across the map. You get stuck in that kind of run across map simulation, and that's what we're seeing right now.
It seems like it's definitely been I think the tale of the two teams so far, because Luminon's had great breaks and have had decent holds, but it just seems like they have to traverse much further to their attacks than Shopify Rebellion has had to do most of this game. With that, it's come at a big advantage now at 90 points for Shopify Rebellion. They just need one good round of slays and they will have this round.
All right, Snakebite does clean up a kill. That's 2 dead for Rebellion. Finally, we're going to see the spawns switch once again, though, and this is going to give Luminon an opportunity to try to close this gap once again. As a player makes it through last shot, we can see it's constantly just these players kind of sneaking through it, and this window in particular, it's right where Cycle was when he picked up his double kill when they had their ball opportunity last time. So I'd like to see them kind of try to evaluate where some of these openings are a little bit more here, because this is really hurting them.
Looks like Snakebite able to play that off angle, caught him by surprise, but Royal 2 off his spawn has a good sight line, but with him going down, Snakebite seemingly survives long enough for them to maintain this hold. So a rough and tumble fight, but one that goes Luminon Gaming's way. And Trippy has an idea here. He wants to get aggressive, but it seems like he was perfectly read. Last shot's nade puts him down to one shot. And although his flank does come in to get a couple kills here, might not be enough to stabilize the game quite yet. You see Shopify Rebellion still on the attack.
Frosty did get Sniper, though. He may have just sniped his own teammate, not entirely sure, but either way, both players get taken out. Sniper now down inside of red. Last shot helping his teammate will take out Trippy. That puts Tolik at the last guy alive. With a minute 27 left to play, he somehow makes an incredible play and sneaks through. Nobody sees him. That's going to result in 2, make that 3 dead as Snakebite finds the new sniper rifle. A minute 15 left on the clock here. This is still possible.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck with the spawns there for Shopify Rebellion. As they were winning those fights in the mid-map, they're getting ready to grab the ball, and we saw a spawn happen in blue room for them, and that gave the indication that red spawns had flipped. And that was the last thing that they wanted, because Sniper was back there, Ball was back there, the spawns they want were back there, and it's given Luminon a second chance in this round. And right now, I mean, it looks likely that they could finish this round out. Last shot goes down from Precision. He's last alive, but if he can just hold them off for long enough, they can win the spawn battle here. It's Frosty versus Precision, but Precision wasted no time. He's trying to get this to his teammates through the middle of the map, but Royal 2 got a blue room spawn, but Precision just guns him down. Frosty able to find 2 in the back ranks, but needs to win the next gunfight. Tolik will go down. Frosty now knows that Trippy, that last player alive. Can't seem to get the last shot. Instead, that ball's still going to be down on the ground. Luminon Gaming wasn't able to grab it, and still hasn't been able to grab it. They need to get to that ball, and here it is. More time being accumulated. 90 all.
This is the final moments. It's a 3v3 super mixy situation as players all over the map here. They're trying to milk ball time, but doing it from bottom center.
No.
Frosty grabs himself a triple kill. Precision, last player alive in red. I don't think he's in position at all, and that one hurts. They had the lead. Maybe it would have been better to just drop the ball earlier.
Yeah, and you see it was Frosty that comes in. He finds 2 from that position while one shot is able to take down Snakebite. That triple kill all but secures it. A really tough round between these two teams, but Shopify Rebellion, this is what they're so good at, right? Is icing the end of these rounds. They're so tough to take down in the final moments. They always seem to just get better as the situation gets more tense.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought comeback as well for Luminon. I guess they weren't actually able to take the lead, but they still had a little bit of game clock to work with, so hindsight 2020 is always one. Tolik is able to get a kill. Sniper's up. That goes in the hands of Trippy, but not able to connect to make that 3 dead. And I think, what we've seen a couple times here is while Luminon starts so clean, they'll have one of these games or situations where things go wrong, and then they're not able to bounce back in their immediate life.
Oh, look how well played this was from Royal2. He just let them pass him.
I think he didn't even pick up that sniper so that they didn't hear him either. Like, he didn't want to set off an audio cue with them too close.
Yeah, I mean, look, and, it's right now, it's not like he hasn't got any big kills, but it's causing so much chaos for Luminon Gaming. Like, Snakebite hasn't been able to push up because he knows Royal2's just watching the back. And Last Shot is seemingly still anchoring out those red spawns right now, so, I mean, that all works out basically perfectly. And Last Shot's really heads-up awareness on just getting that ball to the angle where the sniper can watch it. They have a 25-second lead. They're okay to set this down for a second and slay out until they feel comfortable to pick it up again.
Yeah, Royal2, even though they're spawning cargo like right next to him, he's not even looking at any of those players. All he wants to do is snipe people as they're trying to cross the map, go for the easier snipe. So he's, literally probably the closest player to the enemy, but he's just concentrating on whoever's contesting the ball.
I love the hidden presence plays, and when they work out, they're so fun to see the ramifications of, because it feels like that's when the game gets so mixy as the other side. It's like, oh no, we lost a player in our back ranks, like everything's falling apart.
All right, but they do know where 3 players are now, as Tulloch does great positioning, gets a lot of vision, gets a trade onto 1, but I'd say that's a pretty good job by Last Shot to actually even come away with a kill there. Trippy gets another. Only 2 seconds coming out from all this, all the map positioning and control that they had. They only walked away with 2 seconds of ball time.
And look, Cycle trying to make that one of these low presence plays again. He's going to hide himself in the cargo. Player tries to get through, gets the drop onto them, and seemingly has the info on what's to come next. But Trippy, great shots from across the map. He's going to take down Cycle. Frosty, the only player left alive. It's him and Tulloch as the last 2. But, seemingly they're all just going to wait for every player to spawn up. It's 4-on-4 in the map once again.
Tulloch doing what he can to try to get damage down. Does tank a grenade that doesn't finish him off, but eventually loses the fight. Nice trade by Precision. Was in a tough spot, but a little bit of a jiggle strafe there is able to pick up a trade at least.
Last Shot getting away with that sniper, and with the lead that they have, it's not necessarily too important that they stop the initial pickup. Last Shot's going to in fact take a wide swing, looking for a different position to catch players off guard. A rare miss onto a player up at top tower, and a couple more. Last Shot, a little uncharacteristic with that sniper. Usually we're so used to seeing him hit those quick flick shots, but seemingly not going to matter too much to Shopify Rebellion as they start winning out those red spawns, and with that they should get some ball time.
Yeah, luckily Trippy is contesting it the best he can as he finds himself in a 1v3 scenario. He does have 25 kills, so basically tied in the lead here of the lobby for highest frags. But as we say that, it's just, once again, like we talked about, the spawns. And where do the spawns come in at? Are you running across the map to try to get to the ball guy? Or are you just spawning right next to the ball guy and reinforcing on all the action?
Because Last Shot got a spawn out, so we are seeing spawns flip out here. Looks like Frosty was aware of that, though, and instantly tried to throw it up to the middle of the map. So Luminon Gaming, despite getting the break on the ball carrier, it doesn't mean they're going to get more time. That was an insane perfy reversey there. Little sprint strafe jab in there as well. But Luminon Gaming, I mean, they're getting kills here and there, but there hasn't been enough to sustain any sort of setup. I mean, they have 3 seconds of ball time. It really has been just a real struggle for them in this second round.
Yeah, you can see here, they do have 2 dead. This is going to be their scenario if they want to try to battle back, because with only 1:15 left, you got to start putting time on the board soon. Royal2 bottom center gets some good shots down. But that is still 4 up here for Luminon. Trippy misses up the jump just a hair, but they're still getting the kills. Should be alright to move away with this ball here. Last player alive in blue. Alright, and finally, the ball time we've been needing to see starts coming in, but just under a minute to play.
Now see how Shopify Rebellion tries to get this break. We're seeing Frosty and Last Shot move up on the high side of the map. Royal2 and Cycle going to try to take on the cargo side. Precision's been hidden down here, but they'll find the drop on the Cycle. Gets the first kill. Royal2 is next target. We see a lot of damage going down across the map, and Luminon Gaming really playing that setup successfully. were able to find the drop onto the initial pushes. And, you know, you can't really ask for anything better than that.
At least the spawn simulation is at least working out a little bit here for Luminon, but just as we say that, finally the break and the flip happens once again, but they did bring the game back within 10.
And it's surprising because it's not like Shopify Rebellion wins that break from their slays. It seems like they just recognized there was an opening for this first spawners to get through and to flip out spawns before help could come. So, you know, sometimes it's just recognizing when something's open, what timing you have. Like, do you actually need the slays to flip out a spawn? And either they didn't, they were able to burn off some time, but you still need some slays to secure the ball. And that hasn't happened so far. Luminon Gaming have had a clear, decisive win on these last few rounds of slays, and it's going to continue on. And right now, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they might find themselves in some danger of losing the lead here on this next rotation.
Yeah, you can see it's a little bit of a staggered push, so they're wisely waiting for Cycle to respawn here before they do anything. Royal 2 takes a lot of damage as he pushes out, though. Precision and great map positioning here top mid to try to get as much damage down as possible. 3 dead for Rebellion, only 25 seconds left on the game clock. Somehow they do manage to get through, but Trippy answers back. Is going to keep the game alive, but dies to Frosty. Everyone else spotting over towards Cargo. 15 seconds left to play. Frosty grabs new sniper rifle. Does get taken out. There is a little bit of hope here if they can make something happen.
Just 10 seconds on the clock. Is anyone from Rebellion in position to take down the ball? They're just a few seconds away from taking the lead, and then from there they can play the game clock. Here we go. 7 seconds for Rebellion to get to the ball. Royal 2 gets the first kill, but the cleanups are there for Talik and Snakebite. It's Royal 2 on the ball. Royal 2! He ties it up. We're going to overtime. There's an extra minute on the clock. Luminon has to do much more now than they anticipated. A whole extra minute to play around with here.
The insane plays from Talik, insane plays from Frosty, insane plays from everyone to send us into this overtime. The first overtime in the oddball we've seen in a minute as well here. Snakebite does answer back with a kill, but that's 3 dead now for Luminon. And once again, less than a minute now, 45 seconds on the clock, up by just a few points here. It's going to take, basically, you have 1 push now.
Oh, remember this. Remember this. Royal 2 playing that lower position, trying to let players pass them, and that seemingly is working out well for Shopify Rebellion. They're getting slay after slay. It's 4 that go down, and Royal 2 will take a triumphant swing around as he gets back into position for the next play. Look at Frosty spawn at Cargo. They're going to be completely trapped at blue now. This is almost an impossible push that they have to make. They have so much map control.
Yeah, just nothing you can do in that scenario here. Get stuck. The last push they finally had, they got caught off guard, weren't able to sniff those players out. Royal 2 makes a great play, buying enough time here for the team. Talik, oh, I mean, just how heartbreaking is this? Just if that first shot hits, maybe it stays 65, maybe it's a round win, but nonetheless, it doesn't happen.
You know, Shopify Rebellion got 2 big swings in this game by making essentially the same play where they played very forward on the map but kept themselves hidden and sprung a trap once the players didn't check every corner. And, you know, it seems like Royal 2 certainly has found himself a spot that he likes down there. 2 times he pulls that out in that game, both times to great success.
Yeah, over 10k damage for last shot as well. Well, early lead here.
Someone
we saw
said
Luminon take game 1 last series.
Someone in chat said lucky spawn WTF, and then someone responded to them lucky spawn FTW, bro. But no, I mean, those cargo spawns, like getting a cargo spawn there is huge, right? What we saw at the end, because with Shopify Rebellion's getting themselves set up, and this, I feel like this game likes to do it that much where the I don't know if this happened in Halo 3, you know, obviously you were around in those days, so I think you have a better idea of what the spawns were like back in the day. But like, I think Halo Infinite loves to spawn you forward, right? And giving them that cargo spawn basically guarantees that the attack's going to come from one vector. And when you have that info, it's like, it's so big for your team.
Yeah, I mean, you can also get a lot of information based on where those players spawn. There is a scenario where, you know, you come off spawn, you hide in a corner, but a lot of times coming off spawn, trying to make that forward progression when you can, you know, getting your teammates to spawn in a more forward position, just get in those engagements faster. When it's comes, when these games are coming down to 1 second scenarios, every little bit helps.
Take a look at the series. This is our grand finals between Shopify and Luminon Gaming. Recharge Slayer going to be game 2, and then we go back to Empyrean Flag. Empyrean Flag being back in rotation, kind of a big fan, man. It's been fun to have it back and seeing some of the high octane plays.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Empyrean definitely always makes for some exciting games and good sniping opportunities as well, of course. This is also 2 teams that have a lot of players that have a lot of experience on the pit as well, going back to MCC and all these days here in the past. So that'll be an interesting one. Will Luminon, even though they just took these 2 games, the thing about some of these games and losing in this fashion is they can definitely be like the deflating games, where now you're going into the next game and not as confident maybe as you were just before that, because of all the hard work you just put in that ultimately meant nothing.
Yeah, momentum certainly plays a factor, and it's like, I was wondering throughout your career, because I mean, obviously you've had so much success throughout Halo, like, how do you manage that? I feel like is the next step of becoming like a really good, like maybe a tournament winning player to like a dynastic, like great in the game? Is it like that emotion control, like not letting that stuff like affect you? Because I feel like there's so many teams where if they get momentum, they look like the best in the world, but in the same vein, like if they lose that momentum, it can really hurt them. Whereas a team like Shopify Rebellion, I've never really noticed that from them, right? Like to me, it's like game in, game out. Like you're gonna get their best every single time.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point too, and I think that does kind of speak to how people find success and the success they find, how much success for how long, and most of it I think comes down to how bad you want it, right? So like, there's a time where if your head's not in the game, if you're not like doing everything you can to where you feel as prepared as possible going into the tournament, like a lot of times the tournaments are kind of decided, at least in my opinion, is before the tournament even starts, right? Because you're either putting in the work and the effort and going to the tournament confident, or you're going in there like rolling the dice hoping things might work out for you. So when it comes to like actual in-game and mentality, emotion control is huge, right? Because not only do your emotions affect your teammates, they affect you and your play style in the game. When the things start going wrong, or the shit talk starts coming out, you can tell like who feeds off of it, and like like the players are don't shit talk them because like it always backfires. Like that's the kind of player you want to be, and I think that comes into emotion control in a major way. Just not letting people get into your head. Like when people talk shit to me, I want to like I mark it, right, and wait, and I dig down deeper and do whatever you can and just lock in.
Here we go, game 2. We'll see if Luminon Gaming can find themselves locked in and able to bounce back after what we'd assume would be a pretty deflating loss in that oddball. It felt like they had made the comeback, but Shopify Rebellion shut the door in the final moments. Recharge Slayer, look to the camouflage, look to the shock rifle, see what damage you can do with it. And right now, looks like we'll get back into it, and we can. I wanted to go back because we're Halo Infinite, right? The Halo esports started in like 2002, 2003. It's like, we're 23 years into Halo esports competitions. And right now we have a lot of new fans that have been coming in, and they probably are Halo esports from Halo Infinite on. You had obviously a great career in Halo Infinite as a coach for SSG throughout the last few years. You won a world championship. You won multiple trophies throughout your career. But going back to the early times, before you were coaching, when you were a player, what do you think was like the biggest unlock for you from when you went from that 2006 season when you were first starting to get into the game to like 2007 where you like won your first championship and you were able to start like getting those top placings? Like, what do you think changed for you to make that jump and to become a top level player?
Ooh, wow. That's definitely a loaded question, but a great question. I think like when I started competing and I wanted to like become a pro and I'm watching at my house, you start playing and you play, but are you getting better while you're playing? And I think when it starts coming back to like evaluating your own gameplay and watching pros and seeing what they do well and how you can incorporate it into your own gameplay, I think like a lot of times it's every time I would die in a game, I would kind of evaluate what I need to do better or could have done better in that life, and then that's when you start noticing like bigger improvements in your gameplay, and then you finally kind of get to a tournament. You want to break into the top 16, you want to get top 8, and once you find success and you're competing against the best players and you can take them down in the game and frag with them, then once you have the confidence as well, that's a major part of it, going back into the mentality, the emotional control. It's especially back in the day, there were no rules, and it was like the Wild West, and the smack talk was way more intense, and like everyone would get canceled if the stuff from back then was like going in, and because like some people are saying just some ridiculous things and other people say ridiculous things back, and that's why there's rules now.
Right. I mean, that Halo 3 era, you had so much success. I mean, it felt like you were like in a grand finals almost the entire time. I think there's only like a handful of Halo 3 tournaments where you weren't playing for a championship trophy. What did you think like for a team that's trying to stay on top, like a Shopify Rebellion and these teams that consistently see the grand finals, like what do you think's been the big difference maker between the teams that consistently get to top 2 and the teams that are stuck in like top 4, top 6, top 8 and are trying to make that breakthrough?
Oh man. Well, I think one thing that gets left out in the discussion around pro players and their careers, and while it's like one of the best careers you can have, it's also one of the most brutal. And I think that's because like not only do does your essential money and almost like kind of dopamine revolve around single weekend events scattered throughout a year, and all the preparation that goes into it. But at the same time, there's just so much like team chemistry and decision making that comes into rosters as well, and then every player themselves can perform well or more poorly depending on their own life and everything involved. So there's so many factors that come into a team dynamic to find success. And with roster changes, sometimes there's people that make rosters, other times you just get top 4, top 2, whatever it is, and then you're finding yourself without a team. So there's a lot of things outside of your control as well.
Yeah, it's like I guess that's probably why we see a lot of teams like don't like it's like the same. There's a lot of teams that just like kind of keep the same recycled players. Like it's like you don't see that too much variation from like what they've seen success with. I feel like this year has been kind of unique where we finally start to see like the fracturing of like these like groups where like we have like duos that may be sticking together, but we see like completely different teams than what we've seen before. Like I think of Acid joining Piggy and Yaxon. Even this team that we see in Luminon Gaming, like this is a team that on paper you probably wouldn't have even expected last year. Like a Precision, Trippy, Snakebite, and Talik. Like we're talking about 4 players from 4 very different teams. I feel like that doesn't happen too often. I think back like you had like a really long stint with like Straight Rippin', and then obviously you made the move to go over to Instinct. What do you think like when do you know like when it's time to make like a big team change, right? Where it's not like, oh, we're switching one player out, where it's like, oh no, I gotta go somewhere that's like completely new, completely different. And like why do you think players need to like make that change occasionally? Like what's the sign to do it?
Oh, I think
I'm just asking like super deep questions right now.
Yeah,
like, we just got a big break, so I never get a chance to like talk to you like this. I'm like trying to make the most.
I don't even know if I have a great answer for that. I think you see it very differently for every duo, maybe, right? You've got situations where it's like the Ogres. You got a Snakebite Royal 2 duo situation, a Trippy Lucid situation. It's so situational. It's really definitely, I think, hard to say. I mean, like, one of the things that's hard about being a pro, kind of in the same regard, is like, you know, how many people are pro. Let's say, you know, at any given time, we got like 20 to 50 people. Well, only 4 people are really happy, and everyone else is pissed. You know, like,
yeah, right.
Generally, just how it goes.
Luckily, throughout your career, you've been more on the happy side.
Yeah, I mean, but all of us were chasing those dopamine rushes, and we put forth a lot of work and a lot of effort to try to get those, you know, those wins and those moments, right? Like, what else makes you feel alive?
I love it. Grand finals, man. It's like it has to be just a crazy feeling, especially on those lands, to be the top of the world. And that's where Shopify Rebellion finds themselves right now, and where they found themselves basically for the last year of competition. Luminon Gaming gonna try to find that break here. Grand finals in the first open. You know, obviously, like, everyone's looking towards the final LAN championship as that final goal, but this might be the first stepping stone for a team like Luminon being able to take down Shopify Rebellion in one of these open competitions.
Yeah, nice little start here for Luminon. Precision gets himself camo. They have a 3-1, make that 4-1 lead. We'll see if he elects to move over here and try to fight for this shock rifle, which we'd like to see. For the moment here, he's working with Snakebite. They clean up some long haul kills, and still just overall map control definitely heavy in Luminon's favor.
Shopify Rebellion seemingly playing a very slower game. You see all of them split on the map. Royal 2 caught out in the back end of the map. Nowhere for him to go. We see finally Frosty and Cycle able to break through into A, but even now, Luminon seemingly still having a very dominant control on the map. A 2-kill lead for them, but the Campbell runs out at a tough time, and Cycle going to be able to guarantee that trade out under Precision. So, you know, not a great start for Shopify Rebellion, but at the end, when you start to see the score, you're thinking, you know, it could have been much worse.
Yeah, Precision almost found himself in a 2v1, so I think it was a pretty good decision to go for that trade, especially with the way Cycle plays those pillars and the peek shoots that can happen in this game. Trippy does get taken out. Just back and forth trades left and right here. Find out where that shock ultimately ends up, as both teams still wanting to bring on the aggression.
Snakebite able to get some damage in. Trippy comes through, gets that kill. Royal 2 off a respawn will try to figure out what he can do different. Talik on himself a perfect shot, and Luminon Game been able to maintain their lead for now, and Cycle getting very aggressive into this play, but Cycle does get the kill onto Snakebite, and the help was there on the other end. Frosty finds his kill, and Talik's going to be under a lot of pressure here. It's Royal 2 coming in with Last Shot, but with Last Shot going down, Royal 2 figuring out, hey, there's nowhere for me to go either, and Luminon Gaming actually comes out on top in the engagements.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming in here. Cycle now gets cleaned up as well. Spawns are pretty staggered. Last Shot doing what he can to pick up some kills. Does trade one, so that'll help slow down some of this aggression. Camo is up in 5 seconds, though. Largest lead of the game here for Luminon.
Here comes Royal 2. Royal 2 not only survives, but gets the kill and gets out with the help of Frosty from across the map. And, you know, with that, he'll have great position to help them secure camouflage here. Royal 2 causing some chaos. He trades out with his kill. And, Talik got 2 perfect kills, naded Frosty perfectly, and then hits him for the triple. I mean, wow, Talik just took a really tough situation and brought it back for his team with those cross-map perfects.
Yeah, that was everything they needed to continue building upon this lead, lock down this camo here for Snakebite. They were in a tough spot, and Talik blowing that out was exactly what they needed.
Snakebite trying to use the jump there to keep himself hidden, but Royal 2 spots the shimmer, able to get that kill, and the camo not going to have as much of an impact as they'd like. Luminon been able to maintain a lead throughout this game, but now they find themselves 3 down. They're trapped into the long haul. Last Shot has shock rifle. The collapse is coming in from the other end. And Trippy tries to make the challenge happen, but a perfect shot from Last Shot will get the kill. And you see Luminon, I mean, this is talk about being contained. These guys have nowhere to go.
Yeah, but they need to be careful here. Trippy does spawn out. They need to use this opportunity to try to bring the aggression back to Rebellion. You can see they were up by 7, and that lead disappeared almost instantly as soon as they start slowing down the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really big spawn by Trippy, able to get those shots on the cycle before he got in through the doorway. And that seemingly stabilized the game for the time being. Luminon able to keep it at 3. We see tower side, long haul, glass controlled by Talik and the rest of Luminon. Inside the pipes and inside A, it's been Shopify Rebellion's domain, but Talik finds the first break. Royal 2 with the answer back. Cycle gets his kill. Cycle gets another kill, and that'll be 3 down, a tied game. And Snakebite's position's known. Where can he hide is the question. Cycle's hunting him down.
Yeah, Cycle does clean that kill up as well, and now we're seeing a lead change. Rebellion up 33 to 32. You're gonna have Luminon spawning in gold and A with new camo coming up. This one is gonna be important.
I like Last Shot's tracking back there. He got Trippy off that ledge, but Cycle goes down from some well-placed nades, and that'll probably be the end of Last Shot's life as well. He goes down. Camouflage goes into the hands of Luminon. It's going to be Precision that gets it onto A's body. 36 to 34, maintaining that 2-kill lead they've had most of this game after a fantastic break. A huge advantage to go into the end game with.
Yeah, we've seen what Precision has been able to do with camos here today. Even earlier in this game as well, he made some crucial plays to give them those early leads. 39 to 37, another couple nice wins. Precision 12 and 10, Talik 13. Talik 13 and 6, been leading this team here left and right. He is definitely coming out as their main slayer.
Couple positives throughout, and right now, I mean, they've been able to play this scrappy game and maintain a lead for the most of it. Frosty not able to come out on top. Talik, oh man, what a win there. A one-on-one where they're both one shot. The last laugh goes to Talik as he hits 16 and 7 this game.
That 1v1 might very well determine the winner of this game here. 45-42. Luminon starting to close this one out. Only 3 more to go. With these players staggered so much on Rebellion, you see Luminon, they're just wanting to push and trade out kills until they end this game. Sure enough, they do get Royal 2 as well, and this is exactly what they need.
Cycle gonna be able to get info on the Snakebite there, telling him where the shock rifle was. Royal 2, man, he almost was able to hide long enough, but it's clear that they knew where he was. Oh, look at Talik's flank underneath. He's gonna take on that fight. He's gonna get his number 18th kill, and now they're just 1 away, but oh, right when they're at the finish line, we see a couple big kills come in. Royal 2 and Cycle able to get there. Snakebite not able to stay alive, but the trade eventually comes in. The nade from Trippy good enough, and they'll win 50-46. A big answer for Luminon in game 2.
Yeah, definitely nice to answer back in a Slayer game as well.
I think that's the most important kill right there. Like that one-on-one right between Talik and Snakebite. I mean, yeah, just walk through this, Elo. I mean, how big is this gunfight?
I mean, what is it? 2v3. Talik spawns up, gets a kill on the Frosty. I mean, I think they get A spawns off of this, right? Like, I think they might secure shock as well. It's coming up in 5 seconds, right? So, like, this is a battle for shock. This is a battle for the lead, battle for A control. I mean, this was huge.
And then look at how Talik gets the kill, right? Using that technique to do the late jump, jumping over the reticle of Frosty, and seemingly winning a huge gunfight there. That was when the game changed, and Talik, wow, I mean, taking over. And you know, at one point you labeled him the main slayer. I say I have to agree, man. His consistency, his ability to just always be on top, and winning those slays, it's like they really do depend on him to be that slayer for the team.
Trippy out here with second most damage in the lobby and most damage taken in the lobby as well, though. So him being a huge impact on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the TNT combo, man. Trippy and Talik, they've been deadly this year. I hope we see it for a while to come. Empyrean Flag going to be up next, game 3. 2 snipers on the map. Be aware of Royal 2. He loves to live on the snipe side towards those sniper spawns, gets into the tower. He can be chaotic to deal with. And, you know, I feel like a lot of the success for Shopify Rebellion relies on him with that sniper making big plays.
Yeah, double sniper maps always make for an exciting time. Here, as this one opens up, it is Royal 2 and Precision that are going for the snipes. Last shot going for Overshield. That's a 3-man push towards Ovi.
Ooh, Precision, nice drop onto the player. he's going to be able to find at least the kills onto the sniper player, but Frosty still has overshield, and he has one idea, and that's takedown precision. He is not hesitating whatsoever onto this play, and Frosty gets the kill, and can he get the follow-up? Oh, cannot get the reticle there in time. Trippy able to get that kill, and looks like Talik was able to go find the sniper that was left behind, and he wasted all the ammo. So the only snipe on the map is the one in Trippy's hands.
I don't even know if anyone went for rockets off the start of that game. They were grabbed very late here by Snakebite. He's got one left to work with. Not able to connect on that, though. 2 dead, make that 3 as he picks up the trade. I think they also have eyes. Sure enough, they do know where Last Shot is also here. He's doing what he can to try to finesse and be a distraction. Royal 2 trying to stop this flag. Trippy getting some good pressure down on these players. But with 1 dead and flag moving, we may see Illuminon take a lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, that flag's almost home. Snakebite's definitely weak, but he is going to get there in time. A really fast flag run from Snakebite, and Luminon with the first answer. I mean, that was extremely well played.
Yeah, we can see everyone now has picked up their first kill, but a lot of that came off the shoulders of Precision, who sniped OS guy, I think, like twice maybe. Picked up 2 more snipes on Royal 2 and eliminated Rebellion sniper from the map at the time. So definitely coming ahead early on in this one.
Look at Trippy flying. He is not hesitating at all. He went right through the middle of the map. He's going to grab the flag, and they get the first couple slays. So Shopify Rebellion could seemingly still be in trouble. Cycle does have an overextend here, but it seems like they are hyper aware of his presence, and Snakebite's coming back and trying to deal with that. He will trade out. The trade out might be all that they need here. It's Precision and Trippy that are working together to try to keep this flag alive. On the other end, Frosty and Royal 2 here to work the defense.
Last Shot goes down, though. And as long as they get a touch, which they do, that's 2, make that 3 dead. Not only is this flag going to go in, but they should be able to get into position to contest rockets and overshield once again. Not only that, Trippy gets into the base for free. Not even sure they know he's here.
No, I mean, it doesn't seem like they do at all. He's got a big drop on these guys. Shopify Rebellion committed so heavily for this overshield, but Rockets are coming in on the flank, and they just hit a 3-for-1 special. The Rockets get a triple kill, and that flag is being pulled at the same time. There is nothing they can do at the moment. It's just Cycle, and he's trying desperately to get the damage, but, I mean, Trippy's around the corner. That's GG, the Rocket play to get the 3-for-1. Wins them the flag game 3-0.
That was insane. Jeez. Just beautiful play. Precision, whether or not it's the sniper or the rockets, just taking out everyone on the map.
Triple kill.
I mean, look, there's not much else to really say other than that. That was a really dominant display. The most damage you possibly do, right?
Yeah, like what is his damage this game too? We got to look at that again. Like, did he just
head and shoulders? I mean, what? Because he's hitting an overshield player too, so it's like extra damage, right? It's like,
yeah, that was wild.
He's like
I mean, that's got to be like a K. That's like 1K rocket right there. That's what it was.
Oh man.
Exactly. 73% shooting as well. What does that rocket do for accuracy? Is he gonna have over 100%?
Yeah, I wonder how that works. It's just 100%, right?
Or you just bust out like a couple of collats and bank shots and everything, and do you have just like 200% accuracy?
Yeah, it's like if you hit like 2 players with 1 sniper bullet, like does it count as like more than 100% accuracy?
Right? Questions.
Yeah, that was a really fast game of flag, and look, Luminon in a dominant position now as we move into live fire King of the Hill.
Wow. We're gonna see a bracket reset.
We could. I mean, we're one objective away, and this Luminon gaming squad is scary. I mean, Snakebite has joined the fray, and so far it seems like they're taking teams to task.
When I said they kept getting better with each series that they played Rebellion, I didn't think it was gonna be like this.
Oh man, I'm excited though. It feels like we're maybe seeing seeing the change that we've been kind of waiting for, someone to finally be, you know, a real contender to Shopify Rebellion. Like, we've seen moments where other teams seem to be up to task, but right now Luminon Gaming is just clearly winning the series. I mean, even if you go back to the oddball game, it was a 2-0 for Rebellion, but that round was seemingly Luminon's. It hasn't ever been they've never been a pushover so far.
I think they're starting to believe now, Tools, and that's what we're seeing. They're coming out playing extremely strong, wanting to contest this camo. Looks like Snakebite will walk away with it, but generally, as you see here, Rebellion not wasting any time on this hill and already almost have this one capped.
Yeah, if you're gonna give up camouflage early in the game, you better get at least 80% of that hill, right? Because they're on the opposite ends of the map. Usually what happens is you can get a ton of time early in the hill, but you'll usually lose it once the other team gets the camouflage. That's exactly what happens. Luminon Gaming's well set up now. The question is, can Shopify Rebellion find a break, and how is that break gonna come? Oh, that nade. Oh, that's huge information that there's a player sitting in this corner, and Snakebite has no option but to go and try to get what he can with his life. He gets a trade out, but with that, a couple players that go down, Shopify Rebellion could be in a prime position to break here on this next set of spawns.
Yeah, but at the same time, Luminon's still in pretty good position to hold. Talik never went down and holds back B. Royal 2 trades out a kill on a cycle. Snakebite grabs one of his own.
Double kill.
Nice double team coming out here from Luminon. They should be able to take out these last players. And this is going to be the first hill cap now to Luminon.
Yeah, it looks like Cycle's just going to wave the white flag. They're going to focus on the rotation. So I feel like we see the same story play out with that first hill so often. You know, you can get 80% of it by giving up the camo, but usually that camo could be enough to solidify that hold and get the first point on board. Luminon able to take advantage.
Yeah, that was, like you said, that was a lot of cap time. It wasn't like 50% and losing camo. That was like 80% when they picked up that camo there. So great job by Luminon to hang in there, play that one out, and actually come away with the first cap.
See, precision stake by the last two alive, but they are nowhere near this hill. They got a long way to go, and in fact, you're seeing like a lot of pressure. It's Frosty that's in the back deep line right now, getting kills. He gets a double on the players that are pushing out, so he gets two and then immediately evacuates those spawn points to get into the action up close. And, hey, look, Trippy got the other camo in the meantime, but right now Shopify Rebellion's still well set up in this hill.
Yeah, we'll see if Trippy can live here. You have Last Shot just playing tower extremely well, gets so much damage onto those players from Luminon trying to push across top middle. Royal 2 will go ahead and take top tower. Now you've got 3 players here playing a defense setup. They only need a few seconds to cap. I think Luminon's giving this one up, and sure enough, they do.
I'm a bit surprised that they give it up. Considering they had players close to that hill, they could have committed, but instead playing for the sniper in the rotation as they look into that second hill. So both times now, you know, the first couple of hills have been really interesting on the way that teams have decided to basically give up on them and wave the white flags for rotations.
I actually like that play a lot with the sniper coming up as well. Like what we've seen from Luminon in all these games is they're playing SR super tight, and then they kind of just suicide out on one of their lives because they're trying to stop something, and then Shopify runs through them the rest of the game. And they would have gotten new if he died with camo and they didn't stop that hill, they would have capped it, got sniper rifle, but set up in the new hill, and could look very different than it does right now.
Yeah, literally the emphasis of live to fight another day, right? Have all the access you need to win on the next hill. It makes Royal 2 a little unicorn right there.
Right. They had like 3 players top tower as well, though. That's definitely going to be a hard push for Camo Guy.
And I think what you're talking about is the follow-up. Oh my God. Precision. The way he snipes is always like, it looks scary. The way he's like, his quick scopes are so fast.
I'm switching to LT.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, it's the way to do it. But we see the second hill go to Luminon. So, you know, both teams that have opted to play for the rotation early have also, you know, gotten the subsequent hill. So it seems to be a strategy that's working out really well.
You can see Cycle trying to do what he can to stay alive here. Last 2 members from Rebellion trying to push out back B, but they get taken out. And I mean, this is just not looking like the Rebellion that, you know, we saw here in the last few series.
Not at all. All doing a great job of tracking down Frosty before he can get any damage. Being patient into those vents, and with camouflage coming up, Luminon's gotten every camo so far this game. See if they're able to get the next. There's a player close by to it. Sticks come out. I believe it's Trippy that actually does have camo, or no? It looks like maybe he got burned right away.
All right, Rebellion starting to put some time on the board here. Pretty even slays across the board. Trippy the first one to reach 10 here, which he's been doing a lot this series as well.
And Cycle, nice job closing that space, getting that kill. With that, they're getting more and more of this hill time. It's been a heavily contested one, but Hog doesn't have any help on the tower side. He needs to stay alive and wait for that swing through at green to happen. Trades out at tower. The break does come in, though. They overwhelm on the other side, so Tog doing his job well there to be a big distraction piece for his team to swing through.
They only have a few seconds on this. They got to go now, and I don't even think they can stop it here. They're going to have to give this up and play next. Good news for them, it snipes up, and there's a lot of clock left here to play with, but bad news is it's 3-1 and down 2-1 in the series. We could be looking at a bracket reset here for the first time.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion well set up for this hill, though. They have Sniper. They won those opening gunfight engagements, and it seems like they know the spawns are happening at A. Now, you see how Luminon Gaming, they're not sending anyone up to those sandbags. They know that the sniper's looking. And oh, that punch not coming through might be a big swing for Luminon Gaming. That sniper's no longer a concern.
Wow, PJ blocked World 2's punch. That was next level. We'll take out that sniper rifle. Making the game mixy once again, but they did get a lot of time capped here already.
Hey, look, Precision got the sniper away, though. And right now they're in this hill. It seems like they're gonna try to they're not gonna play time early. I mean, there's so much time left on the clock, so Luminon Gaming gonna try to get that fourth hill capture.
It's all right though if Rebellion takes their time. We've seen them like notoriously, really kind of be able to close out some of these games with less than like a minute left on the clock. So now they're gonna have to at least get Trippy out of the hill, but if any team can bring it back, it's these guys.
I think that's why we're seeing Luminon be like really quick to get into that hill as well. It seems like they're trying to force Shopify Rebellion to play towards the hill rather than play for everything to be right.
Double kill.
Did he just shoot a nade on the ground through the collat to get that kill? Like, what just happened?
I think he did. I think he hit a nade, yeah.
That's I might have to like look at that one at the replay. Alex is saying, I'm surprised you don't get a remote detonation for it. Not able to get the kill there. Luminon Gaming into the break. Tolik's going to try to get up through those stairs, take down Cycle. He is going to be able to do that. So right now, Luminon Gaming, I mean, they're 1-2 slay rotations away from winning this hill. Shopify Rebellion go down. Precision has the first blood, so it's going to make this so much harder. Royal 2 versus Tolik. The help of Snakebites through the top of the map. I mean, I don't think Shopify Rebellion can get there. They can't. We have a bracket reset.
Wow. And, we saw, obviously, these two teams played against each other on Tuesday. Heavily Shopify Rebellion favored. They met each other in the winner's bracket. Luminon takes game 1 and loses the next 3. They meet each other in the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion takes game 1. Luminon wins the next 3. Are they just getting better with every series, Tools?
I mean, and look, the games, like the last 3 games haven't really been that close. Like, let's be honest. They were pretty dominant wins from this Luminon Gaming squad, which I think is really exciting when you're a fan. Because, a lot of times it's like, oh, they're squeaking away games, but no, I mean, like Luminon is just playing better at the moment. They're getting their kills. Like, things are clicking, and right now as a new team, this has to feel incredible, right? That like everything that you thought could happen is kind of happening.
Right. I mean, all these guys always have ideas of how they want to play in their head, but for I think a long time it's been hard for a lot of these players to kind of get that system in place. And maybe the addition of Snakebite here is exactly what they needed to kind of get everyone back on the same page here, because this is an incredible showing that we're seeing from Luminon.
Well, here we go into series number 2. And we're going to start on Live Fire Stronghold, so going right back to Live Fire. This time, though, it's going to be a very different pacing on the map. Stronghold's going to be very quick, a lot of action throughout, no setup bases, no time to set up your collapses in. Very much going to be a heavy rotation type of game.
Yeah, and Live Fire Stronghold's a last 2 times has been heavily in favor of Rebellion. So this is going to be the time Luminon can really just kind of answer back and say, hey, we're here, we're ready.
There we go. Frosty able to get to that sniper right away. Luminon Gaming going 3 down. So it seems like Shopify Rebellion able to win the opening start here, but you know, Luminon Gaming, it seems like that when the moment got the biggest, that's when they came to life before. So this camouflage is going to be an important play, and it's going to be up to Frosty to try to stop anyone from Luminon Gaming from getting there. But I like that play for a safe bite. They're in fact not playing for the camo. They played the outside first to try to gain spacing for Precision to go get the camo.
Yeah, it's really good plays from Luminon. They don't fall for the trap of Frosty waiting for someone to peek their head out by that camo and put themselves in a bad position. They like to play forward, bring the fight to Rebellion, and have the late spawners go for the camo.
That Precision trying to get away. There's a lot of time you can work with here. He does know there's a player inside this hill. They're going to know that too as soon as he steps in. Sniper not going to hit the head now. Precision going to go for a reapproach. That time he hits. Headshot, cycle down. Precision going to rotate this B out into Luminon's favor. But Shopify Rebellion were early at A, so they're still the ones that are scoring in this position.
Yeah, you can see they almost had C, but the trade comes in, the hill gets reset. It's Rebellion scoring once again here. Early 60-point lead. They're trying to fight their way out from C, but 3 go down. And this is not looking good for a break. We'll see how Rebellion wants to play this. Trippy goes in, gets a shot with the plasma pistol. That's going to be very big. Tole cleans up Cycle. We have 2 go down. And Luminon somehow finds a way to break.
Last shot able to close the space down on Talik, but the nade not connecting, so Talik gonna stay alive for now, scoring in the favor of Luminon, and they look to want to push this triple cap, and with that, it's Cycle and I believe Last Shot that are trying to keep them away right now, and Cycle's gonna find 2. Last Shot rotated all the way over to A, so not only did Cycle get the 2 at C, Last Shot wins the Vanguard position at A, so they break the setup almost immediately.
Yeah, very short-lived here for Luminon as they only get 15 points on the board. Camo comes up as well. Last Shot not missing. Cleans up yet another kill. Walks down Camo. Trippy goes huge. Cleans up 2. Takes Last Shot and the Camo out. Sniper's up in 10. They have B. They're capping A right now. If they can get a hold of this new Sniper, they might be able to get back in this game.
Yeah, that felt vitally important for Trippy to get that double kill there. Able to keep this, the camo off the map, and it gives him a fair fight for the sniper that Trippy will eventually grab for his team. So Trippy really well played in this last life. It's Frosty down to 1 shot, but unfortunately he's taking a lot of chase damage here. He's trying to get his shields back, but Shopify Rebellion is pretty desperate to take him down. I mean, they are sending number after number for Trippy, but he's been able to avoid the confrontation until now.
He does get a body shot on one player top middle. They're trying to hold a C and B here. They get the reset. Snipe does go down. It's in the hands of Frosty now, who's got Repulsor and a couple of shots here to work with. Nobody peeking the angle quite yet. As I say that, they both peek, almost get collided, but instead just both get body shotted.
Oh, but Trippy and Snakebite, they got 3 right away, and Royal 2 goes down, so Trippy with the big trip, able to get the kills necessary, and Luminon Gaming back to scoring. So what looked like a tough situation, Trippy and Snakebite bring back for their team.
That was pretty wild. I did not think they were going to battle back that quickly from that scenario here, but like you said, big game Trip goes huge with the triple kill, grabs Sniper and unable to connect on the final shot. But now we're seeing a 40-point game finally starting to cut into this lead.
This is where the trip cap can come in and really start to change this game. We'll see Royal 2 hiding on below, but it looks like Snakebite knows there's someone hiding close by. He hasn't quite left yet, but eventually he's going to decide to go. Royal 2 then makes his play. And, you know, we've seen that a few times this series from Royal 2, where he just really patiently plays a corner and uses it to gain some timing to have an effective flank.
Got Camo in 10. Shopify starting to score once again. You can see Luminon, they're being very disciplined this game. I think it's something different than we saw earlier. They would give away too many bad deaths and try to start pushing scenarios where they just didn't have the opportunity. Better to let them get some time, you know, have a little bit of a lead rather than giving up too many deaths and just trying to battle from always a numbers disadvantage.
Two not going to waste any time on this challenge. A really great slide into fine precision. That's a camo that goes away for Shopify Rebellion. The last time they got camo, they weren't able to do much with it. This time, it could be a completely different conversation. Royal 2 wins the first gunfight on his former teammate, Snakebite. And with it, is starting to make his way through the middle of the map.
And new sniper coming up shortly, as well as we see the game about to be tied here. Royal 2 trying to wait for an opportunity, or an opening, I should say, but he does get spotted out, takes a few shots into the back. Trippy gets cleaned up, though. Nobody in position to finish any of these kills. Tolik with some incredible shots to actually stay alive, get Royal 2 to no shields, but is it going to be enough?
Honestly, I'm sure it was pretty frustrating for, I believe, Tolik in that situation. He was able to find those shots on the Royal 2 because, you know, once you get that, disseminating information and having it act upon is a whole different conversation. You know, you see Trippy was not able to react to the callouts in time, and that camo was able to stay alive and have a little bit more impact. But during this time, Luminon's continued to score. So, I mean, look, this has been going great for them thus far. Last shot trying to reapproach, and will stay alive with the sniper for now, but it's still a Shopify Rebellion that's on their back foot. They have not been able to break the setup of Luminon, and Luminon's lead is starting to grow pretty steadily.
Yeah, I mean, this is great plays from Luminon. You can see Rebellion, they got sniper, they got camo, but just Luminon's ability to stay alive in the B hill and continue waiting for reinforcements allows them to be scoring the entire time. And I think within 3 points here, now it's going to be the most we've seen Luminon score against Rebellion in this game type the last 2 times they played here. So this is essentially, once again, a big improvement and the best they've done so far.
Yeah, I love it because they're not winning by a gimmick. They're not winning by, you know, having a big swing and having that total control. It's been them winning the gunfights. It's been them playing solid Halo. They are going blow for blow with Shopify Rebellion and seemingly having them on the ropes. This is something we have just not seen in the last year of gameplay. It's been a while since Shopify Rebellion's been tested like this.
Yeah, I think we've seen them maybe, lose 1 series, I believe, online in the first qualifier, but then come back and win the tournament anyway. But I could even be mistaken on that. Regardless, though, the closest we've seen since Birmingham is the series right now. And still Luminon looking to get in a position to start scoring once more. They do go 4 down, though. And this, with the triple cap, should be enough to get Rebellion right back into this game as we reach the final stretch.
Precision getting a tough spawn there. Royal 2 just having no problem getting easy shots onto them. And with that, I mean, B's going to switch hands, but this is a really dominant position for Shopify Rebellion. They can try to apply some more pressure over at A. Frosty, unfortunately, not able to get his shields back into that gunfight, but does get the word for his team to get there. And now you see the tempo has changed. It's Shopify Rebellion that's going to be able to push. They're the ones applying pressure, and Tolik and Trippy are in trouble. How is Tolik alive?
Wow, Tolik is just making plays. Somehow comes away, doesn't get cleaned up immediately, gets a kill and QT's out. Tries to do what he can to keep the hill from being capped, but this is a triple cap still now in the hands of Rebellion. They do take the lead now for the first time in a few minutes as well. A does go back over to Luminon.
Rossi's nade not going to connect, but Royal 2 there to clean up. 2 players from Luminon over at the sandbags trying to contest out that sniper. Royal 2 going to give up that spacing. Looking for a second chance at the snipe play, but Snakebite going to be able to get the kill early. See, looking to switch hands, and Royal, Snakebite, what great timing to come into that fight. Not only is able to get the assist, but then also puts in some damage on the player on the other side. So it's going to slow down Shopify Rebellion. The sniper of Snakebite, it's doing quite a bit of work for them.
Yeah, you can see in scoring position once again. Takes Sniper 2 tower, isn't able to connect on the last few shots, but did get enough damage down to slow down some of these pushes, at least a hair. Connects on the last bullet. but not going to be able to clean up any of the kills surrounding there. B does flip, puts Rebellion back in scoring position. Trippy, very nice trade coming in here at Rat Tunnel. That's going to keep any kind of position or collapse here from coming in from Rebellion. But what can Luminon do? Will they be able to break out?
Looks like they're committing for that camo play. They have just about everyone over here, so camo's going to go into the hands of Trippy. They're going to use that to try to get into C, but it seems like an early spot by Cycle. But the nade is perfect, and he hits the nade shot as well to stop that push. This is everything they need.
Yeah, Rebellion might have just got caught overextending a little bit. I think they went back for a triple cap, not thinking Trippy and the Campbell player is going to pick up a double on his own there. Now they're stuck bottom middle, kind of scrambling, but great teamwork coming in. A double push from top middle. They're not playing passive. They're not taking their time. They're looking to catch Rebellion off guard.
Without it being a couple more down, Cycle's trying to work on C. Trippy's heading back quickly. He wants to get the contest before the transfer, but unfortunately just a step too late there. It's going to slow down Luminon Gaming for now. And Royal 2, he had an idea there, but I think too much to handle. 3 players there to try to cut him down, and they'll be successful at that. But here comes the counterpunch. Shopify Rebellion trying to overwhelm at C.
233 to 222. See another player go down. Trippy, he has tower control. Rebellion is trying to push C, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to break. They're also losing A at the same time, so is it even going to be enough?
They have to get in the hill now. They just don't have time to wait. 247, 248. He has to step in at 249. He's in, but is it enough time? Talik's going to find damage onto 2. 249 before the hill transfers. It's 2-on-2. Royal 2 and Frosty versus Snakebite and Precision. The Hills, they're transferring C. Do they go for the contest or do they get into A? A's the rotation. Precision's trying to work his way out towards B. It's Shopify Rebellion right now that have the tempo advantage, but kills can change that. Snakebite trying to come in. Here it is. Luminon Game is committing for the B-side push. Cycle trying to hold him back at the doorway. Last Shot wins his fun fight. Frosty's still alive at the back of B. 249 to 240. A switching hands, but Last Shot has the early rotation at C. It's just Trippy that's alive. And they're one step ahead right now. Trippy inside of B. He goes down. Oh no, Shopify Rebellion are bringing this back. It was at 249, but it was not enough. 250 to 249 as Last Shot's 31 kills gets them to the finish line.
In game 1 of the finals bracket reset does not disappoint. Luminon Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, 250 to 249 strongholds live fire. We've talked about how close this game has been getting. It's the 3rd time this week they've played it already, and to have game 3 be like that is both promising yet heartbreaking at the same time. I do not know how Cycle got in that hill, lived long enough for Last Shot to get in the hill. They get the reset somehow. Last Shot, 7,700 damage that game.
I mean, that looked all but guaranteed for Luminon Gaming. Cycle somehow buys a little bit more time, but I mean, clearly this game wouldn't have been the same without Last Shot's fingerprints all over it. I mean, 7,700 damage, head and shoulders above everyone else in the lobby, 31 kills. The man pops off in game 1, and now they can control their fate from here. We go to Street Slayer. Shopify Rebellion have a chance to go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think they're realizing, though, that this is not just going to be another run-of-the-mill kind of tournament series for them, that Luminon Gaming is here and they are the real deal. This pickup with Snakebite seems to be just paying dividends for them right now with how quickly they're improving.
Here we go onto the streets of New Mombasa. Last Shot had a fantastic game 1. Can he keep up the damage? Can he keep that presence forward for his team? On the other side, I mean, from top to bottom, this Luminon Gaming squad's performing. There was no weak point to identify. Everyone has been stepping up to the plate, and they've been playing some of their best Halo. This is their chance to tie the series back up. I mean, they've been dominant so far in this grand finals, but they finally gave Shopify Rebellion a chance to break back in. I mean, that was their game to win, and unfortunately it didn't go their way. Can they find their answer now? Oh, Last Shot. Are you kidding me? From the middle of the map, he just guns him. He's not missing right now.
Last shot picking up right where he left off last game as well, off that 7,700 damage game. 3-1 lead now for Rebellion. I think they're recognizing we want to play extra aggressive, and we're taking the fight to these guys. If we play Luminon's game, that's where these things are getting a little bit out of hand. Frosty, wow, the confidence I think coming out of Rebellion now as they finally broke that losing spree here is showing.
We are seeing a lot more speed from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, look how quick they are up on the map. They don't let Snakebite get away with that camouflage. He only gets 1 kill before he's traded out. They'll take that every day, but looks like Luminon trying to re-solidify their position, and they will be able to handle that pressure that Shopify Rebellion throws at them. A couple kills that go their way, and looks like Frosty able to clean up, but trade for trade. Shopify Rebellion's push officially dead.
Yeah, you can see Precision having a great start. 5 kills on the board to his name. As we're seeing just over a minute on the clock go, we have almost 20 kills on the board already.
Trippy backs in, double kill for him. Just Cycle and Royal 2 that's alive, and the shot stuck in the red room. I think they know. Comes the push, and perfect teamwork there. They're going to get the red gun as well, so that's a big swing. You know, great start for Shopify Rebellion, but Luminon Gaming answer back. It doesn't seem like they had any hesitation in their following plays. I'm really impressed with how they've been, you know, handling this.
Wow, Tulloch goes immediately for the flank. It almost pays off. He does grab himself 1 kill with the grenade. Snakebite's trapped in A, does get perfected as well. Last player alive, Precision trapped in PD. They're bringing the collapse in. Royal 2 picks up that kill. New camo in 20 seconds.
And look, we're seeing a completely different style of play from both these teams. Shopify Rebellion's been very fast and aggressive. Luminon Gaming's been playing a lot of bend, don't break, and you see that reflect in the stat line. Look at the assists of Luminon Gaming versus the assists of Shopify Rebellion. Everything's been about this defensive posture, play together, do not let players get one-on-one gunfights. They've been successful at that. Tulloch has 6 assists. That's the same essentially as Shopify Rebellion as a team. And then you look at the rest of Luminon. Look, 4 assists for Precision, 3 for Snakebite and Trippy. This is a crazy game when you look at the scoreline of it being 18-19, and you're seeing just how different these two teams have played it.
Yeah, you can see just throwing things at the wall and seeing what stakes basically is what it looks like at this moment. But Cycle has the camo. He's playing P side of the map. They have good idea of where a handful of these players are, but not trying to overcommit to anything, give away this camo in any way. This player at bench is playing very sneaky. Trippy does get spotted out, makes his way over towards B. Tulloch looking for the camo player as well, does get eyes. Hits him once, but not enough to stop any sort of push. Luminon, several members going down, but they're doing a pretty good job of just like not going forward out.
I like Cycle's routing throughout that entire play. Just felt like he's always trying to stay on the front line, stay in action, and it's really given them a lot of rewarding kills from there. 25-23, Shopify Rebellion in the lead, but Snakebite has a red gun to work with here. You know, he's down to weak. Can he close down the space? No, Royal 2 gonna find that kill, and with that, change the weapons possession. But the good nades from Luminon Gaming, man, that is a cursed room right now. I don't think anyone should be going back there.
Yeah, we'll see if they find the red gun that was down and are able to put that to use at all. You know, what you do like, pointing out those assists, it is Luminon Gaming. They're not just running around the map. They're constantly trying to make sure they work together, waiting for help as much as they can. Even now, as we see 3 of them pushing up, 1 bottom middle, 2 going up through Cafe. Able to find 1 kill, and that opens up the map and lets them play even more aggressive.
See, last shot. Able to close down, get that kill. Starting to see a lot of trade for trade Halo. I mean, look, there's 1 player alive on the map. Finally, Cycle spawns up. It's just showing you how chaotic it has been throughout this game.
How chaotic and how neck and neck it's been. Back within 1 kill game, Camo and 15. Neither team trying to even give an inch.
Frosty looking at the back. They don't know if they know about Precision, though. Stay low. Snakebite's going to take the first engagement, but there's 2 players here. Precision's trying to clean up what's left behind, and he will get the help of Trippy. Wow, what a well-executed team fight there from Luminon. They go 2 for 1 in the trades, but it's the camouflage that counts here. Luminon has a great position to fight for it, but it's Shopify Rebellion that's winning the gunfights at the moment. Snakebite not going to be able to get any zoning onto that camouflage. Royal 2 gets away with it. Now, can he get the safeties the next part?
He does get away with camo here, but you have Snakebite with red gun. He was able to grab a couple of kills. Map is split right down the middle here. Trippy does find his way over into C, trying to find some angles. They're keeping their eyes out, trying to spot camo player. They did catch him right there, so they know no one's probably too far pushed up for aggression here. But now here comes the push.
Royal 2 getting in. Trying to get himself some spacing over onto this B side. Last shot's trying to get away from that gunfight. Snakebite, and look how Snakebite had him in his in his range and was just constricting the movements. He did not want to let him get anywhere, but Cycle eventually comes in for the cleanup, and it's gonna be Royal 2 that eventually finds that kill. His camouflage is out, but it seems like the damage has been done. Luminon does not have help for Trippy anymore, and that's a perfect shot with the sidekick, and that just opens the lead up. It was very close until now. Shopify Rebellion is starting to pull away.
Yeah, you can see Luminon was doing a great job of just kind of trying to buy time and waste some of that camo, get a few trades here and there throughout the process, but they find themselves down by 5. By no means over, but definitely still in a tough spot. The push comes in. No stick, though. Precision grabs that kill. This is going to be what they need. It's still only a 4-kill game.
Oh, one shot's staying alive is a big deal. Snakebite able to get those shields back. Shopify Rebellion conceding a lot of space on the map. They are not they're not putting themselves in these preemptive spots. Instead, they're letting Luminon Gaming get up on the map, and now they sprung their attack. They are able to collapse in on the other side. Oh, Precision's gonna go down. Royal 2 plays that perfectly. 15 and 8 in this game, too. And now it's just Snakebite and Talik that are alive on the B side, and they only have 2 lives. They need to stay alive, and Talik, when he needs to hit the perfect shots, he does. It's not over yet, but man, this is a massive hill to climb.
But Trippy doesn't spot Frosty hiding in the corner, and with only 2 kills left, he grabs one onto Trippy, second one onto Precision, and that one is going to do it for game number 2. And man, 2 heartbreaking losses running away from Luminon. They could have been on a potential 5-0 run right now in the grand finals, but now they find themselves in a very tough spot. 250 to 249, 50 to 43, but you know, what was a 3-4 kill game? Luminon, definitely, like we said, we're the real deal here today.
Take a look at the stat sheet. Royal 2 dropping 15 and 9 in that game. We see the assists started to equalize towards the end of the game. I think Shopify Rebellion started figuring out that maybe they were pushing a little bit too aggressively in some of those spots. Started to counteract that, and we take a look at the damage dealt. 4,300 for Royal 2. Give me a little peep of that accuracy real fast, Gallus. Yeah, everyone, look on that 65.
69.85.
Yeah, dude, Precision's averaging like
damage.
70% accuracy the entire tournament today, which is pretty obscene.
It is pretty absurd.
Perfect.
Look, I mean, we got Lattice, King of the Hill, coming up next as we take a look at some of the pivotal plays. This is where the game, I think, got out of hand. And Royal 2, I mean, talk about a couple big multi-kills at the end of the game to get that separation.
Lattice, King of the Hill. What could be our last game of the tournament, or the start of a reverse sweep here for Luminon, which we know they have in them after just taking the last series as well. This is, you know, we saw like how the oddballs didn't really bode their way here, but they played the game really close. You know, this is one where I think there's a little bit more freedom, especially considering we saw them take some of the King of the Hills earlier or in the last series. This one could go well for them.
Hill ready.
Now we see Cycle going very aggressive through the middle of the map. I don't think anyone's going to be looking for him. He finds Snakebite back turned. Damage initially, but with not getting that kill right away, Cycle, I don't know how he's managed to stay hidden. I feel like someone should be looking for him, but they aren't, and he gets 2 from it. Double kill. Cycle with decisive plays right off the rip is gonna get massive kills for his team. And now it's Shopify Rebellion that's in the hill first, and they are applying a lot of pressure to these spawners, Elamite.
A lot of pressure coming in here. Talik, the only one from Luminon to get any kills to open up this game. He has 2 himself. but overall slays heavily in favor of Rebellion. Frosty, he grabbed himself the sniper. He's got 3 players in front of him. He's trying to fight. Even with thrust, though, he's not able to live. Trippy cleans up that kill. And this is a big swing now for Luminon.
Yeah, I mean, relatively tame. The results for Shopify Rebellion, considering how dominant their position was. I mean, big ups to Trippy for getting that big kill on the Frosty. They got their break relatively early, but Shopify Rebellion not giving up on that hill yet. They did get right back in. It's Royal 2 that's getting time, but here comes Trippy with the sniper. Royal 2 is going to vacate as he feels this pressure coming.
Oh, Royal 2 does get out of the hill, but last shot, he is exposed, and Trippy not missing with this right now. Does get cleaned up as 3 members come flying in from all directions. They have Luminon Gaming kind of trapped here in red base. Cycle grabs himself 1. Does get the trade as well. Nice shot by Tolik to actually clean that one up. It's still anybody's hill at this point.
I love the way Royal 2 just gets into fights. He does not have any hesitation there, knowing that that spawn should be coming from behind. And, you know, sometimes things don't quite work out. I thought that punch was going to be enough, but unfortunately he goes down. With that, I mean, Frosty can almost get this hill. He's going to try to use the Shroud Screen as cover as it gets more and more time, and it might just be enough. They get the contest in at 99%. Shopify Rebellion has done almost all of the work, but the only second of hill time that counts is that very last bit.
Yeah, you can see still a long way to go for the Luminon to get this hill themselves. Last shot doing what he can to try to get him out of hill. Frosty's pushed out front red as well. Lots of weak players on the map. Whoever goes down here first might very well go ahead and lose the hill. Precision drops, Trippy drops. Snakebite wins a huge 1v1 that might buy them some life here, but he finds himself still in a tough spot.
Yeah, with that, Cycle's going to be able to get in, and they have the rotation as well. You see those red spawns come in for Shopify Rebellion, so not only are they going to get the first, but they're well set up for the second right here, as last shot's in that hill immediately. Precision did get Sniper while this was happening, though, so I guess Sniper's up. Someone should be grabbing it, right, for Luminon Gaming to get themselves in here. So they should have a powerful attack vector, and seeing right now, it's just Precision that's alive, though. That Shopify Rebellion handled the pressure perfectly.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. We've seen so many times before, or at least on live fire, how disciplined Luminon was on some of these pushes. It looks like they wanted to kind of push through like we saw them do with camo and weapons before, where they don't want to just sit there waiting for a weapon so exposed in the open and play through, play aggressive on people in the base.
What are they forcing here? Are they trying to force red tower and back red spawns? Paul does still get a crypto spawn. You see the bottom red tower spawns. And Snakebite got a bottom red, so they played for a very aggressive, chaotic spawn there. I mean, what did you think of that, Elam? I mean, they were blocking so much of the map.
I think they smell like blood in the water, and they're just running for the win now at this point here. Feeling good about their 2-0 lead, feeling good about this game so far as well. Now Trippy has something to say about that as he connects with that first snipe headshot. Does push Cycle out of the window, but do they know last shot's hiding here back base?
I think Trippy has some sort of a knowledge of last shot's position, but last shot able to get out of that. So Trippy that comes back around that corner. Snakebite gonna get the kill. It's Luminon Gaming that's starting to win some of these slays, and you know, for how dominant the position of Shopify Rebellion was, this second hill isn't necessarily guaranteed to be theirs anymore. In fact, it's Luminon Gaming that has the better map position, so they could find themselves right back to even after this rotation.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a good push on this hill either with how little there is left. This last shot goes down. I think that is going to do it, and Luminon is right back into this one. Last players trapped over here towards Cargo. You have Repulsor in the hands of Trippy. He put that to good use as well to stay alive. As we see 2 more members go down, they should be able to push in and hopefully at least block the blue spawns. They do pick up yet another kill. That's another fresh 2 dead.
And I mean, look, for how this game was going and how dominant Rebellion was looking, being 1-1 and winning the next rotation into the hill, I mean, Luminon's in a fine position here. Frosty gonna coordinate with his teammate, but I think with Cycle going down, Frosty needs to win these fights. No.
Double kill.
Well, hey, when you need him the most, Iceman Ices. Oh, don't.
Triple kill.
He just got 3 kills single-handedly and then got the 4th player down to 1 shot. Like, what?
Yeah, that was a max damage life. That's the equivalent of shooting one rocket into 3 players and just taking them all no health. Precision, he's sitting at 16 kills though. Even with all this work Frosty's putting in, Precision is kind of answering back and doing the same. Good damage coming in here now on Royal 2, does clean up that kill. This hill is still anybody's to cap. Last shot with the cleanup, 3 dead for Luminon, and PJ or Snakebite's not able to get this kill here though. This one should be going over to Rebellion.
Yeah, you can see how tough that little glass that encompasses that crystal there. It can make kills so difficult for either side, and you see both teams having their chance to milk out that position. Shopify Rebellion almost there. Trippy by his lonesome though, needs to stay alive. Does just that. I mean, he is surviving in a tough situation. Those nades don't take him down. He is down to red bar, absolute, but Trippy stays alive and gets his shields back, and in fact is able to get some spacing for his team. Frosty goes down before the sniper can get into play. Luminon Gaming now find themselves in a really strong spot to take this hill.
I think they've got it. Plus, Sniper going in their hands as well. A couple cleanups coming in. You got Luminon playing aggressive, and they are not going down without a fight.
Ridiculous hill. The fact that Luminon's able to pull that one away is a bit absurd. And right now, I mean, they have great positioning for the next rotation as well. Frosty, the only player alive. They keep them going down to the respawn screen. They're struggling just to have multiple bandits up at once.
Yeah, and they're already halfway through with this hill as well, as Trippy's playing aggressively onto these spawners with QT. Should be able to get a lot of free damage down. Sure enough, you've got Rebellion trying to push to the outside of the map. They should spot Frosty there. I'm pretty sure Trippy did. He's looking for him again right now. Good damage, gets the melee, walks away, no trade. One last push on this hill, and not only that, less than 2 minutes to play. It's gonna be the largest lead of this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, the story of this game when we started with Shopify Rebellion was sprinting away with it. Instead, Luminon Gaming, they stole away a hill, then they did another, and now they've been dominant in this rotation thus far. Shopify Rebellion they're 99% of the way there, Luminon, on this hill. Shopify Rebellion finally gets the break onto this hill, but I mean, this is a lot of work to do for this hill. And the other problem is Shopify Rebellion can't really necessarily give up space and be like, okay, like let's let them capture this and try to get the next 2, because Luminon Gaming, with how like they don't have any reason to step in this hill. Yeah, and you see they're not doing it. So right now, because they can win even if the time expires, they're going to try to milk as much of this clock off so that when this rotation goes in to cargo, that there's not really that much time for Shopify Rebellion to work with. I mean, this is a really dominant position for Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, well, essentially the premise is they're not letting Rebellion just run for the new hill. They're going to have to force the pressure on them to make them cap that first hill before that rotate even comes in. Now, ultimately, they don't milk too much time off the clock there. Sniper's up in 5, still over a minute left to play. Precision Cycle in a crazy battle. That Cycle will come away winning, but does get traded out.
Yeah, that fight is like the both teams, like they're both doing all they can to win that gunfight, but it was not pretty from either side. I think it took Cycle put 9 shots in for the kill or whatever the max amount, and then you know, Precision was 1 shot away as well. So I think as many bullets as you can fire into a gunfight happened in that one-on-one. I mean, look how you see this is. I think Luminon should have wasted more time, Elam. I mean,
yeah, I was thinking that too.
This is crazy. I mean, look how fast they got this cargo hill. Cargo's a very easy hill to control, and then it's gonna rotate to the outside, which is another hill that if you get position, like 1 minute and 11 seconds is plenty of time for Shopify Rebellion.
Especially with new Sniper coming in their hands as well. They're able to get these kills and actually get feet in the hill. Sniper in a good off position, that will go or do wonders for them. But 3 of them drop. Sniper now is the last player alive. It's last shot here. He's getting pushed on very heavily. Connects on 1. If he's able to turn this around, that would be huge.
Killing spree.
That's 5 in a row now. Last shot with just 1 bullet left in the Sniper, but clearly he's been feeling himself in this grand finals reset. Oh, just misses the ankle of Snakebite, but eventually does get that cleanup. 37 seconds on the neutral clock as Shopify Rebellion steps in. Last shot gonna get big info for his team. They know there's 2 players at cargo, but Talik just retakes the angle and is able to pre-fire that kill, so no response there. Frosty is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He eventually goes down, and Cycle trying to fill in, but there's nothing to fill. Trippy, 5 shots in, gets the kill, 29 seconds down counting. This is going to be a tough spot for Shopify Rebellion, but still enough time for at least 1 or 2 good tries.
Yeah, if they can get 4 down and get the hill, then that's one thing. But if it's just a constant mixy battle here, that might not be enough. Very sneaky play comes in from last shot, grabs himself 2 kills. This is exactly what they needed. If he stays alive here, Frosty gets beat in hill. He's getting shot from both sides, though. Cycle drops. Trippy will drop. 3 seconds on the game clock. Last 2 players alive in blue.
Last shot won that gunfight, though. I mean, talk about winning every piv in the game. Cycle wins it. Oh, no. They need pressure, but Cycle staying alive, it's slowing them down. There's 2 players that can get into this hill. Look at Frosty and Royal too. They're trying to get closer to the hill. They can't step out. The Shroud screen's in. Can they get by enough time? Precision's in. Precision gets the beat down. They got the hill. They got the hill. It's 3-3. It comes down to this.
I don't even know what just happened in that sequence here. I thought he had feet in hill to contest, but he wasn't able to do it. Frosty somehow, with 2 different shroud screens, plays that hill. Virtually no shields in the shroud the entire time and comes away with that. That's absolutely nuts.
See how that last second, it was literally milliseconds, and you gotta think, did they need the bridge hill at that time? They could have milked 10, 20, 30 seconds maybe on that hill, and now you find yourself playing for keeps on this last hill. Your tournament life, your grand finals is on the line here. Shopify Rebellion have brought this back, but Luminon Gaming is well positioned. They have sniper, they have numbers. They should be able to hold from here on out. It's going to come down to execution in this crucial play. Frosty going to be the first player in. Tolic's expecting this, though. Jumps over the snipe shot, and looks like Tolic's just starting to waste ammo. He doesn't want to give it back to them, even if they lose this rotation. But Frosty's the only player alive. And I don't think Shopify Rebellion have the numbers to get back to this. They have to get him out of hill now, but there's no one alive. Luminon Gaming pushed us to game 4.
Wow, that was absolutely wild. I mean, these 2 teams, they are just going neck and neck. We've had overtime King of the Hills, essentially. We've had overtime oddball games and 250, 249s. This has been quite a series, and if it's anything, a preview of what we have in store for Atlanta, this one is building up to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, look, just the 2 objectives we had, the 250 to 249 on the strongholds. The King of the Hill comes down to the final hill where they capture the hill with less than 3 seconds left on the clock to push it to overtime. This has been an absurd game, and throughout it all, I mean, last shot's been deadly consistent, but it's been precision on the other side that's been putting down massive amounts of damage. The fight between these 2 young guns has been so entertaining to watch. I mean, this matchup just seems like it's gonna be something that we're gonna see it for a long time, and we're gonna get a lot of entertainment out of these 2 teams this year.
Oh my! Just look at Frosty in that hill somehow.
Right there, they get
Precision
it right
is a
there.
second late, yeah.
It's maybe a millisecond.
Plus, the fact that Frosty didn't even die in the hill, like, he took so much damage running in that hill. He didn't look at anything. He just got into that shroud and into the corner, somehow dodging the grenades. Yeah, it's incredible play.
See these guys taking a small break as they get themselves ready. I mean, they have gone to war so far this series. Aqua Flag gonna be our next game up. Folks, if you're watching, and there's a few ways you can support the scene right now. If you're trying to save Halo, well, we're doing our best. We have a lot of stuff working for DreamHack Atlanta. We'll be doing the coverage there and bringing you guys the broadcast. We're working on making that tournament as great as it can be, but as let me tell you what, it costs a lot of money to do so. Not only do we have to pay for the floor space, we have to pay for everything, like a lot of things that go alongside with that tournament. So if you want to help support and make that cost a little bit more achievable for us, one thing that you can do is just subscribing to the channel. If you haven't, a tier 1 sub goes a long way. We're trying to make sure we have our 70-30 split. If you look underneath the stream, it'll show you what our goal is right now. We have 91 out of the 300 tier 1 subs that we need so far this month. So if you're able to, a tier 1 sub goes a long way. Cubics, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. So the tier 1 subs are the non-primers, non-gifted subs. So if you're able to, I'm not saying you have to, but if you're able to, please think about doing the tier 1 sub, just like Just Call Me Melly did right there. Those are the ones that help us keep our 70-30 split. But, you know, if you have a prime sub available, if that's the way that you can help support, please, you know, that goes a long way. And if you want to gift subs, hey, man, I'm never going to say no to some gifted subs. That really does help as well. The other thing you do, check out our sponsors. Our big one this year has been GameServe. Not only have they helped us throughout, you know, the World Championship coverage, the LVT land. We love what they've been able to do and help us out. Right now, you can get 5% off your GameServe controller by using code LVT at checkout at the GameServe website. This is the best controller in the market. It's simple as that. This is, you know, if you're trying to elevate your game, get yourself on the 8K GameServe controller today. That thing is awesome. It really is the best controller I've ever felt. And, you know, look, we're talking about the controller that all these pro players use. It costs $80, guys. $80. Hey, dude, I'm telling you, OG, I use my GameServe every day. I have 3 different GameServes behind me. I was using GameServes before we were sponsored by GameServe. GameServe is my favorite controller, hands down. It feels great in the hands. The TMR sticks are buttery smooth. And the if you haven't been playing with an overclocked controller, with the 1000 hertz or the 8000 hertz, it really does, like, it makes a huge difference. Even if you're not going to get a GameServe, you need to get an overclocked controller. Like, it really does make a huge difference to your game.
Definitely no reason to play at a disadvantage. Might as well come out strong. Trippy, nice shots, of course. Lots of highlights from these games.
Insane amount, right? It's just like constant.
Double kill.
Some big moments at the end here. I was shocked at how close this was. I mean, it felt like Precision got there in time. It looked like there was so much more time on the bar, right, than there actually was. When they gets that contest, it goes crazy. Oh, thank you so much for the Prime sub, Awana Pops, for the 3 months. So we'll take a look at this replay once again. Remember, this is the hill that Shopify Rebellion needed to capture, and it felt like they needed a lot more time left. Right, we see the contest start to come in here. I'm like, oh, okay, you got like a little bit of time. They start to slide in. I mean, look how close that bar is, man. It's like, I feel like that bar, it feels like that's way more time than it actually was.
Yeah, that was nuts. World 2 gets that kill onto Trippy right there, but has a player flying underneath him, just hoping he has Frosty and Hill to get it, and sure enough they do. But nice play from Luminon to actually close out the next one.
We go into Aqua Flag next in our rotation. These players getting themselves situated and ready, and here we go. Aqua Flag, this could be the last of the series. Luminon Gaming, they won the first best of 5, but find themselves down 2-1 in this series. After a close display, they're able to squeeze out a win 4-3 in the King of the Hill on Lattice. What can they do on Aqua Flag against the champions, Shopify Rebellion?
Yes, can they send us to a game 5 once again and continue this momentous run we've had with this new roster and the return of Snakebite to competitive play? Or will Rebellion continue their domination that we've seen from them since last year and continue on with yet another online qualifier win?
Let's see how this one shakes out. Precision going straight up into the middle. That camouflage is going to be a big part of this game, and Precision wasted no time grabbing it. No one from Shopify Rebellion able to put damage into him as well, so it looks like they opted to play heavy on the outside of the map, giving up that camouflage to Precision. We'll see if that comes back to bite them.
Yeah, Precision, he has that camo top middle, taking his time, and we've seen just so many excellent plays and so many overall camo grabs from Precision today. Wow, Cycle with the Eagle Eyes, though. He will clean that one up. Precision not able to put that camo to use like he was hoping to. So it's going to put us back to even ground.
And look at that. I mean, Cycle's been pressuring inside the base of Luminon this entire time. So the camo not having that big of an impact. I was really impressed by the nades that Rebellion threw out. It felt like every single player kept their nades ready for when they spotted the camo. And Obviously, it made a big impact there. Will too, like, oh, man, wow. He is letting players pass. Even Precision, he goes to check this corner, but he doesn't check deep enough. It's Royal 2 that catches them off guard. Last Shot wins the fight on the other end, and now they're here. They're ready to pull. It's all 4 down, and Last Shot can go through the middle. The first spawner finally comes up, but he's already past the half line.
Ooh, he almost gets the nade bounce to do enough damage, but sure enough, we'll clean up the kill. The kill get taken out, though, as there's several members of Rebellion here to relay this flag in. Royal 2 doing his best, but he's getting shot across the map. Precision doing what he can as he's LTing out of the base window. Snakebite trying to do the front jump. Will make it up. It looks like he's going to get a pull as well. So Rebellion going to have to return this here before they get their first cap.
Yeah, it's scary having to go up through the middle to grab the flag when Precision's the one that's doing Overwatch. I mean, you know he's not going to just let players get that grab without taking some damage. Oh, Frosty. I don't know how he managed. He gets the return. That's the first flag on board.
Yeah, pretty highly contested, though, I'd say. Still, 3 down. Signs of life, an early pull for Snakebite also. And I think they might be able to answer this one right back.
Yeah, Precision doing a great job blocking out those util spawns. No one has an answer for Snakebite right away. And Shopify Rebellion largely just gonna have to give up that flag capture. Snakebite so far today been really impressed with his flag running. I mean, he's so fast, and we saw it on the Empyrean game. We've seen it here in this game. Just the second he's given an opportunity, it seems like he gets away with those flags.
Man, Precision, another camo. We got to keep a tally on this because he is just all over this for them. I mean, this might be one of the things they were missing as well. If you think how much influence he's had with these camos, how many he's gotten every game, and how much that's coming back to really hurt Rebellion as it's keeping it away from them.
You'd honestly be surprised. Precision has 2 camos this game. It's shocking that he doesn't have a kill yet. Obviously 5 assists, so he's been involved in these gunfights, but hasn't been the one to put that last shot in. But either way, Precision getting that flag away. Shopify Rebellion overextending on the P side, so looks like they're gonna opt to fight this later on in Luminon's base. Precision gets it just about home, but well-placed nades might just be enough. Frosty gets the kill from top middle. Is there anyone from Luminon there to capitalize? Tog's gonna go down on his push out through P1. Trippy's here, but you know Royal 2 has great position. They spotted him with the Threat Seeker. They have perfect knowledge. And the return comes in, and oh no, Luminon are multiple down. Here we go, a flag run is out. Oh, Royal 2, look at him stopping for a little sightsee and get a couple shots on his way through. A dominant counter opportunity for Shopify Rebellion.
I wonder if the opportunity was there to actually get through for the flag cap. Nobody was really contesting it that well. But I think Luminon thought they were a lot closer than they were, so they do return that flag, get a counter cap in regards as well. A couple more players dropping, so this is where we have to see Luminon really start to tighten up here. Can't let Rebellion start to catch their footing and just keep you at a numbers disadvantage.
Frosty able to get another flag out. He throws it into the open. Luminon sending a couple players through on the P side. It's Snakebite and Tolik that are working on an overextend, while Precision and Trippy will wrap back to the base to work against Last Shot and Frosty. Opening damage goes to Shopify Rebellion, and Last Shot is flying out the window. He had no hesitation on trying to clean up those kills, and he cleaned up both. Now the flag is well on its way, and it's just Snakebite that's been spotted. He has to try to get the stop, but what can he really do is the question. I mean, there's nothing that you can do but get what you can, and I mean, that damage isn't going to be enough. The spawns for Luminon are close, but Royal 2 got around the corner.
Oh, that one hurts. You can see Luminon was so close to stopping that. Snakebite got such great damage down on those players, but Royal 2 and Frosty. Royal 2 grabbing the flag and Frosty being a distraction behind them slows it down or distracts them long enough to put in yet another flag cap. A little over 6 minutes left to play in the game. 3-1 lead now for Rebellion. Precision is in their base, looking to be a nuisance here, and maybe get another opportunity for a flag cap here.
Precision went for the flagpole, but the last player is a Shopify Rebellion able to put a stop to that. Snakebite, though, it's up right where they left off. The third camouflage this game for Luminon Gaming. You'd think they'd have a pretty dominant score knowing that, right? The camos haven't translated to much, and they continue to not do so. And no kill coming from that camo. In fact, they're able to cleanly get the kills, and they're going to be working on an attack of their own as Royal 2 wraps back to the peace side.
I mean, it's kind of painful. There could have been 2 caps for Luminon, it feels like, this game. 2 more caps would have put us at a tie game here. But unfortunately, they find themselves in a hard spot with yet another 4 down. And really, this is what it feels like is momentum shifting.
And how many times have we seen the flag pull as they go 3-4 down, where Luminon Gaming doesn't really have a chance to stop the pull to come home because of just the timing of when they were going down. And look, no one from Luminon went back to their base, so they never clear out. They're just going on the overextend, and that commit to the overextend might have just worked out perfectly. They get the return.
Yeah, that was a really good overextend actually here, as they take 3 members down and get the return. Royal 2, last guy alive, looking to stop this flag run here from Trippy. Trippy has that thrust, will use it to try to finesse, but not going to be able to do enough. A flag return once again now for Rebellion, and we'll see here, 5 minutes left to play. Luminon, they need to start mainly holding, I think, a little bit more top middle control. Like, some of these pushes are getting a little bit kind of desperate pulls, it seems.
Sitting up high in the middle of the map. He's gonna try to provide some distraction for Snakebite here, as it's just Last Shot and Frosty that are alive on the map to try to get to the position to stop this flag run. They do get the kill on the P side. They get 2, and Snakebite suddenly cannot go through that doorway, and I don't know if he expects Last Shot to be as close as he is. Oh, nice play by Snakebite. Does catch Last Shot before that damage can come in. He's anticipating a push from Frosty as well. Snakebite back against the wall. Not only does he get both the kills, he keeps that flag alive for his team. They get the capture. How well played was that?
He also gets some damage on Royal 2, hiding in the fridge, and now he's going to be able to push up top middle and help contest for this overshield here. He will get cleaned up by a great flank from Royal 2. He must have gotten into the base and wrapped around or something. Not even entirely sure, but that puts 4 dead for Luminon. Camo in the hands of Royal 2. And let's see how Luminon decides to play this one.
He's going to let these first couple players go through. You see how he's not shooting. He's going to let them think they're clear, and then once they commit, that's when he's going to take the shots. And really just heads up play by Royal 2, understanding, hey, my teammate's really far away. Let me just let him get as far, and don't shoot until it's absolutely necessary. And that might just be the game-winning play. I mean, Royal 2 is well away with this flag. Can anyone stop him? He's already into the back base. It's a foot race. Precision trying to get there, but Royal 2 wins the tournament. For Shopify Rebellion, a quick flag run off a heads-up camo play gets the series victory for Shopify Rebellion, 3-1 over Luminon.
What an incredible series. Huge props to Shopify Rebellion. Congrats on winning. But Luminon, what a showing today. You know, if we were in person, I say round of applause, because these guys, you know, coming from Birmingham with everything they just had changed, coming from the scrim against Rebellion on Tuesday, you know, to lose to them in the first series of winners bracket, and to battle all the way back here and actually reset the bracket and still play this tight in the grand finals. Super impressed with Luminon.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to like there. I want to give a big shout out to some of the people that were able to subscribe during those games. Snoopy, thank you for the tier 1. Cook AC88, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to the channel. And Dr. Demeter 1, thank you for the gifted sub to the channel. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion, as they are the victors of the DreamHack Atlanta Open number 1. So hey guys, we're coming right back in just a couple days with Open number 2 starting on Saturday. Thankfully, day 2 will be on Sunday, so we got a full weekend this week for some Halo action. You just get 1 day break, and then we're right back in it. And the following week we will have the online qualifier. So lots of Halo to look forward to here. And Elamite, yo, thank you for coming on. It's it's good to hear you casting once again.
Hey, Tools, thank you so much for having me on. It was a pleasure. I can't believe how many great games and great series we got today. Definitely super enjoyable.
I had a fantastic time. Hey, yo, shout out to Luminon for having a fantastic tournament today. I feel like we got to see some of the potential that this team has. It's great to see Snakebite competing once again. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion. And next week we got some, or I should say, I shouldn't say next week. I should say in 2 days we got some big storylines happening. Bound's going to be returning hopefully to that team Inconceivable that we saw earlier. I'm really excited to see how that team plays out. We get to see, more of these teams go back at it again. We'll see if Usu Benny's able to bounce back and find their revenge on Luminon Gaming. I feel like we got so many storylines developing, international teams coming into the fray, so there's a lot to love. And if you're wanting to stay up to date with how you can watch Halo, join the newsletter, !newsletter in the chat. From there, we'll give you guys a weekly email blast about everything that's happening in the Halo world. So if you never want to miss another Halo tournament, that's one way we can guarantee it. Every week you'll get an update showing you what tournaments are happening, what drops are on the stream, and what to expect in the next coming week. Thank you guys, everyone, for watching here today. One last shout out to GameSir. If you're looking for a way to improve your game, use the GameSir, !GameSir in chat. You can use code LVT for 5% off. You want to shoot 70% like the pros here today? Well, this is the way to do it. Get yourself an overclocked controller with paddles, with TMR sticks. There's everything you possibly want on a controller here. And when you use code LVT at checkout, it helps us show that Halo's worth supporting. And right now, GameStar's been throwing a lot of support into the Halo space. So please, if you have the opportunity, please use code LVT at checkout. That's store wide for the GameStar controller. Most of the pros be using that G7 Pro and the 8K PC controller coming out soon. That does it for us here at LVT Halo and our coverage of the Open Series. We are back on Saturday with HCS Open Series 2. Hey, we'll see you then.